Just as a whole troop of men came charging into the inner region of the base, a vaguely transparent white screen suddenly rose from Owl's sanctuary, enveloping the entire base from within. This white screen was called a large communications inhibitor, able to create high-density spatial interference waves that inhibited any communication signal within the covered area, preventing transmission, thereby isolating the universe at large from contacting anyone within the base, and vice versa. Follow me. The heart of the base is on the top floor. Let's charge in and capture Scar alive, Ning Baichen exhorted with his two arms raised. The paths in Owl's sanctuary were in a spiral, going from the dock at the very bottom all the way to the command center on the highest level, so they required people to climb quite a long distance, which comprised 16 floors. Around 8,000 warriors hailing from different forces all surrounded Ning Baichen and the other local giants, forming an assault formation as they pushed forward. The path on both sides had some function houses and warehouses. These warriors continued to purge the enemies from both flanks as they made progress, looting anything valuable that they came across like a swarm of locusts. Everything was left in tatters as they went away. Anything valuable would be snatched, and anyone breathing was killed. This is an alcohol warehouse. Everyone, come quickly. It was unknown who yelled this, but thousands of warriors surged into the warehouse to grab the stored items even as they drank what they could, emptying the place in the blink of an eye. Many warriors each had a bottle of beer in their hands and several more stuffed in their pockets, drinking as they returned to the main force and continued their charge ahead with eyes wild and frantic. Haha, old Ning, I think Scar and his cronies are doomed this time. Let's massacre our way in and trap them inside the command center. Wipe all of them out in one fell swoop, suggested Green Rock Base's leader Lu Jian to Ning Baichen as he laughed uproariously. Ning Baichen smiled, but did not say a thing. His cloudy eyes still shone with cunning. Due to the lack of trust between the two, these base leaders had all brought along their trusted men with them, and everyone was on guard against one another. Though they all appeared to be joking and laughing together now, the truth was that each of them was constantly calculating just how they could backstab the others, maximizing their profits while suffering the least losses. Among the 8 contingents here, Yellow Rock Base's leader Huang Buoqing, who had brought the most men, possessed the greatest effective strength, but despite this clear advantage, he did not flaunt it. Instead, he diligently admonished his men to refrain from drinking, keeping them hold his 2 wings, even sending some from time to time to scout ahead. Ning Baichen slightly furrowed his brows and laughed at Huang Buoqing. Old Huang, you're being far too cautious. We've already gained the upper hand here, so let the warriors drink whatever they want. Scar's trapped in the sanctuary's highest level, anyway, so there's no escape for him even if he wishes to do so. For Huang Buoqing to have held the biggest base in the vicinity, it of course meant that he was quite the capable man and was by no means a pushover. He shook his head solemnly. Old Ning, it's best to be prudent in all things we do in case of any unexpected situations. Ning Baichen nodded. What you spoke of rang true. It's not too late for us to celebrate after we've taken Scar's life. Owl's sanctuary was in a state of chaos. Scar's men had retreated along the ring road in an orderly fashion, stopping every segment of ground they retreated to while making use of the buildings found along the way as temporary placements, utilizing some light weapons to do bits of retaliation. Because of their limited firepower, what little retaliation they mounted was hardly effective. Aside from slightly slowing the enemy down, it hardly achieved anything of value. Before Scar's men could even return fire, the coalition army's firepower would come forth like a storm, hitting them so hard that it sent them running for cover. The more haggardly Scar's men appeared to be, the more excited the warriors from the coalition army felt. Each of them believed that victory was within grasp, and complacency gradually spread among these men. Both lasers and projectiles required ammunition, and it was just that the former needed energy capacitors, while the latter needed bullets. It was merely a difference in the shape of ammunition. The warriors drank. After winning skirmishes, each of them burned with zeal and proceeded to wildly shoot at these buildings, pipes, and even the enemies far away that they could barely make out. They did not seem to mind the waste of ammunition, treating it as a sort of celebration and deterrence. At the end of the day, there was no purpose for their shots, and their act would hardly harm or kill anyone. Xia Fei was hanging at the back of the whole lot, acting all timid and afraid. He would grab some spoils he came across on the streets from time to time, and slowly, he found himself being left behind by the main force. Though he was behind, Xia Fei's eyes were still scanning and taking mental notes of what the coalition army was doing the entire time. Because he had cultivated his beast spirit codex to the second stage, Xia Fei's eyesight was far stronger than most, and considering how he had always enjoyed taking note of the small details, he very swiftly noticed several issues. Ning Baichen's youngest son, Ning Laosan, was nowhere among his contingent. Furthermore, there were 4 calm warriors who stood guard beside him at all times. The 4 guards were all tall and buffed, creating wind under their feet wherever they went. They kept a vigilant watch of Ning Baichen's surroundings as they circled their charge, expressionless and giving off an air of professionalism. There was also the fact that the warriors Ning Baichen had brought were all very self-disciplined, not participating in any of the lootings in this raid of Owl's sanctuary. They were instead the loudest whenever they found something, luring others to their location before disappearing the moment the crowd arrived, leaving others to fight over the loot while they did not even spare it a second glance. More importantly, very few of Ning Dingchen's men were using their weapons, with most anxiously following behind the force. They would all rush to the front and attack whenever they came across enemy warriors, but their shots would almost always miss the target by a lot. It was as if they were new recruits who had not even learned how to aim. No, I need to get away from this bunch as soon as I can. The actions old Ning and his men are making are too strange, Xia Fei thought after he was done observing the force. Tully, the man in charge of keeping an eye on Xia Fei, had been beside him this entire time, going fast when Xia Fei went fast, and waiting around for him to be done whenever he stopped to pick up some spoils. Though he was unimpressed with Xia Fei's money-grubbing yet fearful of dying ways, he did not say a word about it, and he simply kept following Xia Fei wherever he went. The path they were on slowly became narrower and even more complicated, with more and more dark alleys appearing on both sides. Everything in these alleys was a mess, as if they had long been ransacked by the force in front of them. Xia Fei faked a look of pain and ran toward the entrance of one such alley. He propped his one hand on the wall as he panted raggedly, his back slightly bent as if he was very worn out after everything. "What's wrong with you?" asked Tully suspiciously as he walked up beside Xia Fei. Xia Fei pointed his finger to his chest, heaving breathlessly as he answered, "It's been a long time since I last exercised. My heart's beating a lot." Tully knitted his eyebrows. "Look at you being so incompetent. Is your body made of paper? We've barely walked 3 kilometers." Without waiting for Tully to finish his condemnation, Xia Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of his neck, effectively silencing him. He then directly lifted the man up as he exerted strength to his legs and instantly ran 100 meters out. Because Xia Fei was at the tail end of the coalition army when he suddenly fled with Tully, no one noticed them. Everyone had no idea what had just happened at all. Crash! Xia Fei threw Tully into a dark alley, his chasing light already unsheathed, with its sharp pointed tip right at his captive's throat. Tully was dark-skinned, a complexion that was as black as charcoal, so Xia Fei could not see any visible change in his skin color, though Tully's face was frozen in astonishment and fear as he sweated profusely from his forehead. He had always thought Xia Fei was just an average hooligan who was greedy, slick, and afraid of dying. Such people were a dime a dozen in the Wildstar region and were completely worthless. He had been disappointed when Ning Baichen instructed him to keep an eye on this person, wishing he could just slap Xia Fei to death. Tully never thought Xia Fei could so easily restrain him as he did. From the instant Xia Fei unleashed his explosive strength and speed, Tully could tell that he was not just some random hooligan, but an expert, instead. The placement of his hand on his neck had been perfect, making it such that he would be unable to make a noise while ensuring the strength he used would not kill him outright. Just this confidence Xia Fei was demonstrating in his strength control was far above his. To think you're actually an expert, a speed ability user? Tully gathered what courage he had to ask this question. His throat hurt from being manhandled by Xia Fei, so his voice was still a bit hoarse. Xia Fei nodded slightly and reached out to remove Tully's red armband, and there seemed to be a button-sized item in that thin, red cloth. Xia Fei slowly pulled down the armband and flipped it over to examine it. All he saw was a circular metal item that was stuck to the armband with super glue. It was completely imperceptible if anyone was merely looking at it. Our armbands seemed to be different. Xia Fei smiled. You now have two options. Either you tell me yourself, or I force it out of you. Xia Fei intentionally pushed the point of his blade an inch closer so that it was now poking Tully's skin, sending that ice-cold metal sensation straight to his brain. Just as Tully was about to speak, Xia Fei suddenly drew an arc and slashed open his throat. Tully's eyes rolled, and he collapsed onto the ground. There was a final shudder from his body before he became dead to the world. Why did you kill him? Phantom asked, puzzled. Xia Fei exchanged Tully's armband with his own. His eyes were quite frantic, blinking thrice every second. That means he's trying to come up with a lie, and I wasn't interested in hearing any of it. Phantom pouted. I realized that you have an almost paranoid trust of your judgment. What would a few blinks tell you? What if he's preparing to tell you the truth? Xia Fei shook his head. If I were in normal circumstances, there would indeed be no harm in hearing him out. But where am I right now? What's my present state? The only one I can trust at the moment is myself. And since I'm already suspicious of his words, why should I bother listening? What if he told me some lies which ended up clouding my judgment? I can't risk that. Phantom was speechless for a good while before finally heaving a helpless sigh. Sometimes, I really do wonder if you're the assassin or me. Forget it. What are you planning to do next? Xia Fei gave it some thought before answering. The men from the Ning clan have a different armband than others. There's more to this here. Also, Scar's men are acting very strangely. Their very orderly retreat seems like something that they've rehearsed prior. This situation is very complex. I'm not exactly sure, so it's best to keep observing before we decide on our next actions. Xia Fei used his breath control technique to get up quietly. Then he returned to the assaulting forces. The spiral road they were on had many unknown buildings and pipes on both sides. Everything was a complete mess. Xia Fei used these as cover and very quickly caught up to them. Owl Sanctuary did not cover too large an area, and with Scar's men attempting to obstruct the majority of the coalition army from advancing, the raid did not progress too quickly. At present, it had already been more than 10 minutes since the army made the landing, and many of them had just pushed past the third level. It would most likely take them another hour or so to reach the command center on the highest level. As military strategy and tactics stated, the first beating of the drum boosts morale, the second weakens it, and the third sounds defeat. Though the coalition army attacked with great ferocity, the morale that they had 30 minutes ago when charging at the base was nowhere to be found at present. The warriors had a bountiful harvest, and they were all carrying all sorts of spoils on them. Some even grabbed a lot that they were now having trouble carrying them all, and could only dump the more worthless weapons to lighten their load. This was a foolish move on their part, for all they had come across thus far were just the smaller teams among Scar's men, and they had yet to clash with the main force of Owl's Sanctuary. It would be a hell of a joke if the coalition army ended up finding themselves in a state where they had no weapons in their hands when the other party finally decided to fight it out with them. Besides, carrying so many items on them would only end up increasing these warriors' physical exertion. They might find themselves nearly exhausted just by making the trek up to the command center in this fashion. What made it even more perplexing was that there were always some valuables that these warriors could chance upon as they continued on their way. Wine, food, and fairly expensive light machinery. They could all be found everywhere. Logically speaking, these were things that would be secreted away in the more hidden warehouses. Yet the men of Owl Sanctuary had instead randomly stashed them inside conspicuous rooms found along the way, not even locking up the doors to these rooms. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He was completely uninterested in the various stupid actions the coalition army was taking. He was more concerned with what tricks were at play in all this, and how he was going to kill Ning Baichen and obtain his purple heart of spirit. Pondering on this for a bit, Xia Fei decided that he would make the first move and get into Scar's lair to find out what was going on. If there was indeed some trickery involved, the command center on the 16th level would be the most suspicious. The breath control technique very ingeniously helped Xia Fei blend into the surroundings, and just like a ghost, Xia Fei managed to take the alleys and side paths beside these buildings. Very quickly, he made his way through to his destination. In front of him appeared a 3-meter-tall metal enclosure. Xia Fei tapped the tip of his toe and flew vertically. Using one hand to grab the top of the wall, he very quickly pulled himself up and over. A fairly large warehouse blocked the road ahead, and Xia Fei became like a gecko as he climbed on the rooftop. He then crouched low, running along while keeping his body bent. Because there was a lot of building obstructing the way ahead, Xia Fei was unable to advance too quickly. From time to time, he needed to cross over these obstructions, and on average, he could only cover 300 meters or so every second. A speed ability user like him would think 300 meters per second was slow, but the average human would surely see it as an astounding speed. When Xia Fei was only about 1 kilometer away from the 16th level, the main force was just crossing the 5th level of the base. Xia Fei still had plenty of time to do a proper investigation of the command center and its surroundings. Hiding behind some old machinery, Xia Fei turned to look at the entrance ahead. Owl Sanctuary's highest level was a lone platform that covered a large area, occupying the entire dome of the base. He would have to go through the entrance one way or another if he wanted to get in. This entrance was like an ingress to an underground garage, except that the path went diagonally upward. Due to visual angle impairment, anyone below had no way of telling if there was an ambush waiting on the highest level. About 50 meters away from where Xia Fei was hiding, he spotted someone hiding behind a corner of the wall, shiftily poking his head out to look at the entrance. This person was short and skinny, looking like a child that was no taller than 1.5 meters. He wore a red armband on his left arm, and based on his fast movement, he appeared to be a speed ability user as well. Very possibly, he was a scout sent by the other contingents. Xia Fei had his breath control technique to keep himself from harm, which was why this person was not alerted of his presence. Better search for other ways into the command center. This path is far too obvious, and I'll surely be discovered charging in like this, Xia Fei thought. There were several pipes connected to the next layer on the wall to the right. Be they electric pipes, air vents, or water pipes, all possessed different colors. After all, this base was a habitat in itself, and things like water and electricity must be distributed in various locations on the base through these pipelines. Xia Fei crept over the pipes and found a black metal pipe, which was big enough for him to climb through. So he used chasing light to carve out a circular entrance for himself. His sharp chasing light was able to cut 1.5 centimeters of the metal pipe silently and with great ease, as if he were using a laser cutter. The inside of the pipe was empty. Xia Fei lightly placed the metal board he had cut off on the ground and climbed into it, his two arms holding the walls of the pipe for support as he rapidly clambered up. Xia Fei turned on the light function of his microcomputer, which used a composite high-powered polymer battery. Under any normal circumstances, a single battery of such type could last a microcomputer for 1,000 years without needing a replacement, making it very convenient. Though the light was small, its brightness was sufficient to illuminate the inside of the pipe, giving him visibility of up to 20 meters. This pipe seemed to have been left in disuse for many years, with the smell of mold thick around him and the air feculent. It was a good thing that there was still sufficient oxygen to sustain life, so Xia Fei forcefully endured this oppressive smell and did his best to quickly make it through. Cramped spaces like this were usually the best places to test one's flexibility. Xia Fei, who had his arms spread, used his two legs to propel himself up the pipe, his four limbs working in unison to perform light, but not too fast or slow movements. Very quickly, Xia Fei managed to get to the highest level of the base, and the vertical pipe opened to a horizontal ground. A three-way fork was in front of him now, going in 3 different directions. Xia Fei poked a small hole on the wall of the pipe with his chasing light, then used it to see what was on the other side. This pipeline was situated near the ceiling, and Xia Fei, who was in it, was somewhere several meters above, and looking down afforded him a view of everything outside at a glance. The top level of Owl Sanctuary was like a sort of plaza, which was about 4 to 5 soccer fields big. The entrance to this level was right in the middle of the plaza, and surrounding this plaza were rooms. Xia Fei reckoned that these rooms should be connected to one another, meaning that it would be very easy for anyone to get to the adjacent room once in one of them. There were 4 scars underlings waiting in 2 hidden corners outside the enclosed space. They were prone on the ground, each with a high-powered laser rifle in their hands. If anyone were to enter from the entrance, they would literally receive a very warm welcome from the laser rifles. One of these gunners licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes peering through the scope as he kept his gaze on that only entrance. He was barely moving, his finger maintaining a 0.5 centimeter distance away from the trigger. He was like a humanoid statue, a living, breathing statue. It was evident that these four were experienced snipers and had received formal military training. Actually, Xia Fei needed not to be afraid of these rifles given his speed. After all, it would take time for anyone to aim and pull the trigger. Their reaction time might be unable to keep up with his speed of over 800 meters per second. It was just that the risk of making a dash for them would most likely result in alerting all the enemies, and the result of such a confrontation was not comparable to sneaking in. Oh, Xia Fei suddenly noticed that the doors to the rooms around the plaza had been sealed with thick metal plates, and there seemed to be several firing holes left on them. These circular firing holes had been blocked by some alloy metal behind, but the moment someone invaded, Scar's men could very quickly open these firing holes and poke their gun barrels out to fire right at the open plaza. This clearly meant that Scar was already prepared for the coalition army's raid. Otherwise, there was no way for him to have set up such heavy defenses in such a short time. Xia Fei could easily picture the coalition troops stepping into the plaza without any knowledge of the ambush awaiting them. They would become no better than lambs being led to the slaughter, letting the men hiding in this room hit them hard. Professional soldiers, snipers. The situation has really become more and more interesting, muttered Xia Fei quietly to himself as he took his eyes off the hole he made. What's interesting? Asked Phantom, who was sitting with folded legs a short distance away from Xia Fei. As he was a spirit, he did not have a problem with the terrible air quality inside the pipeline. I'll explain it to you later. I still need to further verify my speculations. Xia Fei chuckled. TSK, what are you acting all mysterious about? Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei as he scoffed rather unhappily. Xia Fei spent several seconds thinking before he decided to go along the pipeline forking to the right. It was a direction that would lead him directly to the rooms surrounding the plaza. Xia Fei changed his stance. Now, his two knees were touching the pipe walls as he crawled onward, alternating his two arms in front of him as he moved 0.4 meters every time. No more, no less. There was no way for him to see outside the pipe, so Xia Fei needed to depend on his measurement to determine his approximate location. After taking 39 measured paces, Xia Fei once more used chasing light to poke a small hole on the pipe once more, and just as he calculated, he found himself in the first room to the right. As expected, this room was around 150 square meters. It was dimly lit and had 6 men inside. They were all seated around a sturdy round table to the corner, doing the exact same action, cleaning their rifles. The 6 of them each had a black laser rifle, slightly smaller than the ones he had seen in the 4 snipers outside. Each of them was very carefully running a piece of cloth across every part of their rifle, repeatedly wiping it with utmost care. There was even a communicator placed on that table, as well as several dozens of cylindrical energy capacitors, each able to last 10 full minutes of sustained laser fire. If these capacitors were all used, forget 8,000 men, nothing would be left after eradicating an entire army division. These people look like they're prepared for this assault. It's highly probable that each of these rooms holds several warriors who are ready to spring an ambush. What do we do now? Phantom asked gravely. Then, we can only do our best to kill off half of them, Xia Fei said after pondering for a bit. Why half? Xia Fei smiled as he very sinisterly explained. Killing them all will lead to an imbalance in the forces on both sides, and what I want to see is a scenario where both parties suffer great losses. Locating an empty washroom, Xia Fei used chasing light to carve open a hole on the pipe and quietly landed inside with the metal plate in hand, pulling out a bottle with a clear liquid inside from his spatial ring. It was superglue, and Xia Fei dripped a few drops of it on the edge of that metal plate before he raised it high above his head. He lightly jumped and used this period of suspension in the air to put it right back in place. Without closely examining this pipeline, there was no way anyone would be able to tell that someone had cut a hole on it before. After covering his tracks, Xia Fei hid that red armband of his. That eye-catching color would very easily cause him to be spotted by others. No experienced assassin would have such a fatal color appearing anywhere on their person. That was when he heard a series of approaching footsteps coming from outside the corridor. Xia Fei immediately took several steps back and hid behind the door. He began exercising his breath control technique as he hugged the wall tightly, going into a state of alert. A warrior wearing the Owl Pirate's signature uniform pushed open the door and swaggered in. Xia Fei immediately followed behind without a sound the moment the person stepped through, his nose a hair's breadth away from the back of that man's head. Yet this Scar underling had no idea at all. Almost instantly, Xia Fei placed chasing light across that pirate's neck as his left hand reached out to cover his mouth. Because he was standing behind this pirate, Xia Fei had no idea what the expression on his face was at this moment, but he could imagine that it would be fairly splendid. I have something to ask of you. Refusing to answer means certain death. Xia Fei used a deep yet expressive voice to make this statement. This person nodded his head in a hurry. Xia Fei could already feel warm moisture gathering on his left hand and figured that his captive had begun to sweat. How many of you are there? Xia Fei relaxed his grip on his left hand slightly when he asked this question. He was not afraid of this man yelling, for his reaction time alone would allow him to finish him off at once. Confident that this pirate would be unable to utter anything if he attempted to scream or yell. Around FO 400, stammered the person. So few? I recall that the Owl Pirates have north of 1,000 men. They've left on a mission. What mission? Boss Scar didn't say, but it seems that they've gone off with Boss Broken. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. Most of Broken Blade and Owl's men were doing an operation together, and they had left around the time Ning Baichun led his huge coalition party over. This further supplemented Xia Fei's hypothesis that there was a ploy hidden at the center of all these series of actions. There are only 400 or so of you, while the invading army numbers well over 8,000. How is it that you guys are so confident? Xia Fei asked, softly chuckling. We've got a sonic ability user. He's able to unleash high-frequency sound waves, and there's a sound dampener in my left pocket. Without this thing protecting me, my internal organs will rapture following the sound waves he releases, and that's the reason we aren't afraid of their significantly larger number. Xia Fei used 2 fingers to pull out a button-like piece from his pocket, which looked exactly like the small device he had found glued to Tully's armband. The sonic ability was a type of AoE attack, and its advantage was how it could affect many people at once. However, the strength of this sonic attack was very average. Any special ability user with even a slightly stronger body would be able to withstand it. The highest level of Owl Sanctuary was a sealed space, with rooms around it and a plaza right in the middle. This sort of terrain was the best for a sonic user to unleash his ability, so the moment the coalition army entered this place, the entire level would be subjected to that ability user's attack. Xia Fei played with the sound dampener in his hand for a bit. To think such a small sound dampener was enough to avoid being injured by that ability user's attack. That just went to show that the person's cultivation was hardly high. Their plan ought to be, first, let the sonic ability user clear out the warriors with weaker combat strength, and, second, have the people of the Ning clan and Owl work together to eliminate all the remaining strong combatants, thereby achieving their goal of wiping out the 7 major forces. The poor men of the 7 major forces still had no idea that they had already fallen for the trap dug by the Ning clan, Owl, and Broken Blade. Very soon, Xia Fei changed into Owl Pirate's uniform and stepped out of the washroom. The original owner of the uniform had actually spilled everything about what was happening, and now that he no longer had any value, Xia Fei did not hesitate to send him along to his death. A long corridor connected all the many rooms on both his left and right. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fei casually opened a door and stepped in with his head lowered. He saw 4 of Scar's underlings in the room presently seated some 20 meters away from him. They were discussing something in subdued voices while holding their laser rifles. Breath control was a fairly miraculous technique. These people had clearly seen Xia Fei intrude into the room, yet none of them was alerted to his presence. Like a blast of warm air that came from the entrance, all of them acknowledged it, but no one cared to pay attention, for Xia Fei was nothing more than a breeze to them. The 4 were very familiar with this feeling, so none gave it any notice. Suddenly, that breeze became a fatal hurricane. 20 meters were too close to Xia Fei, and all he needed was 1/20th of a second to arrive right in front of them. Before his figure even came to a stop, his blade point already descended on them. The cyan blade emerged from his sleeve and went straight for these people's throats. Chasing Light's mechanism needed but a moment to spring the blade out, and by the time it fully extended, Xia Fei had already finished killing the four men. Achieving a speed beyond belief, his movement was so fast there was no way human eyes could follow. In the time his cyan blade shot out and retracted, Xia Fei had already retreated outside and shut the door behind him. Only then did these already doomed men register Xia Fei's afterimage. They did not even feel any fear build in them, for their brains could barely comprehend what had just happened when they died. From the time he struck and the deed's completion until he left the room, the entire process took milliseconds to accomplish. If anyone happened to be standing in the corridor, watching, all they would see was a man opening the door and closing it, and the time between these two actions was very short, yet it was enough to lay waste to everyone inside the room. He continued his way forward, once more opening and closing a door, this time reaping away 3 lives. There was hardly any change in Xia Fei's expression, his black pupils glassy and calm, like a machine that was constantly doing the same task he was very familiar and adept with. It was hardly an easy thing to take another's life. There were plenty of factors that must be considered, but Xia Fei had wholly managed to simplify the complexity of the act. Open the door, observe, accelerate, activate his blade, retreat, and close the door. 6 actions, all done at once. No fancy moves, just as plain as tap water. The only thing that could even be considered flamboyant was that cyan arc his chasing light would leave behind after every kill. Unfortunately, very few could clearly see that beautiful crescent because the speed of Xia Fei's blade was too fast, and just like the weapon's name, his speed was almost near chasing light. Speed was king in all the martial arts known to man, and any speed ability user was a born killer. Besides, Xia Fei had practiced both breath control and sly thrust, and that only increased his affinity toward killing like fish taking to water. In the blink of an eye, he had managed to finish off over 100 lives. It was not difficult to locate Owl Sanctuary's command center. Xia Fei stood before its entrance and stuck his ear to the cold metal alloy door in hopes of hearing any movement from within, but it was to no avail, for the thick metal alloy door was completely soundproofed, so he could hear nothing at all. As he went about his purge, Xia Fei killed about 300 or more of Scar's men, and aside from the 4 snipers out in the plaza right now and the portion of soldiers within the coalition army who were in charge of backstabbing them, only 2 more individuals remained alive from within these rooms here on the highest level inside the command center. Scar as well as that sonic ability user, Bannon. The latter had hired from somewhere in exchange for a high price. The common warriors were essentially inconsequential to Xia Fei, and the sonic ability user Bannon was hardly a threat, either. However, Scar was still quite a handful. Being a morph ability user who possessed a rare skill known as Thousand Thorns, Xia Fei had to be careful when dealing with him. He faintly opened just a slight gap to that door, and he carefully peeked inside. The command center covered an area of around 1,000 square meters, and a lot of equipment was scattered all across the room. It was evident that this place had been heavily modified and was no longer how it originally looked. A hairy, middle-aged man was sitting on a large metal chair, and beside him was a pale-faced man in his 30s. The seated middle-aged man was no bystander but Owl Pirate's leader himself, Scar. There was a horizontal red scar on his forehead, as if someone had attempted to lobotomize him but changed their mind halfway and sewed the wound up. He had broad and sturdy shoulders, his arms thick and powerful. His body, including the palm of his hands, was covered in thick, black hair. Anyone would mistake him for a black gorilla if they did not look at him closely. The chair he was currently in was completely welded together by a metal alloy, thick and strange. It was hard to imagine anyone enjoying being in such a sturdy and hard chair. Scar and Bannon raised their glasses filled with golden malt liquor. The two were having a very casual drink as if the coalition army's assault were of no concern to them. The muscles in Xia Fei's thighs tensed. As long as an opportunity presented itself, he planned to charge in without a moment's hesitation and slay the 2 men inside. Scar took a big gulp of liquor and wiped his mouth with his hairy arm. "Brother Bannon, I heard that the old fox Ning Baichen plans to give you 30 virgins after this matter closes. Is it true?" The pasty Bannon was evidently not too used to drinking such hard liquor as his face visibly turned ruddy from it. He panted for a bit before answering. Actually, I'd help him even if he didn't promise me anything. After all, It's the Ning clan who helped me escape from the Alliance and safely smuggled me into the Wild Star region. Is that so? Scar guffawed. Bannon placed his glass of liquor on the table and very sinisterly added, "Of course, that's not true. We're men of the Wild Star region. Only a fool would do something for no personal benefits." "Right you are. As long as the price is right. Yours truly here will sell even my mother if anyone's asking." Scar made a joke in bad taste, tickling himself pink as he rocked back and forth in his seat. "That's my chance." A person's neural response was the weakest while they were laughing. Xia Fei used this moment to exert strength and went bolting right through the door with his chasing light unsheathed. Xia Fei came pouncing on Scar with his 800 meters per second speed, his right hand's chasing light unsheathed. Covering these dozen meters was no more than a mere instant to Xia Fei, but what was inconceivable was that Scar had actually managed to react in that short time frame. At that moment, the thick hair all over his body stood up, with each akin to a steel needle, sharp and pointed. Now, Scar was like a porcupine, and from head to toe, he was heavily defended. This was his special ability skill, Thousand Thorns, where he could freely control the hair on his body, turning it soft like silk at times or as tough as nails. Those steel needles were almost 50 centimeters in length, much longer than Chasing Light's length. This meant that Xia Fei had no way of penetrating Scar's body with his blade without injuring himself in the process. These sharp steel needles were strong enough to penetrate Windshade Mark IV combat suit's defense, so unless Xia Fei was willing to put his life on the line, not hesitating to sacrifice his arm to kill the man, Xia Fei would be all but helpless in dealing with Scar. Xia Fei had no intention of heavily injuring Scar at the cost of risking grievous wounds himself. So seeing as his arm was about to come into contact with the steel needles growing out of Scar, he forcibly retracted his attack, inexplicably twisting his body to the side and going for Bannon instead. Chasing Light created a beautiful arc in the air as it slashed down at Bannon's two legs, creating a neat and singular cut. Before Bannon could realize what was going on, the calves below his knees had already been cleanly separated from his body. He only felt himself suddenly dip as the rest of his body came falling down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Scar reacted quickly as well. An uncountable number of steel needles suddenly ejected from his skin like bullets. This attack was similar to a grenade shrapnel, because the fired steel needles covered a full 360 degrees of Scar. The entire room was effectively covered by his AoE attack. Ping, 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 ping. A series of crisp sounds rang, and the entire command center changed in appearance. Steel needles were now embedded into the walls and equipment. The 1,000 square meters of space now resembled a jungle that was made up of cacti thorns. Poor Bannon was completely unaware of what had just happened. Having just been rendered calfless by Xia Fei's Chasing Light, he barely had the time to react when he was perforated by Scar's steel needles, becoming a casualty in the span of a few seconds. Xia Fei originally planned to leave Bannon alive and did not wish to kill him off immediately. That was because he felt that there was still some benefits to this sonic special ability user remaining alive. But this plan changed especially fast due to Scar overreacting when he got spooked by Xia Fei, inadvertently implicating that unfortunate man in the process. Some unknown equipment abruptly exploded due to Scar's retaliation, erupting into beautiful sparks of flames, the shockwave of which caused several smaller apparatuses to crash to the ground and for the entire command room to become a mess. The other equipment and devices, which had not exploded, sustained heavy damage, causing the lights to be extinguished inside the command center, plunging it into darkness. The atmosphere analyzer was made with metal plates several meters thick. Xia Fei, who had managed to avoid being severely injured, astutely hid behind it. "This guy has quite the fast reaction," Xia Fei muttered to himself in the dark. The skill Thousand Thorns of Morph special ability users was decent in both offense and defense, and Xia Fei's failure to take the man down with that single blow meant that he had lost his best chance to kill the latter. The lights in the room flickered. The 6 luminescence lamps, powered by the generator, automatically activated once the regular lights went out, and the command center was flooded in blue light. "Who are you?" Scar growled, his voice incendiary. He was like a huge cactus, rooted to where he was standing. He looked around amid the dim lights. "Come out if you've got the guts." Though his thousand thorns was quite a decent skill, its shortcomings were fairly obvious. Scar would be like a tree stump, unable to move an inch when he unleashed his needles. All he could do was remain where he was and use his steel needle-like hair to attack. Xia Fei hid behind the atmosphere analyzer as he kept an eye on Scar, barely reacting to his challenge. If you're a true warrior, I dare you to come out and fight with me. Scar was trying to goad Xia Fei out from his hiding spot, except he was already completely ready to unleash his needles, so Xia Fei was not about to walk out before finding a suitable method of attack. Taking a good look at his surroundings, Xia Fei suddenly realized that there was a big hammer lying in the corner of the room. It was roughly 4 or 5 meters long and looked to be quite heavy. Xia Fei quickly came up with an idea. Putting both his legs onto that atmosphere analyzer and exerting some force to it, the almost 4-meter-tall and 1.8-meter-wide apparatus went sliding on the ground straight toward Scar. Scar, who was unable to move, having already activated his ability, ended up taking the brunt of that crash and being sent rolling into one corner. Now he was on his back, completely immobile with the apparatus pinning him down. Xia Fei chuckled as he picked up that big hammer and weighed it in his hands. It was at least 3 kilograms heavy. Dragging this hammer behind him, Xia Fei made his way to the corner, intentionally letting it scrape on the metal floor, creating a frighteningly screeching sound. Scar's expression changed. That unnerving noise caused his scalp to turn numb. He was now caged in that corner with his face against the wall, unable to find out what was going on behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Scar kept shooting steel needles as he sensed danger, but the angle of his shots was being limited by the apparatus. Thus, all he ended up hitting was the ceiling, and that was hardly a threat to Xia Fei. Xia Fei spat on his hands and slammed that heavy hammer onto Scar. How arrogant. As the saying went, there is always something that conquers another. Though Xia Fei could not stab through the 50-centimeter steel needles with his chasing light, the hammer had a length of over 4 meters, meaning that it was completely able to reach Scar's body without getting anywhere near the needles. A cry, akin to the squeals of a pig being slaughtered, sounded, growing weaker as more hammer blows landed on Scar. Xia Fei did not let up after he heard it turn into a guttural whimper, only stopping after giving the man several dozen more whacks. Xia Fei threw the now bloodied hammer to the side, while Scar had been reduced into a mass of meat paste mixed in with those strong steel needles on his body, impossible to distinguish which was which. Looks like I'd better prepare a hammer in my spatial ring next time. Having something like that is a lot more useful than carrying a blade, commented Xia Fei as he lit a cigarette. This is an exception. You're a speed ability user who is also learning assassination techniques. How are you going to look if you use a hammer as your main weapon? Phantom furrowed his brows. He felt that it was a terrible idea. Approximately 60 or so of Scar's men successfully lured the coalition army all the way to the final level. Going through that entrance, they had prepared an ambush. Many of these men were heavily wounded, cursing about how Scar had sent them to their deaths. The 4 snipers passively remained in their corners, their eyes locked onto the entrance to the final level, covering the retreat of these underlings who had been used as bait, supporting one another as they trudged their way back to their base entrance. That was when they made the abrupt realization that the metal door, which ought to have received their victorious homecoming, had all been locked from the inside. There was no way for them to get in. FCK, we got screwed over by Scar. What nonsense. Why would our boss sell us out? Then, why is the door locked? These underlings began to really panic. Thousands of soldiers were about to reach the level below, and they would come charging in on this place in a matter of minutes. Death would be all that awaited them if they failed to take cover and hide in their base. A pirate wearing an earring raised the weapon in his hand and wildly shot at that door. The others came to their senses and did the same as well, firing their weapons on that door in hopes of blowing it open. After doing so for a good while, the pirates realized that there was no way to get in that way. In order to pull off this operation, which took on the 7 major forces, every door and window had been recently reinforced, and even thermal weapons might not be enough to destroy them. We're doomed. What now? Why don't we charge out again? The terrain below is at least more complicated, so there's still hope of us making it out alive by taking advantage of that, suggested another pirate who was a bit more clear-headed. Don't be silly. The enemies will be upon us, beating us into pulp if we try to charge down now. Look at the thousands of men they have on their side. Xia Fei, who was hiding behind a thick metal-plated door, created a peephole. He was grinning as he watched these desperate men get flustered. Indeed, he was the one who had locked all these doors, and since he was the only one alive inside the command center, he was simply waiting for the show to unfold. It was around this time when the vanguard troops of the coalition army came charging in, randomly shooting in the general direction of the pirates who were unable to get past the doors. The sound of the laser fire was beautiful, just like the fly zapper Xia Fei regularly used. He could hear the irregular buzz of electricity from the other side. The retreat route that the snipers planned to use had also been sealed. Helpless, these pirates could only fight back, reluctantly firing at the coalition army at large. Of course, such retaliation was pointless. After all, the coalition army numbered in the thousands, and the numerical superiority here was simply far too great. In just a span of a few seconds, those unfortunate pirates had all been reduced to corpses. Ning Baichen instantly realized that something was wrong the moment he reached the highest level of Owl's sanctuary. Scar's men were just pawns who were tasked with luring the coalition army, and since a majority of them had been successfully pulled into the trap he had set up, there was no reason for those men to remain outside, for only death awaited them here. Suspicions swam vividly in his mind, but Ning Baichen did not show any of these outwardly. The ever-cautious Huang Buoqing was the second to realize that something was strange here. Old Ning, something about this place seems off. These rooms have all been sealed with metal alloy plates. Could this be a trap? Lu Jian, someone who had never seen eye to eye with Huang Buoqing, scoffed. Look at you and your cowardice in full display. What if they're sealed? We'll just get our men to blow these doors up. He then turned around and signaled his men. Quick, find a way to open a path for us. Rush in and kill off Scar, including all his men. Ning Baichen was getting more and more thrown off with each passing second. According to the plan, they were supposed to shut the entrance at once as Bannon unleashed his sonic ability from inside the room, killing off all the weaker warriors in the coalition army first before cleaning up those who were left standing. Most of the soldiers from the coalition army had been in the rooms for quite some time at this point, yet there was still no movement coming from Scar's end. Could something unexpected have occurred? With this thought in mind, Ning Baichen's expression turned ugly, while the warriors of the Ning clan were feeling even more panicky. Realizing that what was transpiring differed greatly from what their boss had told them, they were all at a loss on what to do next. Xia Fei could tell that it was about time for him to act. He lightly tapped on the control console with his finger, and the passages leading to the top level of the base promptly closed behind the coalition army. As the machines and gear roared into life, two thick metal alloy plates of about 30 centimeters thick swiftly slammed shut on the entrance, essentially trapping the thousands of soldiers from the coalition army on Owl Sanctuary's highest level with nowhere to escape. Crap, we've been had. This has been Scar's plan all along. What are we supposed to do? What do we do? The warriors were beginning to panic, all confronting their leaders with their yells, hoping that they would be able to come up with a decision fast. The corners of Ning Baichen's mouth twitched to reveal a nonchalant smile. Looks like the plan didn't fail, but was just executed slower than what I expected. Now, it'll be up to Bannon's sonic attack. He swept a cold gaze around him. Ning Baichen could already see victory right before his eyes. As long as all the 7 major forces were vanquished here, everything in the surrounding 200,000 light years would be his territory. Wealth and women would all come rolling in. You guys shouldn't be so alarmed. Let me tell you all something right now. Xia Fei laughed as he communicated through the command center's public announcement system. The suddenness of his voice being broadcasted from every direction of the plaza only made these already panicking warriors all the more frightened. Ning Baichen was abruptly stunned. What's going on? Who's the one speaking? Why haven't you guys attacked yet? Have you all ever wondered why Scar's men began attacking Yellow Rock Base despite knowing its impossibility? Why would Ning Baichen and Scar keep crossing each other's path for over an entire year? Why has Ning Baichen not asked for even a dime from you lot, even offered a priceless purple heart of spirit? After all, we're in the Wild Star region. Only a fool would do something not beneficial to them. Xia Fei, through this series of questions, paused, then continued. Because you've all been tricked. Ning Baichen's plan is to kill the whole lot of you, so that he can gain sole control of all 6 major bases. It was easy to arouse people's suspicion when they were steeped in fear. The moment Xia Fei finished speaking, the originally concentrated army of warriors instantly scattered about, splitting into 8 different groups, according to their factions, as countless uncertain eyes were directed to Ning Baichen. Everyone, don't listen to that person's nonsense. Everyone here should know clearly just what sort of person I, Ning Baichen, am. This is nothing but a ploy by Scar to sow discord. He's trying to lie to you all. Ning Baichen's wizened face was blood red, loudly pleading his case, his tone hinting on a slight disappointment. So discord? Then, why do the men of the Ning clan have a sound dampener device hidden in their armbands? Is it because you guys knew beforehand that you'd be subjected to a sonic attack here? Xia Fei chuckled softly. With Xia Fei exposing his scheme, Ning Baichen nearly failed to stop himself from fainting. The warriors of the Ning clan felt even more fearful, all of them clutching their weapons nervously as they remained on guard, while every suspicion lurking in the hearts of the other major forces deepened. Is it really the case? Are they really up to no good? Ning clan, toss your armbands over and let us have a look. The atmosphere became tense as the men from the 7 major forces all raised their weapons and pointed them at the Ning clan. There's no need for you to ask. They of course don't dare to show you their armbands. Also, do you guys know why the Ning clan's thirdborn isn't here? It's because, as an impersonation ability user, he's currently leading Scar and Broken Blade's men to raid your home bases while your warships and men are all here. There are probably barely any defenses back in their homes, aren't there, Ning Baichen? Xia Fei hid in the command center and asked this loudly over this base's broadcast system. The truth was as Xia Fei speculated, and everyone could tell from Ning Baichen's expression that Xia Fei had hit the nail on the head, tricking the men of the 7 major forces to raid Owl's sanctuary, cutting off communications coming in and out in the process, then sending the thirdborn from Ning clan to impersonate the leaders of the various bases and spring a surprise assault on them. It was a grand scheme, and every step had been thoroughly conceived and executed from start to finish. Ning Baichen did not make a sound, for his mind was in a state of utter chaos. His shrewd and cunning self of the past had disappeared in this crucial moment, and all that was left was the indignation and fury he had boiling in his stomach. What? They've already gone off to attack our bases. Not good. Our communications are cut off, so there's no way we can contact everyone from back home. You guys can go to hell. Both parties were already itching to start blasting things in the first place, so it was unknown which agitated warrior pulled the trigger first, but the sound of gunfire was enough to plunge the already tense situation past its breaking point. In an instant, gunfire sounded all around the plaza as the Ning clan began exchanging shots with the other 7 major powers. The battle was vicious and bloody. Due to the proximity of these men with one another, it almost seemed as if they were blasting away one another at point-blank range. And since the 8 major forces were unfamiliar with one another, what ought to have been a fight solely against the Ning clan slowly turned into a chaotic, free-for-all battle royal. As long as their weapons were pointed at someone they did not recognize, nobody hesitated to shoot, and corpses began to litter the plaza grounds. The 4 experts beside Ning Baichen had swiftly cordoned him and his 2 sons right in the middle on the first sign of trouble, making use of their powerful bodies and defensive strength to withstand the attacks coming from every direction. Xia Fei had been awaiting this chaotic scene from the very start. The greater the pandemonium, the better it was for him. Having memorized Ning Baichen's position inside the command center from where he was, Xia Fei then turned off all the lights inside the base with a push of a button. Following this action, the entire plaza descended into darkness, and only the laser gun's fire continued flashing across the area, like colorful meteors flying about in this dark backdrop. The situation was becoming messier by the moment, with all the warriors randomly firing their weapons in their surroundings right now, not even knowing if their shots hit anyone. A cacophony of screams, howls of pain, and anguish-filled cries pervaded this dark space. Xia Fei, using his top speed, had made it to a metal alloy door at this point. He pushed a button on the full mask of his Windshade Mark IV combat suit and 2 thin night vision goggles abruptly materialized. The heavy metal door was lifted to make just a gap, and before it fully opened, Xia Fei ducked his body and dashed out from under it. The key to this battle lay in finishing the fight in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if he held back by even a moment, the surrounding warriors would very well crash on him like a rising tide. He just like a person retrieving chestnuts from an open fire. Speed was the key to victory. Because he had night vision goggles equipped, Xia Fei was afforded a clear view of the battle situation. Human eyes needed some time before they could adjust to this darkness, and the warriors here in the plaza were still blurry at this moment. Xia Fei's figure waded through them like lightning in the darkness. His speed of over 800 meters per second meant he could deftly evade all the laser fire straying in his direction as he rapidly closed in on Ning Baichen's position. Pew! A red beam of light brushed past Xia Fei's back, barely a centimeter away from his body. Like a ghost in the darkness, Xia Fei quickly reached Ning Baichen's side. He found a secluded corner, which was only a few meters away from his target, to wait for the right time to strike. The 4 bodyguards by Ning Baichen's side had high cultivation, each one above Xia Fei's rank. All of them demonstrated a level of practiced ease while they kept Ning Baichen and his offspring protected in the middle of them, never allowing any attacks to get past their circle of defense. Xia Fei carefully observed them, not feeling a sliver of anxiety as he did. His eyes were only on that spatial ring Ning Baichen was wearing on his left hand, where the purple heart of spirit was kept. The plaza was in a state of utter darkness, so everyone had difficulty seeing even their 5 fingers. Unless they had prepared a pair of night vision goggles beforehand, like what Xia Fei had in his possession, there was simply no way any of them could clearly make out their surroundings. Chaos. Utter mayhem. Once these thousands of warriors learned that their lives were at stake, they started firing their weapon without any reservation, never once considering whether the ones they were hitting were friends or foes. Their only thought was to kill. As time passed, the 4 bodyguards beside Ning Baichen slowly got further away, so their originally tight defensive formation loosened somewhat. Whoosh! Xia Fei's astute senses had picked up on this small gap created, and with a burst of speed, his body bypassed the 4 bodyguards' ring of protection with his chasing light aimed right at Ning Baichen's left arm. The blade swung with alacrity. The blade cleanly sliced off Ning Baichen's left hand. A damaged, naval-issued frigate was parked in an empty space, its hull cracked right in the middle. It looked no different from the other warships suspended in the surrounding area, as if a monster had bitten into the ship right at its center and broke it into 2. Anyone who got a closer look at this ship would note 2 words were engraved on its hull: lunar eclipse. There were only 2 individuals inside the command deck of this frigate. They were both wearing thick spacesuits, peering through the porthole as they kept their gazes on the distant stars. "Old man, will Xia Fei really come and fetch us?" Sarah asked gravely. The spacesuit was sturdy and warm, but she nevertheless felt a chill in her body while wearing it. In order to escape from Red Rock Base, the pair had followed Xia Fei's instructions and risked activating the warship's in situ warp function, and the extreme tremors that Sarah witnessed left her heart trembling. In situ warp was when a parked warship forcefully activated its warp drive and entered the ensuing wormhole. This was an incredible, crazy method, as in the instant when the wormhole was forcefully created, it would tear every physical object around them. And by the looks of the damage lunar eclipse had sustained, the dangers of attempting an in situ warp were high. Fortunately, Xia Fei had already made special adjustments to his ship so that it would adapt to the energy disturbance that an in situ warp would cause. Though Sarah and Alan were safe, lunar eclipse suffered irreversible damage from this action. Alan nodded. "He will come. I've already struck a deal with him." Sarah bit her lower lip, not saying another word. Her bright eyes kept staring out the porthole unblinkingly. Soon, a dazzling wormhole appeared several hundred kilometers away, and an anathema-class frigate came out from it. "Xia Fei, it's Xia Fei." Sarah flailed her arms in excitement and yelled Xia Fei's name. Even old Alan beside her was unable to control his excitement. "Xia Fei has really come to save us." Sarah jumped into Alan's arms, hugging him tightly. Everything had been arranged by Xia Fei. Upon killing Ning Baichen, Xia Fei made haste toward the docks and piloted his vampire out of Owl's sanctuary as quickly as possible, sending a message to Sarah and Alan to act. In accordance with the 2 successful warping out of Red Rock Base, they effectively managed to escape the base, which was currently in total lockdown. Sarah and Alan then sent Xia Fei their position through Lunar Eclipse's signal transmitter, and Xia Fei tracked the signal to arrive on this part of space and fetch them. 10 minutes later, Sarah and Alan boarded Vampire. "Thank you, Xia Fei." Sarah removed her spacesuit and gave him a hug, the corners of her eyes glistening in what was most likely tears. "Was the in situ warp process smooth?" Xia Fei asked. "It's fine, though your ship regrettably got wrecked in the process. It's a really great ship, too." Alan gazed out at that damaged warship and sighed. Sarah furtively wiped her tears away. "Xia Fei, are you really going to bring us to the Pan-Human Alliance? Give us a house and plenty of good food to eat." Xia Fei laughed. "You're really too easy to satisfy. What I've prepared for you isn't any of those." Sarah's eyes shone. What could be even better than a house and food? This girl, who had lived her whole life in the Wild Star region, completely had no concept of the abundance of life in the Alliance's domain. She already felt blessed just by having a place to stay and being able to eat her fill. "I'll have you two settled on my home planet, Earth, give you a beachfront property overlooking the sea. Alan can work at my company, and as for you, you'll turn over a new leaf and go to school," Xia Fei said. "School?" Sarah was puzzled. She had never encountered the concept of school in her 17 years of life. "That's right. School. That's where you'll acquire knowledge and learn to be cultured. I'm sure you'll have fun attending classes with fellow students. Most importantly, though, you two will be free once you leave the Wild Star region. No one will threaten you again, and you can have the freedom to make your choices in life." While the warp engine recharged its energy, Sarah orbited around Xia Fei and kept asking him questions like a precocious child. The various benefits that the Pan-Human Alliance held utterly stunned her. Xia Fei was a bit disappointed to lose Lunar Eclipse here, but knew that, even if the ship was intact, he would have a hard time bringing it back into the Pan-Human Alliance. After all, Red Rock Base had already been put on total lockdown. No one from outside could get in, and none on the base could get out. Since the loss of Lunar Eclipse was inevitable, he figured that it was better to use what power it had left to bring Sarah and Alan out. At least, its last run was for a good cause, an outcome that was much better than letting it fall into someone else's hands. Looking at Lunar Eclipse floating out there all alone, Xia Fei started Vampire and directed it toward the depths of space in the trajectory of the Pan-Human Alliance. Vampire followed along a plotted flight path as it headed toward the Pan-Human Alliance, the autopilot warping 1,000 light-years away every 10 minutes. The pirates in the Wild Star region would be none the wiser, for such small jumps were the best at avoiding detection, reducing the chances of them running into potential trouble. As such, a flight, which would have taken a day, ended up extending to 9 days. Xia Fei sat cross-legged on his bed as he stared at that purple heart of spirit. It was a piece of purple rock that was different from the blue heart of spirit he had seen before. The blue one was warm and smooth to the touch, like stroking quality jadeite that faintly gave off this air of peace and tranquility. As for this purple rock, it looked filled with volatile energy. It was not just coarse to the touch, but also brought a strong, chilling numbness to the body of anyone holding it, creating a sense of uneasiness in Xia Fei right now. Best if I inspect it at another time. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he kept that purple heart of spirit into his spatial ring. That mysterious, yet violent energy the object was releasing made him feel troubled and breathless. It even exerted pressure on him. Proceeding to lie on the bed as he channeled his breath control technique, it took Xia Fei a dozen or so minutes before he could expel that sense of cold oppression in him. Only then did he feel his entire body finally relaxing. "Phantom, something is really strange about that purple heart of spirit. Why is it that the purple heart of spirit appeared to be trying to draw my attention, unknowingly causing me to devote all my mental energy to it? But when I did as it instructed me, my skin ended up feeling uncomfortable, even to the point of making me feel somewhat irascible. I suspect that being in proximity with it can twist my personality." Xia Fei knitted his brows as he mused. Phantom was quiet for some time before he spoke. "No way. Why couldn't I feel all that? Could it be a man-made phenomenon? I remember my master once telling me that it took him a very long time before he managed to unravel the true depths of the purple heart of spirit. You've only come into contact with it for a short time, so how could you so quickly sense its restlessness and ferocity?" Xia Fei shook his head. "How would I know? It's no good. Best if I reduce my contact with this thing from here on. It's like a black hole trying to draw me, and it takes all my willpower to resist its allure. I feel like you can try and accept its guidance instead. This is very much something worth studying. Since you want to use the purple heart of spirit to rapidly advance your cultivation, you'll have to increase your knowledge of it, Phantom very seriously proposed. Xia Fei understood full well that Phantom was adopting a purely objective stance to elaborate on this problem. Though Phantom was a failure of an assassin, after Xia Fei got to know him better due to them spending so much time together, he knew now that Phantom always had a serious attitude when it came to researching stuff. No, Xia Fei resolutely rejected Phantom's suggestion. While I can still resist it with sheer willpower, I most definitely won't attempt to do something like that. I hate it when anyone interferes with my thoughts. This applies to humans, and it's even more empirical when it comes to a piece of rock. No matter what sort of mystery it contains, if I lack the confidence of controlling it, then I prefer leaving it as a secret. Phantom was visibly disappointed. It's not like I'm asking you to risk your life for this. Would you not even consider trying it out, just a little? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat at the bedside and smoked. Best to wait till I'm able to control it fully. That was when Sarah opened the door to Xia Fei's cabin. She poked her head in and regarded Xia Fei with a smile. It's time for food. I've made fried sauce noodles according to your liking. Xia Fei was quite surprised to hear the term fried sauce noodles. He sat ramrod straight on the bed for the longest time. It had been quite a while since Xia Fei had himself a bowl of fried sauce noodles, so his interest was immediately piqued. Whether it would fit his taste or not did not truly matter. After having traveled across the stars and tasted all sorts of delicacies, he still found the fried sauce noodles to be the most compatible with his taste buds. The cabin had been fitted with plenty of equipment, so the originally rather large living space ended up becoming very cramped. Xia Fei bounded off from the bed and over an anti-disruptor. Let's go and have a taste of the fried sauce noodles you've made. The two made their way through the clutter and arrived at the ship's mess, and Xia Fei's head was already beginning to ache. Previously, in order to save time, Xia Fei had left the various equipment lying around everywhere, and now that he had a look, he realized how his approach was not methodological, for it reduced the habitability of the warship. It was fine for the nimble Xia Fei, but poor Alan in his 70s had to climb up and down just to eat a meal, so he ended up taking a long time getting through everything with his aging limbs. A traction control module was converted into a dining table. In order to set this particular equipment up, the original mahogany dining table had been removed and disposed of. Thus, their only option now was to have their meal on top of the module. They covered this makeshift table with one set of blue and white checkered tablecloth, and on it was a bowl of white and fine noodles. Next to it was the brown fried sauce, looking very inviting. Sarah filled a bowl with noodles, then poured a generous serving of the fried sauce into it. Xia Fei took a whiff of it and felt that something was off about it. Sarah, what sauce is this? It smells weird. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. Sarah retrieved several jars from inside the fridge and placed them on the table. I used these. The word sauce is written on them, so I put a bit of each inside. Xia Fei had no idea whether he should laugh or cry. There were sauces of every kind put in the noodles: hawthorn, strawberry, salad dressing, peanut, tomato. Yet the most essential, the one for sweetening it, was not. Yes, the taste is truly not bad. Your hometown truly has a way with food. Old Alan really enjoyed what he tasted, full of praise toward this very creative fried sauce noodles. Xia Fei had no choice. Thankfully, he was not particular with his food and was fine as long as he could eat his fill. After filling himself with food, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a few drags of it. I have some money on me. If you run into any trouble after entering the Panhuman Alliance, you can purchase some tickets to get on a flight back to Earth. Find a man called Podolsky, and he will help you to settle everything. After saying that, Xia Fei pulled out a stack of notes from his spatial ring and handed it to Alan. The citizens of the Panhuman Alliance often used electronic money, but they had also printed some paper money for the less advanced planets for the sake of convenience. These notes were worth 1 million star coins, enough for their trip to Earth. Will anything happen to us in the Panhuman Alliance? Asked Alan, and Sarah nervously looked at Xia Fei for an answer as well. Xia Fei smiled. I don't think so. I was put on a wanted list when I first got out due to a misunderstanding, so I may have some explaining to do at the military when I re-enter the alliance. Xia Fei was not very worried about the bounty placed on his head. They had only given that emergency order for his capture because they were afraid that the insectoid spies would escape from him then. But since that the ship had been blocked within the alliance territory, and given how he was a member of the Adjudicator Union, he did not think that this would be too big a problem. Besides, lunar eclipse was already lost. As long as he stuck to the reason that it was his communication system acting up, the military would have no way of disproving his claim, so they naturally would be helpless to act against him. Xia Fei enjoyed making preparations beforehand. Having considered that the military's interrogation might take some time, and since he had some money on him, he reckoned that it was better for Alan and Sarah to have it. The moment he decided to help these two escape from the Wild Star region, he resolved to help them to the end, or else it would have been better to have just left them back there. So you're a fugitive, very casually remarked Sarah. In the Wild Star region, a rock casual tossed could end up hitting a fugitive. Hence, this girl was hardly bothered by Xia Fei being one. All of a sudden, his warship's communicator pinged. Xia Fei made his way to the command deck and saw that the first fleet of Starlink Corporation was hailing them. According to the coordinates, this fleet was over 3,000 light-years away from Vampire. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Vampire had been maintaining radio silence this entire time, so this fleet must have been scanning the area to get a hit, sending a call his way. Starlink Corporation was a large company within the Pan-Human Alliance. The interplanetary internet, which spanned across the entire human territory, was run by this corporation, and in fact, it was considered as one of the top 10 powers within the Alliance. There were many large corporations and conglomerates that had their own fleets in the Alliance, and the only difference between these fleets and the governing body of the human government was their inability to acquire a capital ship. The Alliance was especially strict when it came to their control of capital ships. Aside from themselves and a few high-tier sovereign territories, the capital ship was not something any individual or civilian organization could purchase. The only exceptions were the two major warrior organizations, the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order. Due to the special place they held in the Alliance, they were approved to own capital ships. Xia Fei checked this fleet's banner. He saw that it indeed belonged to Starlink Corporation and was not an ambush the pirates had set up in an attempt to pull the wool over his eyes. Still, why would a fleet of a giant corporation make its way into the dangerous Wild Star region? Xia Fei pondered over this and decided to open the communication channel to accept the others' hailing while keeping his warp engine primed for a jump at any time. A man in his 20s appeared on the screen in front of Xia Fei. This person looked extraordinarily noble, possessing a high nose bridge with a piercing gaze. His locks of golden hair were naturally hanging loosely, covering the left half of his face. He had very pale skin which seemed rather flawless. For a man, the elegance his looks gave off was a bit much. Hello, I'm the commander of Starlink Corporation's First Fleet, Jansen. The blond man spoke with his back rigid, his voice sounding quite dignified. Xia Fei smiled. Hi, I'm Xia Fei. May I ask what is the matter? Xia Fei. You're Xia Fei. Jansen's two eyes suddenly shone as he pulled out an image from another screen and carefully examined it for some time. Turning his head back to look at the Xia Fei on his communicator screen, his face betrayed mild excitement. You're an Earthling? That's right. A cadet of the Adjudicator Union from the Endero branch. Indeed. 18 years of age, unmarried? Xia Fei was completely baffled. Could this person be checking his account? That is correct. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead as he gave this reply. I don't see an uncanny resemblance. You don't seem to be as handsome as the one in the picture, Jansen muttered under his breath. He said that in a soft voice, but Xia Fei still caught every word of his. The latter was rendered speechless, and he could not help but suspect this person's motives. Well, since you're Xia Fei, then my mission here is done too. Just stay where you are right now. My fleet will warp to your coordinates in 17 minutes 46 seconds. Jansen sighed. Stay where you are right now. My fleet will warp to your coordinates in about 17 minutes 46 seconds. Jansen sighed. Stunned, Xia Fei's brows furrowed further. What do you mean? Do you know me? Jansen hesitated for a moment. He lightly ruffled his golden locks first before answering. You don't know me, but I know you. I've seen the recording of you during the Adjudicator Union's Crisis Grade Assessment. Xia Fei chuckled and did not say anything else. He appeared perturbed by what was happening, but his fingers had been rapping lightly on his control console, adjusting the autopilot short warps into the furthest long-distance warp. The indicator lights displayed that the warp engine had been sufficiently charged for the next jump. So Xia Fei soundlessly ended the video transmission with Jansen and rapidly transited Vampire into warp travel mode. Xia Fei did not trust that Jansen person at all. From how he had sent a message to verify his identity, there was nothing suspicious about Jansen's identity. If Jansen had any ill intent toward him, he would not have a need to hail or inform Xia Fei about the time it would take his fleet to reach him. Xia Fei had no doubt about all these, but he remained obstinately skeptical. At the end of the day, he was still in the Wild Star region, where anything and everything could happen. If anyone wished to survive in a place like this, they could only depend on themselves. The Black Mamba 130 engine was far more outstanding than the average engine out there, capable of traveling a full 61,450 light-years in a single warp, and this let him leave Starlink Corporation's first fleet in his proverbial dust. It was only that such large-scale warping would create a huge energy signature. If any nearby pirates were to pick up on it, they might very easily follow his trail, and that would be extremely dangerous for Xia Fei and company. Starlink Corporation's first fleet, lead ship. Jansen stared dumbfoundedly as Xia Fei slipped away without warning, not even saying a word of goodbye. He was initially taken aback, but soon understood why it happened. Xia Fei did not trust him. With that thought in mind, Jansen barked a series of orders. Immediately search for traces of that warship. Additionally, initiate our extreme long-range communicator and connect us to the Mrs.'s residence. Tidying his uniform, Jansen stood up straight and waited for the other party to establish connections. It took a long time for the extreme long-range communicator to establish a connection and several minutes for a man in his 60s to appear before the screen. Old Pang, is the missus there? Jansen respectfully bowed. The missus has just turned in for the night. Why, is something the matter? This elderly man, who had been addressed as Old Pang, shot this question back with annoyance. Judging from his tidy black uniform, with a pair of white gloves, it seemed that he was a butler of a distinguished family. Jansen cracked a smile. Old Pang, I found Xia Fei. The elderly man jolted with a start, an inexplicable smile appearing across his face. Have you really located him? Where is he? Jansen slightly proudly replied. I've led the first fleet on a grueling search over the last few months, almost turning the entire Wild Star region upside down. The elderly man stared, slightly sternly saying, I don't wish to hear your complaints. Cut to the chase. Okay. Jansen nodded his head repeatedly, seemingly somewhat cowed by Old Pang. This was strange, considering that it was a fleet commander who was showing fear at the moment toward an elderly caretaker with graying hair. We found him in the Wild Star region, somewhere 730,000 light-years away from Alliance space, Jansen reported. Immediately escort him back to the Panhuman Alliance with your fleet. Don't tell him anything else. At the same time, inform our 7th and 12th fleets to return. There's no need to continue searching. Old Pang ordered imposingly and in a dignified manner that no one would dare to question. Jansen's expression turned pained. The problem is that Xia Fei has gotten suspicious of my identity. He's warped quite far from his previous location, and I'll need some time to get a lock on his new coordinates. What do we do if he doesn't comply? Old Pang burst into laughter all of a sudden, muttering softly. That Xia Fei sure is cautious. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure that you have Xia Fei escorted safely back into Alliance space. If you can't even get this small task done, you can forget about being a fleet commander. Understood. Jansen gave Old Pang a military salute. I will ensure the completion of this task. Is there a need for me to report this to the missus? She did once instruct me to inform her at once the moment I have information. Old Pang waved him off. The missus has finally just fallen asleep after making a din the whole day. I'll wait for the missus to wake up and tell her about it myself. Just do as I instructed you, and you'll do fine. The screen went black, and Jansen poured himself a glass of red wine as he lounged in that comfortable captain's chair. Just what exactly is the relationship between Xia Fei and the missus for the corporation to make such a big deal over his disappearance? For him to have become a fleet commander for Starlink Corporation at the age of 24, Jansen was of course no fool. It was only that no matter how hard he racked his brain over this, be it the missus or the company, there just did not seem to be anything to link Xia Fei, that commoner located tens and thousands of miles away, with either. They were simply on different planes, and their lives would hardly intersect. Nonetheless, it was because of that seemingly small character that Starlink Corporation had mobilized 3 out of its 12 fleets to search for him. In fact, if the other 9 fleets were not stationed too far away from the Wildstar region, they might have been sent out en masse as well. According to the information he got after, in order to search for Xia Fei, the company's technical department had even begun looking into the possibility of expanding the interplanetary internet to include the whole of Wildstar region. In the end, it was dismissed because the time to construct the necessary infrastructure would take too long. It must be stated that the interplanetary internet was made up of countless communication systems and positioning satellites. Increasing the coverage by a star region required an astronomical capital, an expenditure that the average person could not even begin to imagine. The conclusion that Jansen could draw from all these was that he must not provoke Xia Fei no matter what. There were too many things about the person's background that he did not know, so it was best if he approached this with caution. This was when a beautiful lady who was working the radar called. "Commander, we've located that ship you asked. It's currently 64,000 light-years away from us." Jansen was stunned. "Are you sure? He traveled over 60,000 light-years in that one warp just now." "That's right. Good lad. To cover over 60,000 light-years in one warp only means that Xia Fei's ship has a top-grade warp engine. It's a good thing we've got a stiletto class aboard, or else we'd lose him this time." Jansen smiled as he thought to himself. Xia Fei, who had just evaded Jansen's fleet, headed straight to the Panhuman Alliance via high-speed warping. Because this was the dangerous Wildstar region, Xia Fei did not let his guard down even once. Over the next hours, he did not leave the command deck, remaining in a vigilant state from start to finish. At this time, not one pirate or mob attempted to stop Xia Fei. As he got closer and closer to the Panhuman Alliance territory, the security level of the space also increased. A ship was inexplicably trailing after Xia Fei's, maintaining a 10,000-kilometer distance from Vampire. According to the information his radar system had picked up, this ship was a Stiletto-class interceptor made by Middle Manufacturing. This was the first time Xia Fei had heard or seen an interceptor, and from the analysis of its signal strength, it should be about the same size as a frigate. But why would it be called something different if it was a warship similar to a frigate? Interceptor? Do you know anything about that sort of warship? Xia Fei asked. Phantom shook his head. This is also the first time I've heard of it. It doesn't seem to be any different from a frigate based on its outward appearance. That was when the Stiletto class suddenly accelerated, engaging in high-speed cruise maneuvers while it orbited around Vampire, as if it was opening a path for Xia Fei. It has 14,000 meters per second. Xia Fei saw the number displayed on the radar and was surprised. Its speed was twice that of Vampire with its Black Mamba 130 warp engine, and that was simply too inconceivable. Xia Fei and Phantom exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Vampire was fitted with an energy-draining device, so he was not afraid of the Stiletto attacking. It was just that its speed was simply too astounding. To think that there would actually be such a warship capable of high speeds in this universe. Just how did it reach those extreme speeds? The Stiletto-class interceptor seemed to be intentionally publicly propagating its signal without reservations. Xia Fei learned from this that the ship belonged to Starlink Corporation's First Fleet, with its registration information and spaceship number listed. It seemed to be doing this in an attempt to let Xia Fei know that it meant well. As time passed, Xia Fei realized that this ship did indeed pose no threat to him. It was even acting as a bodyguard, carefully following him at a distance that was neither too near nor too far. Could that guy really have no ill intention toward me? Why would he send someone to tail me then? Xia Fei wondered about it hard, unable to make sense of what was happening. Sarah and Alan were also very nervous. Both of them were quietly hovering outside the command deck, afraid to go in and disturb Xia Fei. From time to time, Sarah would serve Xia Fei a cup of tea and wait outside the door until he was done with it. She would then fill another cup and send it in, taking away the newly emptied cup while she was at it. Snuffing the cigarette in his hand, Xia Fei decided to establish contact with that Stiletto-class interceptor E-Shadow, silently following him, impossible to shake off. This situation persisted until he was within the borders of the alliance. The temporary wormhole slowly opened. Xia Fei only needed another warp, and he would be in the alliance space. This was when that stiletto-class interceptor, which had been faithfully shadowing him this entire time, sent a message over. All the best, friend. It has been an honor for the First Fleet of Starlink Corporation to escort you safely back into the Alliance's fold. This parting message was Jansen's wise-ass decision. Since he reckoned that Xia Fei was not someone he could afford to offend, he figured that it was an excellent chance to curry favor and establish a good rapport with the latter. There was no telling if there would come a time when he could use Xia Fei's aid. Xia Fei chuckled and composed a simple reply. Thank you. I won't be seeing you off. About 10 minutes later, Vampire successfully appeared in Alliance territory, and Xia Fei heaved a long sigh while he sat in his seat. I'm finally back. Sarah and Alan were also abuzz, having been waiting outside the door the entire time. Turning on his microcomputer to connect to the interplanetary internet, Xia Fei was anxious to learn if Xiaoyu was inside that insectoid warship he had disabled before. Just as the link was established, Xia Fei was abruptly inundated with an innumerable number of images one after another, which nearly caused his screen to explode, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Xia Fei had stayed in the Wildstar region for over 2 months, which was why he had accumulated such a large number of unread messages. The countless emails poured like crazy, and a new screen kept flashing on his microcomputer, so much so that even the device started lagging. His finger tapped to close it as Xia Fei moved to temporarily disable the notifications for the thousands of emails steadily arriving in his inbox. Right now, his utmost concern was that matter with Xiaoyu. As for these emails, he could deal with them later. After a moment of consideration, Xia Fei decided to report first his return to Heaven Execution Training Camp in order to learn about anything related to Xiaoyu as well as the wanted notice for him. Xia Fei was a librarian, so his immediate superior was Old Man Qin Meng. Not long after sending a request for a video call, Qin Meng connected their line. Are you back? On the screen, Qin Meng could be seen casually sipping tea as if he was unconcerned with Xia Fei's whereabouts in these past 2 months. Yes, I've just returned from the Wildstar region. Xia Fei smiled. Qin Meng nodded. It's good that you're back. When are you reporting to the library? There's no one cleaning the place while you're away, and the place has become messy again. I'll be making a trip home first, then to the warship graveyard to repair a ship, so it'll probably take half a month's time in total, Xia Fei said. Oh, if you're headed home, don't forget to bring a few hundred caddies of Longjing before rain back with you. I've gotten addicted to that tea while you're gone, and I simply can't get used to drinking any other tea anymore. Xia Fei was fairly vexed by this request. Several hundred caddies of Longjing? It must be known that the total yearly produce of this type of tea only amounted to several hundred caddies. No problem. I'll bring back some other tea leaves for you to try, Elder. Xia Fei chuckled. Do you know anything about what happened with that insectoid ship last time? Was there a girl by the name of Xiaoyu on it? Xia Fei was figuratively sweating bullets inside as he nervously waited for news regarding Xiaoyu. No, Qin Meng's answer was simple and direct. Xia Fei suddenly felt his heart throbbing as if invisible needles were piercing it. Forget it. Though Xiaoyu wasn't found among them, I've at least been able to do a good deed, Xia Fei consoled himself, his expression somewhat reflecting his disappointment. Xia Fei learned from his conversation with Qin Meng that the insectoid ship had some serious criminals of the Alliance on board. Due to unrevealed reasons, the Alliance had not sentenced these people with high cultivation to death and, instead, used a metal alloy casket to cryogenically freeze them. It was rumored that this was due to those criminals being composed of extremely rare geniuses. The Alliance believed that their skills could be of use in the future, like strapping on explosive shackles and sending them on suicide missions at war times, or if they decided one day to extract their genetic code for cloning. Before the warp drive technology was invented, humanity had thought of relying on cryogenics to preserve human bodies for distant space travels. By putting humans in near zero-degree cryoboxes, they could just thaw these people upon arrival to their destination. The Alliance had pretty much mastered the technology involving this, and was able to preserve someone alive in that state for a long time without dying. Of course, these were all just rumors, and the higher-ups of the Alliance had never once admitted to any of them. Xia Fei was very disappointed. He was not at all concerned about why those insectoids wanted to smuggle all the cryogenically frozen criminals to their territory, for it had nothing to do with him at all. Upon capturing the insectoid ship, the Alliance's wanted notice pertaining to Xia Fei had naturally been dismissed, and this news did make Xia Fei feel somewhat better. What followed right after was an endless stream of communication requests from the battalion commander Yi Jingshan and Robert, who was looking to interrogate Xia Fei separately from the Department of Military Affairs about what happened then. Qindong, Beihai, Manjun, and Moonsong all video-called him, too. All of them more or less asked the same set of questions. Where did he go? What happened? How did he get back? Etc. Being asked the same questions again and again and giving the same answers every time slowly wore Xia Fei until he began to feel annoyed by their interrogation. After answering everyone's questions, Xia Fei contacted Andre to make the necessary arrangement for his return. Andre was of course ecstatic upon learning this, and Xia Fei even got him to prepare for Sarah and Alan's basic needs. Actually, bringing Sarah and Alan to Earth was a win-win situation for Xia Fei. The two of them were experienced spaceship pilots, and Alan was very well versed at high-precision radar systems. Their experience would be of great help in improving his company, which was still in its infancy. When Xia Fei was trapped in that asteroid belt in the Wildstar region, it was Alan who discovered his SOS first, which was a clear indication of the older man's expertise toward high-precision positioning and radar systems. Had it not been for Alan and Sarah, Xia Fei might very well have been stuck in that asteroid belt for the rest of his life. It was only natural for him to be vicious with his enemies to the point that they would be lying on the ground, unable to retaliate, while for people like Alan and Sarah who saved his hide, it was important for him to give them rewards of the highest standard. This was not only to express his gratitude toward them, but also to demonstrate his trust for them. Trust was a simple word, yet there were plenty of complexities layered within it. Xia Fei was never one to trust people easily, unless they of course fought alongside him or lent him a hand when he needed it the most. Sarah and Alan were not peak experts in their fields of expertise, but they had experience, and Xia Fei trusted their knowledge. With the two of them on board, Xia Fei felt at ease knowing that they could contribute their valuable experience to his company's growth, so why not? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei was quietly contemplating what he wanted to do once he reached Earth when a screen popped up on his microcomputer. Xia Fei looked over and chuckled. Aside from Avril, there was no one else who could directly start a conversation with him so unreasonably like this. It was unknown how she did it, but it was as if she could have direct control of Xia Fei's microcomputer, able to do whatever she pleased with it. It had been quite some time since they last saw each other, and Xia Fei kind of missed this strange little lady. On the screen display, Avril was pouting. Her straight, blonde hair was disheveled. Her two bright eyes had dark circles under them, and even her entire person appeared to be way skinnier than before. She was presently sitting down as she angrily glared at Xia Fei. The corners of her eyes seemed to sparkle with wetness as well. "Are you sick?" Xia Fei asked with concern. "How did you end up looking like that after I've not seen you for 2 months?" Avril shook her head and did not say a word. All she did was stare at Xia Fei intensely, looking as if she was on the verge of tears. Xia Fei smiled. "I spent some time in the Wildstar region. That place is really interesting. If there's ever a chance in the future, I'll be sure to bring you along to visit it." Avril was still silent. Her petite and pale hands kept rubbing the corner of her pajamas, finally revealing a smile in return. "Don't do that again. Those are just some insectoid spies, so there's no need for you to risk your life like that pursuing them." This sounded very much like a little girl acting petulant, and Xia Fei could feel a warmth rising in his heart as he nodded. "Yes, I get it. I'll be sure to tell you before I do anything again. Also, you must have a high-powered extreme long-range communicator installed aboard your ship. That's to prevent you from going to strange places where I can't find you. The power consumption of such equipment is a lot, and it's hardly any use. It's better if I invested in a few powerful offensive configurations or electronic systems, as those will help maximize my attack might against enemies." Xia Fei frowned as he rejected her suggestion. Just like a switch had been flipped, the originally fine Avril suddenly started crying. "Xia Fei, I hate you the most. Is combat everything to you? What's going to happen if you run off to a far-flung place again? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I don't care. I'm going to ignore you from here on if you don't install a high-powered extreme long-range communicator on your ship, said Avril as tears and snot flowed freely down her face. Xia Fei was left speechless. He quietly asked Phantom in his consciousness, "Did I say something wrong? A high-powered extreme long-range communicator is truly very worthless." Phantom seemed to be even more clueless than Xia Fei. "You're right. Even a material analyzer will be more useful than that. Such a device is completely a waste of power." Thankfully, Xia Fei was not stupid enough to voice all these. Instead, he changed the subject and told a few interesting jokes to the girl. Avril was pure-hearted, so she very quickly stopped crying and asked Xia Fei about what happened in the Wildstar region. Dozens of minutes later, the innocent little lady had completely forgotten what she had been crying about moments ago and was presently listening raptly to Xia Fei recount his deeds. Earth Federation, New York. Vampires slowly landed on Andre's huge manor. Having not seen each other for a long time, a proper feast was in order for everyone. Sarah and Alan were of course the happiest. As people from the barren Wildstar region, being able to dine with such exquisite food and drink was like a dream come true to them. That night, after Alan and Sarah had gone to sleep, Xia Fei, Andre, Wulong, and Charlie set up a table outside the manor and admired the lovely moonlit sky. "Xia Fei, it's been more than 6 months since you ventured in space. You should have a pretty good understanding of the galactic society now, shouldn't you?" Andre asked. Xia Fei chuckled bitterly. "To tell you the truth, I've been running around many places this whole time. I not only failed to gain a deeper understanding of the universe, but also even got more confused with it." "Why?" Wulong was quick and on point, curiously asking this. "The Milky Way spans for 250,000 light-years, and Earth is the only planet capable of sustaining life in this galaxy. Do you know that? Yet the Milky Way is no more than just a speck of dust in the Indero star region, with the Pan-Human Alliance having over 300 similar star regions. Every star region is as big as Indero, and the entire universe has even more races besides humans. Such a complex universe. How can we go about understanding it? Its existence itself is already beyond our comprehension," somewhat earnestly explained Xia Fei. The size and complexities of the universe had far outstripped the limits of human imagination. Xia Fei's description of what was out there had filled the three others with curiosity and yearning, but it was a pity that none of them had the opportunity to enter the mysterious sea of stars and experience those things for themselves. All they could do was imagine the wonders of the universe through Xia Fei's words. "How's the company operations going right now?" Xia Fei asked. Charlie excitedly responded. "At the moment, the scope of Quantum Holdings' business is stuck at purchasing technology from other planets and investing in other business sectors through shares. Right now, we've successfully acquired the computer giant IBM, energy giant Mobil, car manufacturer General Motors, industrial manufacturing giant Siemens, and a few others. Essentially, we've gained absolute control over 11 companies." Xia Fei nodded. Quantum Holdings was how he named his company. Andre and the others had been taking charge of it these past 6 months. It was already a wondrous achievement on their part to get such good results in such a short time. After all, those established companies had a great influence on Earth, each like immense and lush trees. Attempting to uproot them completely was hardly an easy task. Also, while we are Earth's main suppliers of certain goods, our presence in interstellar trade is practically zero. Charlie shrugged as he concluded his report. "That's fine. Let's first establish our base of production. This time, I've brought Sarah and Alan to help break grounds on the next phase of our company operations. They are experienced spaceship pilots and can greatly help us nurture our very own pool of spaceship pilots, forming a transport fleet of ours," Xia Fei said. Xia Fei's idea was to turn Earth into a processing base, purchasing mineral resources from extraterrestrial planets and processing them before selling the finished products everywhere in the Alliance. After all, Earth had cheap human labor right now, and the production cost would be much lower than the other planets within the Alliance. Making a play for the interstellar trade, an efficient transport fleet would be essential, and that was the next important step that Quantum Holdings would be taking. Wulong was apparently very excited as well. "That's great. If we're really going to establish a spaceship flight school, I'll be the first to sign up." Xia Fei chuckled. "Brother Wu, no matter how you put it, You're the safety supervisor, the head of the product department, and vice chairman of the board of directors. Your status isn't the same as before. I'm afraid that being a pilot for a transport fleet isn't suitable for you. Wu Long sighed, wistfully saying, I'm almost bored to death stuck in the office all day. If only I could fly all around the universe like you. How awesome would such a life be? Wu Long was a hillbilly at heart, and expecting him to bury his head in an office to deal with matters was torture. However, he was very loyal. He viewed his promise back, then to help Xia Fei manage the company as a sort of contract, and he would never go against it no matter what. As such, he had been patiently working overtime just to process the endless mountain of documents and files every day. Brother Wu, hang in there a bit more. Once we find suitable people to replace you, I'll let you take on any role you want, consoled Xia Fei. Wu Long's eyes shone as he burst into raucous laughter. Actually, I'm just venting my frustrations. When my mother learned that I'm now the vice chairman of Quantum Holdings, she could not be any happier. She hated my tendency to run around to unknown places all day long and has long been awaiting me to settle down for a peaceful life. In fact, she's been nagging at me to invite you over for dinner, letting you have a taste of her best dish, osmanthus chicken. Why don't you come over with me and do that tomorrow? I do indeed wish to have a taste of your mother's cooking. Unfortunately, I'll be leaving early tomorrow, so maybe next time. Xia Fei regretfully declined. So soon, they were all dumbfounded. You've only just arrived, yet you're heading off again? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Xia Fei smiled. I'm at ease knowing that you guys are at the helm of our company. Besides, we can still use the interplanetary internet to communicate if necessary. Charlie gave this matter some thought. Forming our own fleet is, of course, a great idea, but all those freighters you speak of will need someone to maintain them, and our company funds are already stretched currently, so I'm afraid that we don't have enough to purchase even one large freighter. I've already thought about this problem. Xia Fei lit a Hongtishan before he resumed speaking. I've made some good friends in the warship graveyard, and we can purchase several freighters at a fair price from them. We will first establish a small transport fleet, and as for its maintenance, I already have someone in mind. I'll be carrying out everything tomorrow. The person Xia Fei was talking about was none other than old Porter's apprentice, Boateng. His loyalty had left a deep impression on Xia Fei. Both his skills and character were impeccable in his eyes. It was only that the man was far too loyal to old Porter, so attempting to poach him to his company would not be an easy task. Xia Fei would need to spend some time and effort on it. How much capital does the company still need? Xia Fei asked. Charlie very quickly calculated the sum in his head. Having already tapped into his mathematics special ability, he was very sensitive to such calculations and was even faster than some computers when dealing with numbers. Presently, the company still has dozens of projects lined up, all of which involve the advanced technology introductions that are in the discussion table, and they are all critical to replace the more energy-consuming and highly pollutant products on the market. Xia Fei waved his hand to interrupt Charlie. The reason I gave you 3 key positions in the company is that I have absolute faith in you all. I have no need for details. Just give me the number. Charlie was touched when he heard Xia Fei's words. Andre and Wu Long could feel their body warming as well. Xia Fei's trust in them involuntarily gave rise to a strong sense of pride in themselves. The ideal figures amount to 93,150,000 star coins, enough for us to properly tackle every detail. If not, we can temporarily place a portion of these projects on hold, resuming them once we have enough cash at a later date, Charlie said. No problem. I'll be transferring 200 million star coins to the company account in just a while. I'll bear the cost of the freighters myself and won't be touching the company's liquid funds, Xia Fei said. Furthermore, I have a personal bank account that gains interest every month. Though it isn't much, every bit counts. I'll leave this account for the company to manage in case of emergencies. Xia Fei's account currently held 1.04 billion star coins, so it was no problem taking out a few hundred million to completely cover the cost of company operations. Besides, the company's current form was like that of a little chick. One day, when it grew up and was finally capable of laying eggs, the investment he had made would not be lost. As for that bank account that Xia Fei had mentioned, those were the income he got from the poems. Now that the storm his poems had created in the star region passed, the monthly income from its sales were steadily decreasing. A few millions of star coins were nothing to Xia Fei at the moment, so he figured that it was better to just leave that for the company to manage. The three men were slightly taken aback by this development. Xia Fei actually spoke of 200 million star coins with much ease, so it seemed that his net worth might be much higher than what they had expected. 200 million star coins is a lot. The company has no need for that much yet, Andre very cautiously said. Xia Fei was unperturbed by this. The most important thing a company needs is sufficient liquid funds. Do your jobs well, and don't worry about the resulting expenditure. As long as you're spending it in the right avenues, we'll most definitely be able to earn it all back. Andre seemed to have thought of something, so he somewhat hesitantly raised it. Xia Fei, the Federation President Pandev has mentioned many times that he wishes to have a meeting with you. Plus, he has intentions of acquiring Quantum Holdings equity under the name of the Earth Federation. I feel that since the company is under the Federation's rule, it might do us good to consider his suggestion. Xia Fei shook his head. What do we have to see him for? I have no interest in politicians. As for the matter of acquiring the company's equity, you can go ahead and reject it, too. I have my ideas regarding the company's development, and having more shareholders will just become more restrictions. I have no wish to explain every action I take to a host of shareholders. That will be far too troublesome. So what if Quantum Holdings is under Federation's rules? We're running business lawfully and reasonably, paying tax as per regulation here. There's no need for us to mind those politicians. Honestly, judging from the performance of the federal government so far, they are hardly satisfactory, especially considering that it has been over 3 years since we joined the Pan-Human Alliance. Earth is still hardly developed from what our beginning. What Xia Fei had said was a fact. The current federal government was being run by obstinate conservatives who were scared and unsettled by the extraterrestrial civilization. All they cared about was protecting their wealth and status, seemingly unconcerned that there were actually plenty of crises to capitalize on in the Pan-Human Alliance. Regarding Earth, what was most important should be a reckless pursuit to develop their strength. The universe was a realistic place, and lacking in strength meant they would have no right to speak. As a native Earthling, Xia Fei was absolutely disappointed by the Earth Federation's present rate of development. Wulong coldly harumphed. Those politicians only know how to flap their lips and mislead the masses, not even taking any actual action at all. At present, the entire Federation has yet to have their own warship, yet they actually claim that the federal defense capabilities have greatly improved in their reports. The military budget remains the same every year, but where's their combat strength? Are they really planning to depend only on soldiers who use rifles to do battle during wartimes? Xia Fei patted Wulong's shoulder. Forget it. There's no use getting all frustrated here. Why don't we just focus on making sure that we can do with what's right in front of us? Charlie agreed. That's right. The matter we're dealing with is far more important than all Earth politics. The next stage of our company's development will have us entering a period of strategic expansion. Right now, the products we can produce aren't many, and most are just obsolete trinkets. We won't be able to bring back massive profits even if we can sell them to other planets. What we urgently need right now is a competitive product of our own to build our own brand. Xia Fei voiced his opinion. Let's not be too hasty on this just yet. Even though our products are low-end, there will always be a market for them as long as they're cheap enough. What we need now is to acquire a firm foothold. We can focus on industrial upgrades after we've carved a name for us on the market. The four discussed for a long time and decided that they would establish a spaceship pilot school and a logistics reserve center near the Federal Interstellar Spaceport. The Federal Spaceport covered a large area, and many of its facilities are in an idle state. Building their flight school and logistics reserve center nearby would greatly reduce costs and construction periods. The teaching would of course be handled by Sarah and Alan, and after Xia Fei returned with the first batch of industrial ships, they could immediately begin forming their transport fleet. Early the next morning, Xia Fei set off for the warship graveyard. Having delegated everything on Earth to Andre and the others to be busy with, Xia Fei was more than happy to walk away from it. Sarah and Alan very readily agreed to help Xia Fei with the formation of the transport fleet. In their eyes, being able to get out of the Wild Star region alive was already a very fortunate turn of events. Though Earth was a very low-level civilization, it was like heaven compared to the barren Wild Star region, and at the very least, There was no need for them to worry about making a living. 2 days later, vampires slowly landed in Old Porter's factory over at the warship graveyard, but only Boateng and a handful of mechanics came out to receive him. Why isn't Uncle Porter here? Xia Fei smiled, casually handing over the gifts he had prepared for these men. Boateng sighed, pulling out a letter and handing it to Xia Fei. Take a look for yourself. Boateng handed a letter to Xia Fei, but he did not let him open it straight away. He led Xia Fei into the office and very carefully closed the curtains as well as locked the door first before he allowed him to open the letter and read its contents. Xia Fei did not understand why Boateng had to be so careful. He curiously opened the letter and took the white piece of paper from within. This was something a good majority of people had already forgotten, as the modern humans preferred sending electronic mails or doing video calls and other such technologically advanced methods to communicate with one another. No one would have thought that Old Porter would preserve such an old habit. The words written on the letter were neat and elegant. It was hard to imagine that Old Porter's calloused hands would actually be capable of writing such graceful characters. The language he used was a very old meteor script, looking like countless meteors that had interwoven together to form a whole. The characters beautiful and complex. Meteor script, Phantom exclaimed out of great surprise. Only the nobles and some ancient family clans of the Alliance will teach this script from young. It's a script that nobody can master without spending decades of time and effort learning it. Meteor script is a sort of status symbol. The commoners won't waste so much of their time just to learn this sort of beautiful but complex script. Old Porter actually knows how to write it. I'm afraid his background isn't as simple as a mere mechanic. Hearing Phantom's explanation, Xia Fei's suspicions grew. It was a good thing that his brain had that pretty quality translation chip embedded, so he was able to recognize this ancient language. He carefully read it once. Boateng, you are my most loyal apprentice. Having you by my side made this master of yours very gratified. By the time you read this letter, I will have long left. I'm off to take back some abandoned things. There's no need for you to try and find me. You won't be able to, anyway. There's no reason for this factory to continue existing any longer. Sell it and split the money you get with your fellow apprentices. Treat it as the parting gift of this master of yours. Give a portion to Sonny's family, too. His family had aided me quite a lot when I first arrived at the warship graveyard. There are also those other workers. Be generous with their severance pay. Let them go find work in other factories. Songsand and Lena are with me. One is disabled, while the other is a lady. It isn't convenient for them to stay at the factory anymore, so I'll personally see to their safety. Also, I've left something for Xia Fei. It's in my safe. The code to open it is your birthday. If I'm not mistaken, Xia Fei will most definitely come back, and when that comes, I'll need you to give it to him. Finally, burn this letter once he's done reading it. Xia Fei placed the letter down on the desk, deep wrinkles across his forehead. Old Porter did not mention what he was off to do in the letter, but reading between the lines, he reckoned that he was not coming back. Otherwise, he would not have had Boateng sell this factory that he had devoted plenty of his sweat and blood. After all, this was his lifeblood's work. Master's not coming back, is he? Boateng nervously asked. He actually already understood what happened. It was just that Boateng felt unwilling to accept such an end, which was why he was asking for Xia Fei's opinion. Xia Fei nodded his head. Yeah. Uncle Porter sounded very resolute in his letter. Boateng hung his head low in disappointment, a pained expression etched on his face. Why did Master leave? Weren't we doing just fine here? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and consoled the man. Perhaps Uncle Porter really has something important that he must do. That's right. What ship did he pilot when he left? A Gaian Tristan-class frigate, fully equipped with weapons and has a twin-engine system installed. Boateng replied with a heavy heart. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. A twin-engine system was an atypical setup. Given how the warp engine technology of today had been highly developed to such levels, installing two engines would not increase any warship's performance by much, not unless it was used to traverse distant or highly dangerous locations. What he was certain was that Old Porter had likely made prior preparations for this trip, and his heading must be a location with very extraordinary environments, and that was why he had intentionally piloted a twin-engine warship. Just what sort of environment would require a twin-engine system? Xia Fei bowed his head to ponder upon this. Boateng asked for Xia Fei's lighter, then burned Old Porter's letter. The expression on his face showed some incomprehensible bitterness. His eyes were dull. Xia Fei sat beside him and did not say anything, for he could not think of the right words to console the man at such a time. After all, the emotions a master and apprentice shared went deeper than that between any normal acquaintance. Boateng was even willing to divorce his wife than to leave old Porter's side. It was enough to show just how loyal the man was to his master. Getting up, Boateng called Xia Fei over to the safe in the office and entered the passcode, but did not open it himself. Master left you something. You can go ahead and look. I'll be heading out first. Boateng moved to leave when Xia Fei grabbed him. You don't have to leave. We can take a look at it together. No, Boateng repeatedly shook his head. That's what the master left for you. And he didn't say that I could see it. This obtuse man was simple and completely stubborn. Xia Fei suddenly felt that he was quite like Phantom in terms of utmost respect for their masters, both becoming extremely serious. The only difference was that it was the one thing Phantom could be serious about, and he was lackadaisical in anything else. Xia Fei smiled. If Uncle Porter left this to me, then whom does it belong to now? Yours, of course. Since it's mine, can I not invite you to look at it with me? Boateng was speechless. When it came to reasoning, he was simply no match for Xia Fei. They were pretty much not on the same level, and Xia Fei had a lot more tricks up his sleeves. Actually, Xia Fei still had the intention of recruiting the man. For Quantum Holdings to establish its transport fleet, what they lacked now was an expert to oversee the maintenance of it, and Xia Fei's ideal candidate for that was none other than Boateng. With old Porter gone and the factory about to be sold off, this was indeed a rare opportunity. If he could pull someone as loyal and honest as Boateng and his team, it would be an immense help to Xia Fei. A true talent was hard to come by, and though Boateng had quite simple-minded, that loyal and honest personality of his was not something money could buy. Since you're not protesting, I'll take it as you're in agreement. Xia Fei laughed as he said this. He reached deep into the safe and took out a black metal box. It was not too large in size, and the workmanship was very simple. It even had uneven parts, looking as if it had been in use for many, many years. Xia Fei placed the box on the table and gently opened it. What is this? Xia Fei wondered aloud. Inside was a small, round golden ball. Xia Fei reached in and placed it upon his palm to examine. The small, golden ball was no larger than a hawthorn fruit. Many ancient and strange imprints were carved on its surface, and it felt quite heavy in his hand. Xia Fei lifted this golden ball to Boateng and retrieved a slip of paper from the bottom of the box. This letter of old Porter was also in that complex meteor script. Xia Fei, I must say that you've left quite a good impression on me. This here is an ultra-long-range receiver from the ancient civilization. You can have it. I'll contact you the moment I locate what I'm looking for. There might be some things that I could use your help with. Xia Fei read the content of this slip of paper out loud. Boateng was abruptly startled by this revelation. Master will be contacting you? Xia Fei nodded. It seems to be what he means to do from what is written right here. Boateng very animatedly grabbed Xia Fei's arm. Hey, didn't you say that you want to recruit me as your assistant to help you out with repairing warships of the ilk? I've thought about it, and I'm willing to do it. Xia Fei was shocked. Boateng, how did your attitude change so fast? Don't you wish to take some time and think about it some more? There's no need. Boateng decisively declared. Since my master will be contacting you, following you means that I'll get to see him again. I don't even need a salary. I'll be fine as long as you allow me to accompany you. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth crooked into a smile. Old Boateng had inadvertently helped him immensely. Originally, he prepared to try all sorts of methods just to recruit Boateng, but now, there was no need for all those things. Boateng himself had requested to follow him, and there was no way he would chase the man away. He glanced at Phantom, and sure enough, that emotional assassin had been moved by Boateng's determination. Complex emotions swirled on his face, looking at Xia Fei before looking at himself. Phantom ducked back into the more stone and did not say another word. Pouring 2 cups of tea, Xia Fei sat right across Boateng. I'm okay with you following me. In fact, I welcome you with open arms, but I'm still studying at the Heaven Execution Training Camp, so it won't be too convenient to have you around. Boateng was evidently very anxious when he heard this. Then, what am I to do? Xia Fei chuckled and said, There's no need for you to worry. I have a company back on Earth called Quantum Holdings. Right now, It is lacking a maintenance supervisor. Why don't you work for my company there in the meantime? When I acquire news about Uncle Porter, I promise to inform you at once. Boting seemed to be somewhat hesitant. He felt ill at ease if he was not right by Xia Fei's side. Earth is my home planet, and though the level of technology there isn't very advanced, its environment is much better compared to the warship graveyards. It has 4 seasons in a year, with wondrous weather you can enjoy. There are also oceans that stretch far beyond the boundless horizon. Your daughter should be at the age to go to school, while your wife isn't physically healthy. This isn't an environment suitable for raising your family in. Xia Fei appealed to Boting's emotions and reason first before the latter was persuaded in relocating himself and his family to Earth and taking the job there. Xia Fei was of course elated. It was as the saying went, once a problem is solved, everything else will follow suit. Boting was not only a great ship maintenance mechanic, but also an expert in machine handling. With him on his staff, Quantum Holdings could definitely reach new heights, technologically speaking. With the topic at the end, Xia Fei decided to bring up his intention to purchase freighters. After hearing the present state of the company, Boting advised, a large freighter will be priced around 3 billion star coins. It's too much of a waste for Quantum Holdings to make such a purchase given its scale. I suggest that you buy a fleet of industrial ships to transport tools. Industrial ships are easy to operate, and all they need is a 3-man crew even for long-distance transportations. The maintenance costs of industrial ships are also way lower than a large freighter, so you can have a small fleet of industrial ships as a start. It won't be too late to purchase freighters later when the scale of your business is bigger. Xia Fei and Boting happened to hold the same view, so a short discussion between the two was all it needed to come up with a decision of buying 8 Gain Iteron industrial ships to establish their first transport fleet. Iteron industrial ships possessed a 250,000 cubic meter of cargo space, enough to handle any transport errands they would have at the moment. Furthermore, the price of such industrial ships was cheap. A new ship would only cost about 20 million star coins, and this price would be further halved if it was assembled here on the warship graveyard, meaning that there would be no more than 10 million star coins each. That's right. Have you heard of any warships that are classified as interceptors? Xia Fei suddenly recalled that stiletto-class interceptor he had encountered on his way back. He felt extreme wariness toward the extreme high speeds that ship had demonstrated then, which was why he was asking about it now. Interceptor? Boting shook his head. Never heard or seen one before. Is it a large warship? Xia Fei looked slightly disappointed. No, it's about the same size as a frigate, but has a 14,000 meters per second cruise speed. I'm guessing that this isn't its limit. Its top speed can probably break past the 20,000 meters per second threshold. My goodness. Boting was at a loss for words. Evidently, he could barely believe the 20,000 meters per second that Xia Fei estimated. There existed high-performance proton engines before the advent of warp engines. Although those engines allowed for incredibly high speeds, they were largely unstable, requiring plenty of fuel, and were troublesome to maintain. Nobody uses those anymore. Xia Fei searched through his memory before shaking his head. From what I've observed, the ship doesn't have a proton engine. Whatever. Since we can't figure it out, we'll just let it be. The two of them left the office for the yard of the factory. There were 20 or so ships in the yard, and combined with the plant and equipment, everything should be valued at over 1 billion star coins. Old Porter was quite generous with gifts to his 4 apprentices. The Anathema-class frigate sat quietly in the middle of the yard, barely noticeable. Only in battle would this top-tier hybrid frigate show its fangs. Why are you flying this ship instead? What happened to my master's naval-issued Eagle-class frigate? Boting asked with furrowed brows. Xia Fei's story in the Wild Star region, when he spoke about it, had Boting sighing regretfully. That's quite unfortunate. That warship has been sitting there ever since I started at the factory 13 years ago. Master would wipe it down by hand from time to time, too. It couldn't be helped. Since you lost it while escaping with your life, I'm sure the master wouldn't blame you for it. Boting understood Xia Fei's position. After all, the latter had done everything he could at that time. If others had been in his position, they would have been unable to get lunar eclipse out of the Wild Star region, too. Boting and Xia Fei entered Vampire, and the former was shocked by the mess within, exclaiming, "You must have been in quite a nasty situation." Why else would the interior look so bad after your modifications? Xia Fei nodded. I didn't have much time then, so everything was done in a hurry. What's so special about this anathema class? Boting asked. Xia Fei went through the ship's unique features and its origin. Boting was more and more surprised the more Xia Fei spoke, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets when he heard about the energy-draining device. A frigate that can support an energy-draining device. My goodness. No wonder you picked this over lunar eclipse. That function is just too incredible. I would have done the same in your place, Boting said after swallowing his drool. How do you plan to retrofit Vampire? The same way I did with lunar eclipse. Reduce the living space by 2/3 and use it all to house combat equipment. I also want to install a second energy-draining device. Xia Fei already had an idea of what to retrofit Vampire with long before he arrived at the warship graveyard. The greatest advantage of Vampire was its ability to house an energy-draining device, so Xia Fei wanted to use this to its greatest potential. Once the second energy-draining device was installed, Vampire would have double the energy-draining speed. With 2 energy-draining systems, the original 5 minutes it took to suck an enemy ship's energy dry would be cut down by half, or this cruiser frigate might even be able to deal with 2 enemy ships at once, maximizing its combat power. While equipping your ship with 2 energy-draining systems isn't a bad idea, I think that you should install 2 heavy energy shield systems, too. Once those energy-draining devices are turned on, Vampire will have enough energy to maintain 2 energy shields at once, greatly increasing its defense, said Boting after some thought. Xia Fei patted Boting's shoulder with a smile on his face. You sure do understand me well. Get these comfort furnishings out of here. As long as I get to possess great offense, I'll be more than happy to sleep on the command deck every day. After confirming the retrofitting directions, work started immediately. Old Porter's factory became quite busy that afternoon. Having worked in the factory before, Xia Fei knew the other staff quite well and had a decent relationship with them. These workers offered to work overtime just to get everything done on Vampire. Xia Fei did not refuse their kindness, contacting Sunny on the sly to provide them with the best support. Good food and drinks were a must, and the menu should be varied. The work progressed quite quickly, and all the parts that would not be used were taken off the Vampire within a night. The luxurious marble bathtubs, soft mattresses, all-metal kitchen, all of them were given to the workers. Obviously, they were more than happy to receive them, for not everyone was willing to sleep on a cold, hard floor like Xia Fei. A storage battery was also added to the power system, meaning that he could store stolen energy from enemies, thereby avoiding wastage. The warp disruptor and traction control module were rearranged, and the 4-beam laser cannons were swapped to dual laser cannons. This meant that 2 beams of lasers would be shot from each of the cannons instead, increasing the ship's firepower by 60%. Xia Fei was not worried about the additional energy consumption, as the energy-draining device could claim energy from an opposing ship as its own, meaning that it would be more than enough to support the simultaneous use of all this equipment. There was also the twice-heavy CL5 energy shield recharge system, which could continually replenish shields, increasing defense by over 30%. As Xia Fei brought over a bunch of equipment, which was previously on lunar eclipse, most of the parts needed not to be purchased. Moreover, Vampire was a new ship, so few parts had to be swapped, making the work go much faster than before. However, some trouble was still encountered when installing the second energy-draining device. The original high-tier energy-draining device was made by Shasen Manufacturing Company. It had an incredible performance, but top-tier equipment like that was incredibly difficult to find on the market, so Xia Fei had to settle for a normal one. That was probably the only flaw in Vampire. At the same time, the 8 Iteron-class industrial ships were brought over from all parts of the warship graveyard one by one. These industrial ships looked quite broken down and needed immediate repairs. After the work on Vampire was done, these industrial ships would enter the garage next for fixing. Xia Fei even picked out 2 frigates, a Metalian Rifter and Caldarian Kestrel, to take on the task of escorting the cargo ships. The Rifter's high speed made it suitable for performing tracking tasks, whereas the Kestrel had high firepower, which allowed it to dish out heavy damage. The 2 frigates had their unique strengths and, together, formed a team with great maneuverability and offense. A great combination, indeed. The 8 Iterons cost Xia Fei 93 million star coins, the Rifter 28 million star coins, and the Kestrel 35 million star coins. The ships in this fleet alone cost a total of 156 million star coins, and this did not include the price of fixing them. Xia Fei estimated at least 200 million star coins would be needed to make the fleet fully operational. It was also worth mentioning that Boateng sold the ships to Xia Fei at their base cost, not making even a cent of profit as a result. It was actually quite safe to travel around within the alliance. Pirate robbery was totally an uncommon occurrence in this part of the universe. Xia Fei had other things in mind when he insisted on buying these 2 frigates, though. Once built, this fleet would be the Earth Federation's first space fleet. It could greatly increase the prestige of his company, Quantum Holdings. It should be known that the Federation did not have a single warship to its name, yet his company managed to gather one without external help. This feat was bound to shock the people of the Federation. Doing business was also an art. The better the reputation a company had, the more business partners and profits they could acquire. It was just like decorating a store before its opening. Reputation and impression had always been things that should not be neglected by anyone doing business. Moreover, his fleet still needed to be flown to high-tier planets far away. What would the aliens think if they found out Quantum Holdings did not even have frigates? Who would do business with a company that had no power? Since he had decided on building himself a fleet, he might as well go all out. Some money could be saved, but others had to be spent. Xia Fei's bank account was steadily spiraling down. The 200 million spent on building the fleet, the 200 million that went into the company for liquidity, and the amount dedicated to retrofitting Vampire reminded Xia Fei how easy it was to spend money. Luckily, Boateng was unwilling to sell the tools Porter left him. It was difficult to part ways with the tools he had used for such a long time, so he planned to bring all the tools and maintenance equipment with him when he moved to Earth, saving Xia Fei the costs he would have incurred if he bought such stuff himself. After 10 days, the finished Vampire was pushed out of the garage with a brand new look. Everything that ought to be done was finally done. Xia Fei, your ship looks incredibly low-key. It doesn't look anything like a top-tier special ops frigate at all, commented Boateng. Yeah, Xia Fei replied with a smile. You'll live longer being low-key. It's never a good idea to be too flashy. I'll leave the rest of the industrial ships and frigates to you. I need to head back to Heaven Execution Training Camp tonight. Boateng nodded. Don't worry. Once all the work here is done, I'll deliver your fleet safe and sound to Earth. Still, I need to deal with and go through this factory that my master left me with, so it may take some time. Boateng then turned around reluctantly, losing himself as he looked at the old factory as well as the ships he and his master had repaired together. Xia Fei lit up a Hongtishan cigarette. Take your time. Old Porter put a lot of effort into building this factory. You should take good care of it even if you're selling it, and sell this factory to a buyer with a good reputation. Don't let anyone ruin your master's reputation. Yup, I'll be sure to sell it to a trustworthy buyer, Boateng agreed firmly. By the way, Sonny told me in private that he wants to go with us to Earth. Although he's a bit unpredictable at times, he's not a bad guy. Plus, he has experience with driving and maintaining warships, so he should fit well as my assistant. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. I've been seeing him quite a lot these days. Why didn't he ask me this personally? Boateng laughed. Sonny might be all smiles day in, day out, but he fears his mother the most. She told him not to bother you, and that's why he's taken the roundabout way of asking me to ask you. Xia Fei gave it some thought. Sonny was quite clever, but he somewhat lacked composure. As long as he was not holding an important role, he should be of some help to the company. Sure, let him know that I agreed. Get Sonny's mother and his brother Nemo to come with you guys to Earth, too. They are all natives of the warship graveyard, so Sonny and his family can be companies to your wife and daughter. Ever since Xia Fei decided to include Boateng among his people, he had started to be more considerate of anything related to the latter. Sentimental men like Boateng did not care about money, but being emotionally satisfied instead. Likewise, the moment Boateng treated Xia Fei as his own, it was a matter of course for him to do everything in his power to help the other with anything he needed. All right. Boateng stared at Xia Fei, feeling touched. Thanks for being so thoughtful of my family. Let's go. The brothers are waiting. You should head back to the training camp after this drink. Getting into Heaven Execution Training Camp is no easy task, so you should cherish it. If my master contacts you, Xia Fei patted him on his shoulder. You can relax. If old porter contacts me, I'll let you know as soon as I can. The vampire slowly landed at the airport outside of Otter City. Xia Fei rushed toward Heaven Execution Training Camp, sans dilly-dallying. It was 9 a.m., the time when work would usually start. Xia Fei skipped the dorms and reported straight to the library immediately. It was winter on Hexstar. Xia Fei could see the white library was surrounded by garbage yet again. It was littered with leaves, paper, and thick snow, returning to its former state in the time Xia Fei was away. The heaters were more than sufficient in the library, and Qin Meng was still sleeping with that big black cat in his arms at this time in the morning. Xia Fei gently placed down the tea leaves Qin Meng wanted on the table. Yuqian Longjing tea was incredibly rare, and Andre only managed to find 12 caddies of it after a long time of searching. Therefore, Xia Fei brought other types of high-quality tea, like De Hongpo and Biluakun, for Qin Meng, too. Xia Fei gently placed the brewed pot of tea on the table before quickly cleaning the dust in the library. Qin Meng slowly opened his eyes, petting the lazy, fat, black cat with his right hand as he quietly observed Xia Fei, who was busying about. When Xia Fei noticed that Qin Meng had woken up, he hurried over with a smile, pouring the latter a cup of tea. Old man, this is De Hongpo, a specialty of my hometown. Although it's not as fragrant as Yuqian Longjing, it has its uniqueness. Go ahead and have a sip. Qin Meng brought the teacup to his lips and took a small sip, savoring it before muttering, mellow yet rich. Not a bad tea. After placing down the teacup, Qin Meng brought out 2 old-looking keys. These are the keys to the 2 rooms in the basement. Hold on to them. From today onward, clean the basement on top of your regular duty. Xia Fei was shocked before grabbing the keys from Qin Meng's hands. The old man had never let him near the 2 mysterious rooms in the basement, but today he had given him the keys. What did this mean? After cleaning the upper floor of the library, Xia Fei went down the basement with the 2 keys in hand. There were 2 rooms in the basement. There was the room on the left with the rare book on the introduction to robot coding stored inside, which Xia Fei already knew about, but he had no idea what was in the room on the right. The robot coding book was priceless, and Qin Meng allowing Xia Fei to clean the room meant that he trusted him now. He would not entrust him with these incredibly important keys otherwise. Xia Fei headed into the room on the left first to give it a good cleaning. The room was just as before, with the massive glass cabinet standing right in the middle of the room, where the heavy book resided. After shutting the door, Xia Fei came to the room on the right. It was of a similar area to the previous room, but it was obviously messier, stocked with plenty of old tables and stools as well as many other things. Xia Fei was slightly disappointed. He thought that the room would have some kind of rare book, but it seemed like an average storage room. He quickly scanned the room before arranging everything in order. Xia Fei was just about to leave with a vacuum cleaner in hand. All of a sudden, something popped into his mind. It was so shocking that he stood there in place. "Why are you standing there?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei did not reply and just walked around the room using the number of steps to try and estimate the size of it. Is something wrong? Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. The 2 rooms aren't the same size. Xia Fei walked outside and measured the length of the hallway. He felt even more weirded out. The hallway is about 67 steps long, but the rooms combined are about 45 steps. About 22 meters are unaccounted for, Xia Fei said in a deep voice. Phantom finally realized what was going on. The length of this hallway was way longer than these 2 rooms. Could it be that there was another room in the basement which was undiscovered? Xia Fei placed his hand on the wall, observing as he felt it up in hopes of discovering the reason for this discrepancy. This wall was clean and smooth, nothing that suggested the existence of a secret door. The walls also had the same paint. Evidently, the work was done at once. After walking back and forth twice, Xia Fei decided to give up his search, and he returned to the upper floor filled with questions. After returning the tools, Xia Fei went back to Qin Meng and poured himself a cup of tea as a break. "Is old porter from the warship graveyard doing all right?" asked Qin Meng. "He left the warship graveyard because he has something to do. His factory has been put on the market. I think he won't be returning anymore." Xia Fei quickly went over Porter's situation, leaving out the part where the latter left him an ultra-long-range receiver. Ultra-long-range receivers were only one way, meaning that only Porter could contact him, whereas Xia Fei would be unable to contact the old mechanic. Oh. Qin Meng nodded, looking as if he felt sorry about the whole situation. Oh, right. I'm supposed to inform you that you'll be joining the internal division on the 1st of next month. Qin Meng suddenly recalled. Xia Fei almost spat out his Dahongpo tea. Old man, are you saying that I'll be joining the internal division? Yes. I've never submitted an application for that, and I haven't joined any type of exam, either. Why would I be chosen to enter the internal division? Xia Fei did not understand the situation at all. Apparently, entering the internal division was incredibly difficult, so why was he chosen to enter it when he had not done anything? Did the saying not go, "The sun rises from the west"? Who told you that one needs to submit an application or take a test to enter the internal division? Did you think it's a fight, where whoever wins joins? Qin Meng rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. If you don't want to join the internal division, I'll let Commander Yi knows that you've declined. Because of how sudden this was, Xia Fei struggled to believe it. It was not that he was dumb. He knew what it meant to join the internal division. Setting aside how comfortable the conditions were, the weird Stygian training center alone was enough to catch Xia Fei's interest. They were training rooms that mimicked the energy found in Heart of Spirits, which could help accelerate Xia Fei's rate of absorbing the medicinal residue, would greatly increase his rate of improvement. Nobody with half a brain cell would decline this opportunity. Hold your horses, old man. I'd never decline a chance to enter the internal division. I just wanted to clear things up, said Xia Fei with a laugh. Then he poured Qin Meng a cup of tea as thanks. Qin Meng shook his head and explained slowly. There's a lot that goes to enter the internal division. Unbeknown to you, the selection process starts the first day one enters the training camp. Someone is chosen to enter the internal division every month. At the same time, someone leaves the internal division. As for how you got chosen to join the internal division, I have no idea, either. In any case, you won't be coming to the library starting next month. Just focus on your training in the internal division. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and thought for a minute. Of course, I'll go to the internal division, but I'll report to you every day as usual. Qin Meng was puzzled. Why? Are you addicted to being a librarian? Don't you care about other people ridiculing you? Xia Fei shook his head. It was my decision to become a librarian, anyway, and I don't regret it. Moreover, why should I care about what others think? It's not my problem what they think. You're not worried that your work at the library will interfere with your training? Qin Meng seemed to gain interest in the matter, for he asked this while squinting. I've been to the internal division. The thing that interests me the most is its Stygian training center. Training there is quite nice, but I realize that it's not a good thing to stay in the training center for too long. Humans are like a bottle. There's a limited amount of water a bottle can contain. Once overfilled, the excess will just flow out. That's what I discovered when too much energy entered my body at the training center. I plan to train there during the night and come to the library to read some books and clean the place during the day. Plus, I can't just leave you when you've been treating me so well. Xia Fei praised Qin Meng without any subtlety at all, leading to the latter letting out a hearty laugh. All right, boy, I still don't know what you were thinking, but I know that you being unwilling to leave me isn't the reason. You want to stay with this sea of books in the library. Huh, you got me again, Xia Fei said with a smile. I think having skills isn't enough to become an elite warrior. Take the journal full of retrofitting methods given to me by old Porter. If I hadn't read that, there was no way I could have won the race, which means that I wouldn't have had that chance to visit the internal division. And if it hadn't been for the space station emergency handbook, I'm afraid that I would have died during the last mission. That's why I think that being mighty isn't the be-all and end-all. A passionate and hot-blooded person only knows how to scream and kill, but that'll just be pure courage. Without the proper knowledge and theory, hot-blooded can quickly turn into dog-blooded. Qin Meng's cloudy eyes lit up, laughing. Hot blood turning into dog blood. I like that. Over the years, the Alliance has developed a strange concept. The more elite the warriors are, the more they look down on machines. They think that strength alone can conquer everything. But they never seem to realize that if a person has incredible strength and also possesses knowledge in various techniques, won't that make them stronger? If you want to become the strongest, why exclude technology that can make you even stronger? Xia Fei laughed. Heh, Perhaps the ancient civilization being destroyed by their very creation strikes fear in them, and that's why so many look down on technology. What a joke, Qing Meng said with a cold snort. The ancient civilization was destroyed because they crossed the line. Nature gave humans life. Humans gave machine life, but the ancient civilization tried to play the role of nature. Obviously, they got punished for that. Who else could they blame? Qin Meng's ideologies would certainly be considered treason outside. The Pan-Human Alliance had always held a certain level of reverence toward their ancestors, and it was wrong and almost unheard of to criticize their mistakes. However, this also meant that Qin Meng was incredibly trusting of Xia Fei, not worrying that the latter might betray him at all. Xia Fei remained silent. Qin Meng composed his emotions before continuing. For the last 30 years, you're the only cadet who volunteered to be a librarian. I hope that you won't be ignorant like the others. Remember, the more elite the warrior is, the more knowledge and technology they should master compared to others. Xia Fei nodded. Of course, if I only recognized strength like other cadets, you would have never let me stay in the first place. Qin Meng took a sip of his tea without speaking, silently admitting to it. Back in his dorm, Xia Fei received a notice to enter the internal division at the beginning of next month. The notice briefly went over where Xia Fei should report after entering the internal division and nothing else. After escaping certain death from the space station and chasing an insectoid ship to the shocking events in the Wild Star region, Xia Fei's life finally returned to normal. Every day, he would do some cleaning at the library, do some reading, then chat with Avril at night before ending his day with his routine training. His days were simple yet fulfilling. The only regrettable thing was that Chun Dong and Moon Song had already been accepted into the internal division, so there were only Xia Fei, Manjun, and Beihai during meal times. It was quite quiet without the bossy Moon Song around. Time flew by, and it was not long before the day Xia Fei was supposed to report to the internal division came. Xia Fei woke up early that morning. He stored all his belongings in his spatial ring before utilizing his speed ability to go to the internal division. He could see from afar a lady standing on the white stone arch bridge within the internal division. She spat at the river, then watched her spit flow down it. This lady also had a thick cucumber in her right hand, taking big bites at it from time to time. Xia Fei walked over with a smile. "What are you doing, Moon Song?" Moon Song turned around and looked coldly at Xia Fei. "It's none of your business. Definitely not waiting for you, though." Mistress Moon did not change at all, as she still had her fierce look. Xia Fei did not mind her, and merely continued walking. Upon seeing that Xia Fei did not care about her, Moon Song stomped her feet bitterly as she walked beside him. The two of them remained silent. A distance away was a group of 50 or so internal division cadets. They were gathered in an open space, with many of them holding weapons in their hands. Who knew what was going on? "What are they doing?" asked Xia Fei. "Oh, they are off to explore C-grade ancient ruins," replied Moon Song. "Ancient ruins?" "That's right. Ruins exploration is one of the perks of the internal division. It'll soon be the turn of the cadets who entered the internal division this year, so you'll probably have a chance at it," Moon Song said casually. Xia Fei was shocked, not realizing that the internal division had this type of privilege. The ancient ruins referred to the remains left behind of the early human civilization, which were very valuable, so it was incredibly worthwhile to explore them. Xia Fei's ancient machine killer golden cicada was excavated from one of such ruins. Those ruins were divided into different levels according to how many times they had been explored as well as their area, with A grade being the highest to E grade being the lowest. Basically, A-grade ruins were the most dangerous but had the highest chance of having valuable ancient relics, while E-grade was the safest but had the lowest amount of loot. Most of the ruins within the Alliance were controlled by powerful countries or organizations like the Adjudicators. Ordinary people had no chance of exploring them at all. Unfortunately, the huge profits from the relics found in those ancient ruins had attracted many lawless thieves. All for the sake of finding valuable items. They had no hesitation whatsoever when taking risks, using various methods to get into those ruins which could make them rich fast. These cadets were about to enter some C-grade ruins. Although it was not the most dangerous, there was still a high chance to obtain valuable relics from it. They would be rich if they found even 1 or 2 high-tier weapons. It should be made known that the ancient civilization was much more developed than humans right now. Be it in terms of weapons or martial arts, they were much stronger compared to the people of today. Those guys sure are lucky. You mentioned that we will have a chance to explore ruins in the future, too. Xia Fei asked Moonsong. Moonsong nodded. Everybody in the internal division will have an opportunity to visit ancient ruins. First years can visit E-grade ruins once, while second years and third years can visit D-grade ruins once. Since they are in their fourth or fifth year, they get to explore C-grade ruins. And do you know what the best part is? Moonsong asked slyly. Xia Fei shook his head. It was his first time hearing about the internal division being able to explore ruins, so he was clueless about it excluding that. Those ruins are exclusive areas of the Adjudicator Union. Nobody has done a comprehensive search in them. That means that they are all practically virgin sites. Moonsong deliberately put emphasis on the word virgin. Xia Fei could almost imagine this lady extending her devilish claws at an innocent girl in the middle of a dark, windy night, and a creepy feeling crawled up inside him. Several Gaian Catalyst-class destroyers landed on the internal division's dedicated landing pad, ferrying these cadets toward the C-grade ruins. Who knows what they will experience and gain? Muttered Xia Fei with a hint of jealousy. Anyone who had not been to any ancient ruins would certainly develop a desire to visit one. The ancient civilization was the most developed human society ever since they came to be. Humans then had the most developed technology and the most power, bar none. No other race had reached the heights the ancient civilization managed to reach. The war between humans and insectoids would never have happened in that era, as humans already had technology and strength to dominate all beings in the universe, possessing powers nobody could compete with. Sadly, the incredibly mighty civilization died at their own hands. Xia Fei watched leave the cadets, who were lucky enough to be on some ancient ruins expedition. Then he went with Moonsong to the internal division to go through the admission procedures. Have you been well? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Moonsong angrily complained. How nice of you to ask. I dislocated my shoulder thanks to your shock bomb. Manjun had 7 stitches on his nose. Other than that crazy Qingdong, everyone else got injured. When the space station exploded, Beijing's ship was blown away a few thousand kilometers from the shock wave and ended up severely damaged. If our SOS signal hadn't been picked up by a passing mining ship, we might not be meeting each other face to face today. She continued her grumbling. You should have remained to save us rather than go after that insectoid ship. Sorry, but that was something I must do, and even if I were in to repeat that situation, my choice would still be the same, he said solemnly. There was a high possibility that one of my friends was on board that ship. Meanwhile, your chances of surviving were much higher than hers. If I let the ship go, my friend would most likely die. Xia Fei's words were cold, but true. Moonsong was in much less danger compared to Xiaoyu, which was why Xia Fei had ditched them and gone after that insectoid ship then. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu was not on the ship, so Xia Fei would have to live with this regret for a long time. Moonsong glared at Xia Fei bitterly before taking big steps toward the Stygian training base. Let's have lunch together, but you're paying. The massive internal division returned to its former empty appearance. Xia Fei followed the instructions on the notice and arrived on the 3rd floor of the building and knocked on the door of one of the offices. Surprisingly, it was not just Supervisor Kingston. Battalion Commander Yi Jingshan was also there. In fact, Yi Xiaohan, as well as a few others who were probably instructors and whom Xia Fei did not recognize, was also there. It seemed that the process of entering the internal division was quite complicated. Sit down. Kingston pointed at the chair in the middle of the office. Skipping the formalities, he casually sat down in the chair. Xia Fei, you can go train in the internal division from today onward, but I have a few questions for you before that, said Kingston as he looked at the form in his hand. Xia Fei nodded. After asking a few usual questions, such as where he was from and what his experience was, Kingston pivoted right into the main topic. Rules exist in the internal division. Since you've been to the internal division once, you probably already know that we have the best training place, the Stygian Training Center. Lots of money go into that center every day, so the facilities there aren't provided to all cadets. Only people who will remain in the Union and work for it can use the facilities as they please, explained Kingston in a stern voice. Evidently, he was a no-nonsense person. Xia Fei was shocked. I don't quite understand. What do you mean by remain in the Union? Yi Xiaohan filled him in. The Union provides abundant resources raising the chosen cadets, so everyone must sign an agreement. If the organization needs you to hold a position in any subordinate department, you are not allowed to reject it. The Union will pay great attention to the people raised by them. This is an excellent opportunity. There's a chance for you to be part of its core department and find yourself constantly being mobilized by the Union in the future. Yi Xiaohan seemed to be intentionally reminding Xia Fei with her subtle tone of voice. Xia Fei nodded. The Adjudicator Union is actually a loose organization of elite warriors, and not every adjudicator has to work exclusively for it. Many leave the Union after receiving their certifications and do whatever they like, belonging to the organization only in name. Other than emergency commands from the Union, those adjudicators were free to do as they wished. By signing this contract, Xia Fei would become a permanent member of the Union. If they needed help with something, Xia Fei could be asked to perform it, and he could not do anything to reject that request. Does it mean that I wouldn't be able to join the internal division if I don't sign this contract? Xia Fei hesitated for a few seconds before asking this with a smile. In his eyes, this contract was the same as selling his soul, and Xia Fei did not like strict contracts like this. Although he could move around much easier as an adjudicator, he did not wish to sell his soul to the Union. That's not necessarily true. You can still join the internal division if you don't sign the contract, but your training time in the Stygian Training Center will be limited to 90 hours every month. You will be charged for any excess hours, Yi Xiaohan explained patiently, though there was a hint of hope in her eyes that Xia Fei would not decline the contract. Supervisor Kingston took a look at Yi Jingshan, only to find him sitting there motionlessly, as if nothing happening here concerned him at all. Kingston intentionally let out a cough or two before saying, "You don't need to decide so soon. This is a sample contract. You can get back to me once you make a decision." Xia Fei had already made up his mind, very quickly coming to a decision regarding the signing of the contract. While it may seem as if anyone who signed the contract would be working in an adjudicator union's core department, with a bright future ahead of them, Xia Fei did not just care about it. He was incredibly willing to become an adjudicator and work for the union, but it must be done out of his willingness to do so and not be forced by a contract or something. Not signing the contract only meant that his training time in the Stygian Training Center would get limited. Xia Fei had never planned to cultivate there all day, all night in the first place, for he had already made plans to learn other techniques with his own study plans. Moreover, everything must be in moderation. It was never a good thing to stay in a place so dense in energy all day long. It might even cause irreversible damage to the body if one was not careful. Xia Fei shook his head and said gently, "No need to think about it. I've decided not to sign the contract." There was a collective gasp in the office. These leaders of the internal division could barely believe this at all. Being part of the core departments of the Adjudicator Union and freely using the Stygian Training Center that only the top elites could use were great opportunities that many people dreamed of getting. Anyone else would have signed the contract without hesitation. Though Xia Fei demonstrated the same lack of hesitation, it was his readiness to decline this huge opportunity instead. Ever since the crisis grade assessment, Xia Fei was synonymous with trouble, causing headaches wherever he went. And since entering the camp, Xia Fei had become synonymous with his maverick ways, declining various divisions and choosing to become a librarian instead. Now, rather than taking this chance to be part of one of the union's core, he chose to become an independent adjudicator. Yi Jingshan immediately knitted his eyebrows, letting out a muffled snort as if he was holding himself back from outwardly reacting. Kingston turned and took a look at Yi Jingshan, only to see the cool battalion commander hesitating for quite some time before he unwillingly nodded his head. Kingston let out a bitter smile before sighing. "Come to think of it, you're the second in the history of the internal division not to sign the contract. You are an internal division cadet from today onward. I'll get people to help organize the rest." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xiaohan stood up, volunteering herself. "Let me do it." Kingston nodded indifferently. Yi Xiaohan then gestured to walk out with Xia Fei. A few other instructors read the room and left soon after, leaving behind the skinny supervisor Kingston and Yi Jingshan. After everyone else left, Kingston quietly said to Yi Jingshan, "Battalion Commander Yi, are we just going to let this matter go?" Yi Jingshan helplessly nodded. We'll leave it at that. You may go on ahead. Leave me in silence for a bit. Kingston stood up as he carefully left the room, thinking to himself, all right, the internal division now has a second cadet that declined to sign the contract, who also happens to be the first to be chosen before reaching star domain rank. What's going on with Battalion Commander Yi? Why did he insist on choosing Xia Fei? Only Yi Jingshan was left in the office. He finally cracked, unable to suppress the anger within him anymore, and slammed his right fist on the alloy desk with anger in his eyes. It took him quite some time to gather himself. He stood up and tidied his clothes before establishing a video call. On the other side of the connection was the fat, old man at the library, Qin Meng. Teacher, Yi Jingshan greeted respectfully. He never conversed with Qin Meng sitting down, and every time he talked to him, he would make sure that he was dressed neatly with a solemn look on his face. What's the matter? Old man Qin Meng had his legs crossed as he sipped Biluakun tea while munching on the 5-spice sunflower seeds gifted to him by Xia Fei, looking incredibly relaxed. Xia Fei's gifts to get on his good side fit Qin Meng's tastes just fine, and he secretly took a greater liking to the clever young man. Qin Meng had never cared about money, yet Xia Fei's tea leaves and sunflower seeds managed to capture his heart. Sometimes, things like this would just happen, the smallest gifts achieving better results than the most expensive ones. Xia Fei didn't agree to the contract. Yi Jingshan knitted eyebrows. So what? Qin Meng asked in response. Teacher, you already know this. If he doesn't sign the contract, it means that he won't be under the union's control at all. Doesn't that mean that your wishes to promote him are in vain? Qin Meng let out a hearty laugh. You're such a fool. I think it's a good thing. It's his choice whether he wants to be a full-time member of the union or not. Must there be a connection between the two things? In short, just do the things I've told you to do. There's no need for you to question things any further. Understood. Yi Jingshan nodded and stayed silent. Even a fool could tell that he was not in a good mood. After ending the call, Qin Meng muttered to himself as he stroked the black cat in his arms. Not bad. He even knows what he should accept and what he should reject. I didn't waste my time, after all. It had been some time since Xia Fei saw Yi Xiaohan, yet she still had that cold look on her face. Xia Fei did not think that there was much to talk about with her, so the two of them walked side by side in the hallway in total silence. Out of nowhere, Yi Xiaohan said while smiling, "It's great that you're back. I thought that you were dead for sure." Someone who never smiled actually smiling for once was an incredibly awkward situation to deal with. Xia Fei was completely weirded out by Yi Xiaohan's actions. Her smile was perfect, and there was even a hint of softness in her tone, yet it felt completely fake. Xia Fei felt a burst of chill entering him, and he unconsciously shivered before saying lightly, "It wasn't much. I was just lucky. Why didn't you agree to the contract? Many have the dream of joining the core departments of the union, you know." Yi Xiaohan continued to ask with a smile. After half an hour or so, Xia Fei let out a sigh of relief once he finally parted ways with the lady, who had become really weird, muttering, "That's scary. I'd rather not see her smile." Xia Fei got himself to the dining hall after doing some quick unpacking. There was a large group of cadets exiting the Stygian Training Center, hastily making their way to the dining hall before rushing back after they bought something random, not willing to waste a single second of their time. The special benefits of the Stygian Training Center had completely captivated these cadets' attention. Just like drugs, they easily got addicted to it, not realizing that they were becoming more and more reliant on the training room. To Xia Fei, these cadets were comparable to walking corpses, moving like robots with lifeless eyes. At this moment, Xia Fei felt that he had made the correct decision. No matter what, he wished that he would never lose his sense of self. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Chen Dong and Moon Song appeared in front of him. Effortlessly, Moon Song had changed into a white set of training attire. There were 2 axes embroidered on her chest, as if displaying her plump weapons. Just as before, Chen Dong had nothing but his short pants on. "What are you looking at?" demanded Moon Song at Xia Fei when she caught him staring at her chest. "Weapons," replied Xia Fei with a smile as he pointed at the axes on her chest. This clever joke was such a hit that even Chen Dong could barely contain his laughter. "What are you laughing at, you blockhead?" Moon Song glared at Chen Dong. She could not do much about Xia Fei, but she was confident in and used to handling Chen Dong. The latter hastily suppressed his laughter. Then he secretly gave Xia Fei a thumbs up. Perhaps it was because they had not been in the internal division for too long, but Chun Dong and Moon Song were not as robotic as the others. They were just as rich in emotions as before. After ordering a few dishes, the three of them chatted while they dined. When did you two join the internal division? How come it was never mentioned when we chatted last time? Xia Fei asked as he swallowed a big piece of beef. Moon Song and I entered the internal division just a month ago. Bai Yi, the guy who crashed into you during the race, was also with us. I heard that a group had left the internal division, so we were elected to replace them, replied Qindong. That's indeed the case. The internal division will always maintain 500 people. Once a group leaves, another group joins. Oh, Xia Fei nodded. You guys haven't done any assessments before entering either? Nope, just a simple notice. I thought that there's going to be an assessment or something. Who would have thought the process was so simple? Answered Qindong. Xia Fei did not say anything. It seemed that everyone had gone through the same process. Whoever got selected by the internal division would be able to join. Xia Fei previously thought that there was something fishy going on, but it seemed that his admission here was the same as everyone else. The three of them chatted for a bit longer. Xia Fei eventually noticed that Chun Dong kept fidgeting in his seat. He was all brawn after all, and he must be in a hurry to go back and train. So Xia Fei gave a reason to end their meal. His life after joining the internal division was just as before. Xia Fei would report to the library on time every day and would stay to read after he was done cleaning. When it was time to leave, he would even bring a book to his dorm to read at night. The distance between the library and the internal division was by no means small. They were 400 or so kilometers apart. Luckily, Xia Fei possessed the speed ability, and distance posed no problem to any speed ability user. Xia Fei just treated it as part of his daily training and would push himself to travel between the 2 points as fast as he could. As days went by, Xia Fei and Qin Meng grew closer and closer. The two of them would chat over some tea, going through their days uneventfully. Even Qin Meng's lazy black cat was getting closer to Xia Fei, often begging him for food. He had come to realize over time that Qin Meng was anything but average. Shocking words would often come out of the latter's mouth, and he was not a stubborn person either, being quite open-minded about many things. In his eyes, the Human Alliance was a for-profit organization, and the Adjudicator Union and Monastic Order were just cannon fodders, gathering large numbers of hot-blooded and dog-blooded people who liked to show off. Xia Fei never liked sticking to conventions and never took what he said seriously. If there was one thing similar between him and Qin Meng, it would be that they were the rebellious type. They did not like being restrained and did not care too much for the rules the Alliance had set. Xia Fei would still clean the basement every day, but he never did manage to find the hidden room, nor had he ever mentioned it to Qin Meng, and the old man had not once brought it up to him, either. There was no question that Qin Meng had stayed in the library for dozens of years, and he surely knew about what was up with the basement. Moreover, Xia Fei felt that Qin Meng had something planned from the very beginning. Be it recruiting Xia Fei to work at the library or letting him clean the basement, nothing was as simple as it seemed. Xia Fei got here by following his instincts. He had never regretted meeting Qin Meng. In truth, he already gained plenty of unexpected benefits from the library. Qin Meng would occasionally take books off the bookshelves and give them to Xia Fei. Those books were about all kinds of things: geography, biographies, military tactics, etc. They might seem irrelevant at first glance, but Xia Fei would seriously read every book twice no matter what subject it was about. Slowly but surely, Qin Meng gave Xia Fei more and more books, and the latter would spend a lot of time going through them back in the dorm, just like doing homework. Qin Meng would often ask Xia Fei for his thoughts the next day, and sometimes he would even ask questions mentioned in the book. 2 months later, Xia Fei finally understood that Qin Meng was teaching him how to read books. The old man would give him basic books initially, but as time went on and Xia Fei's reading capacity increased, the latter would assign him books that were more complex. Other than the abundant information about combat, Qin Meng would let Xia Fei read the forbidden tomes on the second floor. These forbidden tomes contained information about the ancient civilization, and Xia Fei absorbed their contents in the most correct way possible under Qin Meng's guidance. The moment he got to reading the technological information left behind by the ancient civilization, he was shocked by his ability to understand the obscure codes and formulas presented in the tomes. This was absolutely a big step for Xia Fei. He could never have learned this useful information in school, so he was comparable to a blank piece of paper. But in just a few months' time, Xia Fei's notes were filled with writings, and these writings became more and more deep and complicated. Xia Fei never forgot to chat with Avril, either, but because of his studies, they often spent less time chatting. Of course, Avril had something to say about that, but whenever Xia Fei talked about his studies to her, the girl's eyes would be filled with a glow of approval. At first, Avril could still understand some of it, but as his reading skills improved and what he was reading got ever more complicated, Avril began to think that the knowledge he was sharing with her did not exist in this realm, as it was barely intelligible. Eventually, Avril stopped trying to understand what Xia Fei was saying, focusing instead on how Xia Fei looked as he talked. Although Chun Dong and Moon Song were in the internal division with Xia Fei, the three of them seldom saw one another, for those two had been devoting their days in the Stygian training center to train. Moon Song would sometimes get Xia Fei out to have a meal together for a chat, but Chun Dong had become a training machine. Xia Fei had not seen him for the entirety of last week, and even if they did meet, it would often be a quick hello and goodbye before Chun Dong would hurry to leave. Xia Fei did not have much to say about this, as everyone desired different things. He wanted to be as balanced and well-rounded as possible, whereas Moon Song and Chun Dong wished to be stronger. These were their choices, and it was not up to anyone to say what they should do. Quantum Holdings had finally assembled its first fleet and even managed to perform a few deliveries, selling products to other planets. Although the profits were not high, it was still a start. As the products increased in variety and quantity, profits would be sure to follow. They had already survived the worst stage, and Xia Fei was glad for that. The people of the Federation were incredibly enthusiastic about Earth's first space fleet, too. The name of Quantum Holdings quickly spread around, and many companies fought with one another for a chance to work with Quantum Holdings, even if they had to pay funds in advance. The merchants had been very much looking forward to interstellar trade for a long time, and being able to work together with the only company in the Federation that had access to interstellar trade was something they viewed with pride. Even an ordinary staff of that company would feel proud of themselves while walking down the streets. In the blink of an eye, winter turned to spring, and willow trees began sprouting their tender leaves. Thus, Xia Fei's first journey to ancient ruins had begun. At dawn, Xia Fei packed up and walked out of the dormitory, ready to meet up with the other members of the internal division who would explore the mysterious ancient ruins for the first time in their lives. This exploration was strictly kept under wraps from the cadets. Every cadet participating only received a simple message, which briefly informed them of the date and the approximate time the entire expedition would take place. There was no mention of where it was located, what kinds of dangers lurked, or what special preparations they might need. The ancient ruins did not just symbolize the ancient civilization. All types of ruins contained varying amounts of relics, and these items, which were far beyond the technological levels of modern-day society, could be sold for incredible prices on the black market. This was not mentioning the incredible research value they represented. Thus, it was incredibly normal that the Adjudicator Union would keep the ruins, which were under their control, a big secret. Chun Dong and Moon Song had been waiting on the white stone arch bridge outside of the dorms. The others were waiting next to the internal division launch pad, and there appeared to be around 40 people. All of these cadets had been fully immersed in their training. So many of them had faces unfamiliar to Xia Fei despite being in the same division. Moon Song was leaning lazily on a fence in a tight-fitting, black combat uniform, which accentuated her curvy figure. In truth, Moon Song was a woman of good taste. Unfortunately, her unique personality kept most people at bay. Moon Song asserted that she liked women, not men, but Xia Fei had never seen her bringing a girl back to her dorm, and every time it was brought up, Moon Song would say that the women in the camp did not suit her taste. Xia Fei never looked any deeper into it as her sexuality was no concern of his. Chun Dong was in a pair of tight-fitting shorts and a new pair of combat boots. His black pearl necklace also seemed to have been polished as it shone brightly under the sun. Xia Fei walked over with a smile. "This is a rare opportunity. You two have finally left the training center." Chun Dong nodded. "I didn't want to go to the ruins, but the instructor wouldn't let me stay, so I'm forced to come." Chun Dong did not have any other interest outside of training and fighting. In his eyes, No matter how meaningful or special those ruins were, they would never compare to the enjoyment he got from training wholeheartedly. The three of them walked toward the launch pad side by side. Chundong looked at the new sprouts all around him and expressed, "The days sure go by quickly. It's spring already." Moon Song crossed her arms and said in a mocking tone, "Huh, turns out a musclehead like you is aware of the different seasons. I didn't think you knew anything outside of training." Chundong laughed, ignoring the rude Moon Song. He knew that he would never be able to gain anything verbally crossing swords with Moon Song, so he simply ignored her. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and took 2 deep puffs. Moon Song tilted her head, stared at Xia Fei for a few seconds, and asked, "Do you know what the people in the internal division are saying about you?" Xia Fei shook his head. "No clue. To be honest, other than you two, I don't really know any other cadets or instructors in the internal division." Moon Song laughed. "Of course. The cadets in the Stygian Training Center take a break at the resting lounge every day, so they're bound to meet someone there. But you, on the other hand, only spend 3 hours in the training room. Once your time is up, you leave." Xia Fei simply smiled, not elaborating any further. 3 hours of training was already enough. Xia Fei had done a few experiments with some sophisticated human analysis equipment. After 3 hours in the training center, the drug concentration would decrease by 700 units an hour, a further 550 units every hour from the 4th hour, and only 300 units after 6 hours. This meant that 3 hours was the most productive, and the benefits would rapidly decrease over time. If Xia Fei stayed in the training room for 24 hours, he would only gain 5,000 or so units compared to 3 hours of stay. This was not mentioning the other side effects of the training room. Many cadets experienced temporary blindness or shock. Some even developed acne on their backs that could only be removed via surgery. Although nobody talked about it, everyone knew it in their hearts that these were all side effects from staying long in the Stygian Training Center. Moreover, these were the obvious side effects. Who knew what other undetected side effects they could have been secretly afflicted with? Risk and return were always in balance. If one wanted to improve quickly, they must be able to accept the risks. Xia Fei never cared about these, as he would never sit around doing nothing outside of his training. Strength was a must for warriors, but so were machines and electronics. Xia Fei treated all skills equally, improving all of them at the same time, not leaving one be. In the past few days, he had felt that his Beast Spirit Codex was at the threshold of breaking through to the 3rd stage. It was as if there was a door stopping Xia Fei that was a gentle push away from opening. It was just that he had not yet discovered how to open it. "Xia Fei, you're a speed ability user. Chundong, you're a nature ability user. And as for me, I'm an illusion ability user. It would be good if we 3 cooperate," suggested Moon Song. Xia Fei had long known of Moon Song's ability, but he had never seen her use it. Illusion ability users could use their brain waves to induce hallucination in their enemies, interfering with their judgment, even possibly causing them to break down or commit suicide from the terror. It was an incredibly rare support type of ability. These illusion abilities were not that effective when used solo and were more suited when coordinating with a team. Xia Fei was a speed ability user, possessing lightning-fast speed and perception, making him a suitable fit to be the team scout. Chundong's aggressive nature combat ability was best suited to the role of a team's main offense. The 3 of them combined would definitely make a great team that could strike fear in their enemies. If their team of speed and nature ability users with the support of an illusion ability was able to skillfully cooperate with each other, they could even compete against the Glorious 13. Unfortunately, 2 of the Glorious 13 had disappeared in that space station incident, with not even their bodies found. The Endero Star region had, therefore, lost Glorious 13 from then onward. The only survivor of the group, Bozingwa, was also incredibly disheartened, retiring from the front line and staying on the training grounds as an instructor. He was now working in the internal division. Xia Fei had seen him a few times, but there were few words exchanged between them, and after a polite nod, both of them would go their separate ways. Xia Fei mulled over Moon Song's suggestion for a moment and agreed it was decent. With his speed ability for scouting, Chundong's ice ability for offense, and Moon Song's illusion ability for protection, it was definitely a combination that was hard to come by. Although Moon Song's illusion ability was not the same as Karaza's quicksand defense, They were the same in principle, focused on defense while also providing supplementary offensive capabilities. The Glorious 13 also got its fame from a similar trifecta. We'll see when we get there. We are just freshmen, after all, so the instructors may not let us move freely and may even treat it as a group activity. Instead, if we're actually allowed to travel alone, we can try forming a team. Xia Fei actually preferred working alone, but he understood that his speed ability by itself was limited. Teamwork was important, especially in a new, dangerous environment. Moreover, Xia Fei had absolute trust in Chen Dong and Moon Song, so he would at least be at ease if he needed to depend on them. I don't have any interest in exploring. My aim is to try and find opportunities to battle other cadets, especially by Yi and Yahan. Yahan is apparently the strongest among our generation of recruits, so I've been itching to fight him for a long time. Bai Yi, on the other hand, had a dispute with Xia Fei during the race, so I've been wanting to teach him a lesson. There are many messy rules within the training camp, and combat challenges can be declined. I should have a chance at it now that we are about to go outside, Chen Dong muttered as they walked. It seemed like he had put a lot of thought into this. Xia Fei simply laughed. It was not surprising that Chen Dong, with his personality, would think like this. Having been training hard all this while without getting much of a chance to fight someone, he must be all pent up. Since he finally had a chance to leave the training room, what else would he do other than fight? Moon Song gave Chen Dong a hard look. Musclehead, are you going to die if you don't fight? Whatever. Xia Fei and I can form a team, too, right? At the same time, Moon Song glanced at Xia Fei with a hint of a pleasant surprise. Xia Fei waved his hand. We still don't know any of the specifics. I'm of the mind that we should wait. It's not too late to figure out our strategy once we get a better understanding of what to expect. Xia Fei. Moon Song crossed her arms, then glared at him. Do you not want to team up with this lady? Xia Fei was left speechless. Since Moon Song had already started referring to herself as this lady at such a young age, he felt that he should steer clear of this tigress. After chatting for a while longer, the Gaian Catalyst class destroyer slowly appeared from afar and descended to land. Bo Xinghua, Yi Shaoan, and 2 other internal division instructors exited the ship, all wearing combat uniforms and armed with weapons, all of them looking particularly stern as they stood there. After confirming everyone's identity, the 40 or so cadets boarded the ship. The destroyer was much more spacious than a frigate and still felt that way even after all of them had boarded. Xia Fei habitually looked around the ship to check out its equipment. From the outside, the Catalyst-class destroyer seemed incredibly average, but inside, it was equipped with a high-capacity reactor and a large engine that Xia Fei did not recognize. Is this ship perhaps about to engage in ultra-long-distance travel? Why else will it need such large-scale equipment? And what model is this engine? Wondered Xia Fei. Xia Fei, Moon Song, and Chen Dong sat down on a sofa in a corner. Yi Shaoan then handed everyone a pair of virtual reality glasses so that they could view whatever they wanted to pass time. This ruin exploration involves the core secrets of the Union, so everyone has to sign a non-disclosure agreement. You can't reveal anything that happens in the ruins, Bo Xinghua said in a deep voice. It appeared that he was leading this operation. The agreement was an electronic one. They just had to provide their fingerprints using the projected screen. After everyone had signed their NDAs, the Catalyst-class destroyer slowly took off as they headed toward the ruins. A Catalyst-class destroyer flew into the stars, carrying 47 internal division cadets into unfamiliar territory to explore the ancient ruins. This warship was designed especially for the training camp to transport their cadets. With a very spacious interior, every cadet could not only have their personal cabin, but also have plenty for a meeting room, dining space, and other function rooms, allowing for leisure entertainment like chess and cards. The facilities available were comprehensive and luxuriously decorated, freely utilizing precious marble and top-grade metal alloy plates everywhere. Xia Fei did not go around admiring the ship's opulent designs and lavish decorations. He opted to shut himself in his room and focus on cultivating the 3rd stage of the Beast Spirit Codex. The breakthrough for this 3rd stage was just right before his eyes. He could practically touch it if he reached out and grabbed on it. Yet Xia Fei simply could not find a way to make this breakthrough. Every attempt only ended up in failure time and again. Opening his eyes, Xia Fei gazed outside the window and decided to take a break before making another attempt. Colorful meteors streaked past as quickly as they arrived, leaving behind beautiful trails that sparkled against the dark space. 15 minutes. Another 15 minutes. Xia Fei had been quietly counting the time that passed with each warp. Different from the usual ships, this specialized destroyer of the training camp would spend 15 minutes every time they traveled through a wormhole, which was a lot more time than how long other ships usually spent. Even the Vampire, when fitted with the top-grade Black Mamba 130 warp engine, would only need around 10 minutes to travel through a wormhole, crossing a distance of about 60,000 light-years each warp. Meanwhile, this seemingly normal Catalyst-class destroyer took 15 minutes each time. Could its warp distance be even further than his Vampires? Xia Fei shook his head vigorously. Thinking about such a question at this time made him feel very uncomfortable. Cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex expended a lot of his mental energy, and it was different from physical strength. Mental exertion made the mind groggy, as if being battered by thousands of waves that sought to submerge one in seawater. The constant rolling waves made it so that one would emerge feeling extremely tired and vexed from the entire experience. Lighting a Hongtashan, Xia Fei tried to perk up as he did his best not to think of this ship's engine issue. What he needed now was peace and rest. Thinking with his already depleted mind was not about to do him any good. He took out a snake-eye berry from his spatial ring, placed it in his mouth, and chewed on it as if it were a peanut. A refreshing sensation surged in his body, alleviating the lethargy he was feeling by quite a bit. Sitting down cross-legged, Xia Fei adjusted himself and got ready for another attempt to break through the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex. I refuse to believe that I still can't open this door, Xia Fei stubbornly thought to himself. The repeated failed attempts had instead roused Xia Fei's competitive spirits. It was like climbing a mountain. One would be the most exhausted the closer they got to the top, but as long as they persevered, they would eventually be able to stand on its peak and be rewarded with a breathtaking view. Mind control was a very strange technique. It allowed the user to transmit their brainwaves to the target's heart forcibly and gain control of the target as a result. Since Xia Fei had already mastered the technique from the second stage of the Beast Spirit Codex, ocular cognition, all he needed to do was overcome this hidden obstacle in his mind. Then he could relay his brainwaves from afar through his gaze alone. There was no way for the average person to understand just how powerful the Beast Spirit Codex was. The ability to transmit information through the eyes was an astounding technique. Mental ability users were only able to send information through their brainwaves because their seventh brain region had been activated with such an ability. Meanwhile, a normal person could learn technique to control other living creatures with their mind alone through the Beast Spirit Codex, and it was considered to be a targeted mental technique. While mental ability users could use their brainwaves to control their own species, the Beast Spirit Codex enabled its users to control beasts. It must be said that beasts and humans had a qualitative difference in terms of their brains, and the frequency of the brainwaves between the two was completely different. There were commonalities among the humans because their brains had the exact same structure and the same receptors. However, beasts were not that easy to control. For example, if a beautiful woman were to wink at a man, most would understand it as an attempt at seduction, but would a person understand what it meant if a crocodile stared at them? No, it was impossible. Because the user and the target did not belong to the same species, it was completely impossible to understand the information being passed. The Beast Spirit Codex was precisely able to turn something thought impossible into reality via its unique technique. In order to achieve this step of mastery, he would first have to cultivate ocular cognition, making his eyes able to figuratively speak, so as to transmit a signal which beasts could understand. There was also a need to alter a human brain, to convert human brainwaves into special brainwaves that could affect beasts. Xia Fei had successfully mastered the first step of ocular cognition, and now he was learning the second step, which was to alter his brain. Following what was written in the Codex, every human's brain contained certain biological structures that could generate and convert minute brainwaves, which permitted communication between them and beasts. It was just that, after not having been in use for ages, these organs had slowly deteriorated. The Beast Spirit Codex provided a unique channel to forcibly reinvigorate these long-deteriorated portions of the brain that would affect beasts, allowing humans to establish a direct and effective connection with them. The stage that Xia Fei was cultivating had not gotten to such a profound level yet. What he needed to do now was activate 3 unique points of his brain, and once these 3 points were activated, Xia Fei would be able to establish the most rudimentary communication with beasts. Wave to someone, and that person would know that it was a gesture of farewell, flashing a thumbs up, and the person would know that it meant praise. Accidentally showing a middle finger, and all that awaited would be a beating. The third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex worked to help humans and beasts establish simple communication through body language. Even though there would not be much information that could be transmitted, it would at least allow beasts to understand the user's intentions. It was just that this simple exchange would not truly depend on body language, but on the user's eyes, and that was what set the Beast Spirit Codex apart. Language had a myriad of permutation, and the information transmitted through such a method would be bountiful. However, using just the eyes to send messages would not be as simple. It required the brain waves, which were being transmitted, to morph into the sort that animals could understand before shooting them out, and the difficulty of this could only be understood by people who had really cultivated up to that level. At this point in time, Xia Fei had already activated 2 of the 3 critical points in his brain, and activating the last part was all he needed to be capable of sending out messages through his 2 eyes, thereby breaking through to the 3rd stage. Going by the instructions in the Beast Spirit Codex, Xia Fei first had to accumulate wisps of energy in his brain and form a thread with these, which he then had to manipulate into flowing throughout his brain. At the same time, that thread would constantly be drawing and gathering the energy in his brain, increasing over time until it was finally forged into a potent force. Several minutes after, when Xia Fei felt that the energy he had gathered was sufficient, he would begin the final step, which was to destroy the exterior defenses at that point, striking at it with a large amount of his mental energy at once, thus activating it. The thread of energy gave Xia Fei a head-splitting migraine as it swam faster and faster in his mind. The constant motion of that energy also disturbed the other structures in his brain, causing everything to begin to feel volatile. Xia Fei shut both his eyes, gritting his teeth as he endured. All of a sudden, that initially malleable energy that Xia Fei was manipulating became as sharp as a knife, and it shot to the right of his brain, homing in on that one spot. An invisible explosion occurred in his brain, and though no sound was heard, Xia Fei felt like that strike was as unbridled as an atomic explosion. The huge impact of that wave struck in that instant and spread across the whole of his mindscape. Xia Fei felt that it was unbearably deafening, like 10,000 bells ringing at once. After the dust had settled, Xia Fei's body slackened as he collapsed heavily on his bed. The past usage of his mental strength weakened Xia Fei, and it was like Xia Fei had been completely drained by it. After a short time, Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes and inspected his brain via his consciousness. "There's no need for you to look. You haven't managed to break through." Phantom suddenly appeared and spoke to Xia Fei as he sat at the bedside. Because Phantom was in his spirit form, he could examine every organ in Xia Fei's body, and it was much faster and more accurate than the latter using his consciousness to sense his body's state. Xia Fei let out a heavy sigh and climbed out of the bed. His constant failed attempts had not dulled his perseverance. However, instead, it had made him even bolder, stoking his fiery determination within. "This guy's truly reckless." Phantom sighed as he returned to the more stone and ignored Xia Fei again. He was reputable for his obstinacy, and no one could stop him once he had set his mind onto something. Phantom did not care to try and dissuade him. Now that Xia Fei had made his decision, there was no way he would listen to anyone, unless it was to offer advice on how to make the breakthrough. Xia Fei was vexed from the repeated failures. He had begun attempting this breakthrough 2 months before, and it was only a week ago when this juncture point had finally eased, though no matter how hard he tried, he simply could not proceed further. In Xia Fei's eyes, anyone who stopped him from making progress was an enemy, and there was only one outcome for anyone he viewed as an enemy: death. There were plenty of stubborn people in this universe, but Xia Fei was probably the only one who would treat that point in his brain as foe. Munching on another snake-eyed berry to replenish his energy, Xia Fei intended to bear another tumultuous baptism as he attempted an unprecedented assault on this enemy impeding his improvement. I'm going all out. Xia Fei seethed, once more pulling out a strand of energy in his mind. Xia Fei made it swiftly travel through that path in his brain. This time, Xia Fei was not in a hurry to attack that unyielding point. Instead, he tried to gather as much energy as he crazily could. Xia Fei had already resolved that, since this enemy was so tenacious, he would have to be even more ferocious in his assault to tear down this formidable foe. As for the price of such a reckless decision, most of the time, Xia Fei was well aware of what was at stake, but the moment his madness took over, he would no longer pay heed to the cost of his actions. It was hard to imagine that two extremes, composure and madness, could coexist inside Xia Fei. This was probably the instinct that warriors possessed. Even the calmest warrior would not lose this madness that they hold within themselves. The energy accumulated, and that trickle of energy slowly converged into a flooding river. Come. Xia Fei had his eyes shut, his face appalling to behold. This one assault was powerful, directed entirely to that impediment in Xia Fei's brain, which had plagued him for so long, figuratively sundering the ground as devastation abounded. At last, he had successfully broken through the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex. The shockwave from this overwhelming attack ran wildly all over his brain, filling up every wrinkle and fold of it. Exhaling, Xia Fei was rendered motionless and silent on top of his bed by the overwhelming exhaustion gripping him. Phantom anxiously came running out of his more stone. He stared at Xia Fei for quite some time before revealing a strange smile. Oh, he's fallen asleep due to overexertion. Truly, he's such a mad lad. Cadets joining in the exploration of the ruins, please take note. We will be reaching this ship's destination in 1 hour 47 minutes. May everyone proceed immediately to the meeting room to receive the mission briefing from the commander. Xia Fei had only slept for a handful of hours before being awakened by the ship's broadcast system. His head was still a bit groggy when he got up, and it seemed that the aftereffects of his assault to break through to the third stage of the Beast Spirit Codex had not yet dissipated entirely, for he was still dealing with a weakened mental state. We've finally arrived. Xia Fei jumped out of his bed, splashed some cold water on his face, and made his way to the meeting room, where he forced himself to perk up once inside. 40 over cadets were sitting in a disorderly fashion around the room. Xia Fei spotted where Moonsong and Chundong were seated and walked over to join them. When walking past Bai Yi, he heard that milksop chuckle at Xia Fei. He nodded his head slightly, and that was considered as his greeting to that man. Why is that bastard laughing at you? Moonsong stared at Bai Yi coldly, asking in an unfriendly tone. For some reason, Moonsong seemed to harbor deep resentment toward Bai Yi, for she was always in an irate mood whenever she saw him. Xia Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? Will it be normal if people start crying the moment they see me, instead? Moonsong pouted, looking away from Bai Yi. That guy is surely devoid of good intentions. You ought to be on your guard against him. Xia Fei nodded. Actually, he would naturally remain vigilant of Bai Yi even without Moonsong warning him. After all, that man had already demonstrated his hostility toward him when they were participating in the extreme hovercar race. In any case, Xia Fei had always possessed great circumspection, and he disliked the way the milksop, Bai Yi, did things. Very soon, Bozingwa and the other 3 instructors filed into the meeting room. Bozingwa maintained a very serious expression as he stood in the middle. Because he was once a member of the Glorious 13, his strength and capabilities were obvious to all, so when he assumed the important position as the Internal Division's deputy supervisor, he was also tasked with overseeing the cadets' exploration mission. It was just that there was this perceptible melancholia on his face. Though the matter with Xiao Haili and Kairaz had happened quite some time ago, he had not yet gotten over the death of the two, which just showed how sentimental he was and how close he was with those battle buddies of his. Only Xia Fei knew that Xiao Haili had once attempted to kill him, for he had not mentioned this to anyone. The man was already dead. What use would it be to continue pursuing this matter? Besides, Xia Fei did not wish to explain this matter to anyone else since that would only bring plenty of unnecessary trouble his way, and Xia Fei already had enough on his plate at the moment. What a pity, to actually mourn over someone like Xiao Haili, muttered Xia Fei under his breath as he shook his head. He gazed at Bozingwa, who had seemingly aged quite a lot since the last time they met. Yi Xiaohan and the two other instructors took out some pre-prepared portable packs and handed them to the present cadets. Xia Fei opened one to find 4 weeks' worth of rations, emergency survival kits, medicine and drugs, a potable water device, a communicator, and an environmental monitoring instrument. The food rations were those soft energy bars that looked like toothpaste. The taste of these energy bars were terrible. There was a sort of mild bitterness when chewed, which was worse than eating toothpaste. Though they tasted bad, the energy bars did provide the necessary nutrients the human body required, and eating a few bites a day was enough to fully satisfy a person's physical needs for 24 hours. The potable water device was a very useful outdoor survival tool, and its appearance was of a sealed metal teacup with a cover that had several rows of densely packed circular holes. It was battery-powered and could last for hundreds of years without needing a recharge. When switched on, the potable water device would draw the water vapor in the air and filter it through that cover, storing it inside the cup after undergoing heavy purification. Unless the environment lacked any water molecules in the air, there would be no need for anyone using the device to ever worry about drinkable water. Beijing opened a portable pack and displayed all the items out on the table. Everyone should recognize the energy bars, emergency survival kit, and the potable water device, so I won't speak about those. All of you just have to remember, Planet YZZ7526 is a low-level radiation zone. You can only depend on the rations and water you have with you. Otherwise, you might end up suffering from food poisoning or even worse. Next, he picked up the bracelet-shaped communicator, which was similar to the ones used during the Crisis Grade Assessment. Its silver shine was very eye-catching. YZZ7526 has the Union's high-powered signal jammers for disrupting communications, so aside from these specialized communicators, no other device can be used to transmit messages. Similarly, your every move will be recorded, so I hope that you guys will keep yourselves in check. Don't do anything out of the ordinary. Also, this here is a handheld environmental monitoring instrument. I've said it before, this planet is irradiated, reaching high enough levels in certain places to cause harm to your health. Unless you have a high-grade combat suit, you should immediately leave an area if you see the instrument flashing red and only stop once this stops. Beijing very seriously addressed the crowd. The ancient civilization possessed extremely advanced technology, and they dared to utilize even the most dangerous substances in all the cosmos. Though it would be very convenient for mankind, the consequences of such actions were plain to see. When the robot army fleet rebelled and began annihilating one planet with human inhabitants after another, plenty of those poisonous substances that were hard to deal with ended up leaking, and over such a long time, the extremely rich planets remained filled with poisonous and harmful substances, becoming inhospitable for humans. Beijing cleared his throat and continued speaking. Next, I'll be setting the assignments for this exploration. All of you may stay on planet YZZ7526 for 2 weeks, and in this time period, anything you find from your exploration will belong to you. If you wish to sell the relics you discover to the training camp, you will be appropriately compensated with points. Xia Fei was stunned. The training camp had been very generous this time, actually allowing their cadets to bring back whatever they were able to find. He thought about it and very quickly saw the reason why. This planet was ultimately just some E-grade ruins, so it had a rather low rank. It would be really difficult to find any top-grade relics here, which was why the training camp had decided to be kind enough and give it to their cadets. A low-grade ancient civilization relic was not valued much by the Adjudicator Union, so it would not matter if they let cadets get hold of them. Besides, these students might not even locate anything with just the 2 weeks' time that they were given to explore such a large planet. There's plenty of insect species living on YZZ7526. These insects are specially bred by the Union so that you can all use and test your mettle against them. I'm sure everyone here knows that the Pan-Human Alliance's greatest enemy is those disgusting bugs, so there's plenty of benefits for everyone here to familiarize themselves with how to fight the insectoids. The Alliance has divided the insectoids into 9 ranks based on their danger rating. The insectoids living on this planet are all rank 1 and 2 insectoids. Though they are merciless, it doesn't mean that they lack any sort of intelligence. Those present here are cadets of the Internal Division, and such low-rank insectoids shouldn't be able to pose any sort of threat to you. You all will be awarded a point for every rank 1 insectoid killed and 3 points for the rank 2 insectoids. It's fine even if you wipe them all out, but of course, that is impossible. Xia Fei smiled. No wonder the Union has been so generous thus far. We won't only be limited by time, but also by the large number of insectoids to contend with. At this rate, there are even slimmer chances of getting hold of any ancient relics. Beside him, Dong was abnormally excited, his 2 eyes glistening as his chest heaving incessantly. This battle maniac would get excited as long as there was a fight to be had. Be it against a human or an insectoid, it mattered not to him as long as he could fight them. Instead, it was Moon Song who looked somewhat disgusted. Plenty of women did not like dirty bugs, and though she had a different sexual orientation, it did not change the fact that she was a woman who happened to really hate bugs. The atmosphere in the meeting room became lively as the cadets' fighting spirits were evoked after hearing that they would get to fight insectoids. Beijing swept his gaze across the room, seemingly satisfied with the passion and fervor everyone was demonstrating. There are 2 modes of action you all can take for this operation. The first is to follow the instructor teams and work together with everyone. The benefit of doing so is that it'll be a lot safer. Also, the instructors can also impart some skills anytime, anywhere, helping everyone improve as they go along. The second is to go individually or in groups. This would be more dangerous than having instructors by your side, but you'd have more freedom doing this. No matter which option you end up choosing, you must pay attention to the map and instructions on your communicator at all times, as well as your environmental monitoring instrument. Seek aid the instant an accident occurs. Okay, meeting adjourned. I wish you all the best of luck, Beijing said in a booming voice a moment after. The cadets all stood up and returned to their cabins for the final preparations. Xia Fei thought about it for some time and decided that it was not a bad choice if he acted alone. After all, having more people still required him to depend on himself, and there was no way to grow if he kept following behind someone. Xia Fei did not mind it either if Dong and Moon Song proposed to form a party. He was fairly good friends with them, and they were worthy of his trust. That was when Dong got up and loudly asked, "I'd like to know if the cadets can freely challenge one another while on this planet." The cadets who were in the process of leaving the meeting room each came to a halt, turning around to look at Dong as they wondered why he would ask such a question. Beijing laughed. He was very fond of Dong's bullheaded personality. Of course you can. This isn't the training camp, so as long as you don't cause their death, you guys can all fight however you wish. We are all warriors, and combat is our calling. Dong nodded, staring coldly at all the other cadets. All of them felt a wave of panic wash over them, each making the decision to avoid the madman Dong, absolutely planning not to go anywhere near him. The scenery of planet YZZ 7526 was in a state of ruins, with the sky overcast and the smell hanging in the air being both sour and smelly. It was a bit like falling into an entire jar of chemicals. The Catalyst-class destroyer slowly descended on the outskirts of the city ruins. Xia Fei, Dong, and Moon Song all alighted from the ship together. The decrepit ruins in the distance looked desolate, and the crumbling walls and remains intertwined to create a tragically beautiful scene. Xia Fei could even vaguely hear some strange noises, which probably came from the insectoids crawling about. Dong waved at Moon Song and Xia Fei, heading to the city with great verve, not saying a word as his eyes gleamed with that combative fire burning in him. It was evident that Dong had already decided that he would fight on his own. Xia Fei chuckled and went in the opposite direction. Since Dong had no intention of forming a party, Xia Fei, of course, chose to go off on his own as well. Moon Song stood on the spot, dumbfounded. She watched both men leave and her face turned beet red, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Where are you 2 madmen going?" Xia Fei did not turn his head around and just waved his hand offhandedly. "I'm off to explore the ruins, of course. With the 2 of you gone, what will I do? Take care of yourself." Saying that, Xia Fei's pumped strength to his legs and disappeared into the horizon, chasing after the soft glow of the setting sun. YZZ 7526 was just a medium-sized planet that was once a human mining colony. Its population could not compare to the commercial planets, and was even considered one of the poorer planets during the time of the ancient civilization. According to the map, there were 5 main cities on this planet, with small satellite towns surrounding each of them. Those cities all shared a common trait, and that was its proximity to major mining sites. The humans who had once lived here subsisted off mining, so their cities were naturally situated near mining sites, making it more convenient for them to commute to and fro. The Catalyst-class destroyer had landed near one of the 5 main cities, coded 04. Xia Fei did not head right into the city like everyone else, but chose the other main city about 2,000 kilometers away, coded 02. Instead, this was where he planned to begin his search in the ruins. He could tell clearly with the map that the ruins of City 02 were far more spectacular than the abandoned City 04. It was at least thrice larger in terms of landmass, making it the second largest metropolis on the entire planet, meaning that it had been highly prosperous in the past. The majority of the cadets chose the ruins of 04, which meant that they could help watch out for one another, but it also meant that the purpose of their exploration would be greatly reduced. Xia Fei was not an idealist by any means, but his goal here was certain. He wanted to profit from this operation. Previously, Quantum Holdings and Vampire had emptied his pockets, and he did not have more than 200 million star coins left in his bank account at this point. While 200 million star coins sounded like it was a decent amount, Xia Fei still needed to save for more medicinal ingredients he would need in the future. The medicinal ingredients that he would take every time were almost always astronomical in price, and the 200 million star coins was not even enough for him to glance at them. There was Quantum Holdings, too. Xia Fei had expended a lot of his hard-earned money on Earth's first interstellar trading enterprise, and it was presently unable to make it in the black as of yet. Since it could not bring back any profits to Xia Fei in the meantime, if he wanted it to make more money soon, he would have to upgrade it as fast as possible and create popular products that were in short supply. This would thus require him to increase his investment in the company. Even the daily expenditure of maintaining Vampire cost Xia Fei quite a lot. If there was any shortcoming to a top-tier special ops frigate, it would be that the assembly was too high-end, and the means needed to maintain it would be far beyond the average frigate. Just the cost of changing some of its worn-out parts was enough to keep an average frigate well-conditioned for a year. Just thinking about this gave Xia Fei a headache. In this realistic galactic society, everything required money. Xia Fei's intention was not to be a normal warrior, but he was still so far from his goal, which meant that he must spend exorbitant amounts just to improve himself. He needed to earn money, so he could earn even more money. Xia Fei's heart was bellowing loudly as his legs ran non-stop toward the ruins of City 02. His 2 eyes sparkled as if his destination was not some ruins, but a mountain of gold. Not long after he set off, the day slowly turned to night, and darkness descended upon the wilderness. The strange noises around him gradually grew denser, and Xia Fei knew that the majority of the insectoids were active at night. With the arrival of their favorite time to do activities, the insectoids could hardly contain their excitement as they crawled to the surface from underground. Xia Fei pushed a button on his Windshade Mark IV combat suit's mask, and the 2 thin night vision goggles appeared. The darkness of the night became as clear as day to Xia Fei, though because he lacked any source of light, the world he saw through the lenses was just a light hue of red, as if he was standing on some bizarre land. There were 2 heavy beetles somewhere 400 to 500 meters ahead of him scavenging for food. Each had thick, shiny black carapace, a pair of sharp mandibles, which looked like 2 large sickles the way they snapped together viciously. Their bodies were around the size of small cars, with either having 6 thin and short legs that made them sway from side to side as they crawled. They were extremely slow. The pair of black and white feelers on their heads looked like 2 antennas that kept rotating flexibly in the air. Right under these feelers were 2 pitch-black orbs. They had no eyelids, and those 2 eyes the size of basketballs were plainly exposed. Xia Fei stopped and hunkered down to observe these 2 insectoids. Checking through his communicator, he identified them as black sky beetles. Classified as danger level 1, they were considered low tier. Xia Fei's 2 eyes suddenly changed, releasing a sort of sharp and bright glint. Then he unleashed his Beast Spirit Codex Stage 3 on them. Having just successfully made the breakthrough and completed his cultivation of the Beast Spirit Codex to the 3rd stage 10 hours ago, he reckoned that this was the perfect opportunity to test it. Countless informative commands were, thus sent forth from his gaze in the form of brainwaves to those two insectoids' minds, traveling like unceasing streams toward them, with every interval of the brainwaves being bigger and faster than the last. Xia Fei started, from where he was, at the two large insectoids just a short distance away from him as they slowly ambled toward him. The brainwaves rapidly penetrated these insectoids' heads, and after battering their brains incessantly, some feedback from the insectoids' brains was sent back his way. It was as if these two insectoids had been frightened by this, for they started dancing intensely from where they stood. Their 6 stubby legs kept trampling the ground as if they were trying to break free from the harassing brainwaves. It could only be imagined just how tortured and messy their minds must be at that moment. What was strange was that Xia Fei had followed the Beast Spirit Codex's secret technique to send silence commands at them, but the two insectoids were stubbornly defying them. They teetered on the edge, putting up a fitful resistance to Xia Fei's commands. Xia Fei had discovered at this point that, after he had infiltrated these insectoids' brains, the secret technique's effectiveness would reduce rapidly, unable to achieve the strongest effect. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. This strange display was beyond what he had initially expected. The Beast Spirit Codex's techniques were designed to be used particularly on exotic beasts, and the insectoids were considered as a race of beasts, so he could not understand why it would have such a poor effect on them. He abruptly increased the strength and frequency of his signal, attempting to swiftly whittle down the enemy's resistance and establish some initial contact with them. That was when an unexpected scene occurred. The two insectoids suddenly slumped onto the ground, all their limbs madly thrashing about despite their feeble and weak states. They were akin to epilepsy patients who suddenly experienced a seizure, seemingly in a state of moribund. Presently, Xia Fei had already exerted the maximum energy that he could use, and this immense mental energy consumption left him breathless. His head was abuzz. Boom boom. Finally, as Xia Fei's powerful brainwave assault directly broke through the two insectoids' brains, it was as if a double kick had been unleashed. 2 crisp explosion sounds could be heard, and the insectoids' heads split in half. A thick green liquid slowly oozed out from their brains. They are dead. Xia Fei was mildly stunned. He had not expected that completely unleashing the Beast Spirit Codex would result in the brains of these insects to suffer such fatal damage. Shaking his head, Xia Fei let himself regain his spirit as he paced over quickly to the side of the two black sky beetles. Their brains were protected by their black carapace, and seeing the injury they had sustained, he concluded that the brainwaves he had produced promptly caused their brains to expand, and the pressure ultimately surpassed the limit that their heads could withstand before ultimately exploding open. He lightly dipped his finger in one insectoid's green brain juices and sniffed. The liquid was as sticky as glue, and it smelled like spoiled cow's milk, making him have the urge to vomit. Phantom suddenly appeared next to Xia Fei, rubbing his chin in a thoughtful manner. "A penny for your thoughts?" Xia Fei asked. Phantom shook his head. "I'm uncertain. I only feel that your brainwaves have a very limited effect on these insectoids. It's like having two completely different frequencies. The frequency of your brainwaves differed from that of these insectoids, so you failed to implant your commands on them." Xia Fei nodded. "I agree with that as well. It's as if my commands were a foreign language to them, and they were completely incapable of comprehending it. Could the insectoids have a separate brain system that is different from beasts?" Phantom mulled over this for a while. "I can't determine that, either. How about this? Capture another insectoid, cut them open, and, using the Beast Spirit Codex, observe their beast spirit fire. If the insectoids are different from beasts, that will be an important discovery in the history of neurological research. A dead centipede could still move its limbs. Though the brains of these two sky beetles had already exploded, their limbs were still spasming. Xia Fei ruthlessly kicked one of these limbs and unsheathed his chasing light, continuing his run towards City 02. After clearing a distance that was no more than a dozen kilometers, a pair of black sky beetles appeared once more in a dilapidated building somewhere ahead of him. It seemed that these insectoids enjoyed moving in pairs, or perhaps they shared a spousal relationship. It was really hard to tell. Xia Fei was not in a rush to attack this time. Instead, he used the ocular cognition technique from the Beast Spirit Codex to peer into their beast spirit fire. Doing so, All he saw was a light green flame rising from within each insectoid's body. The flame was not only small, but also appeared weak. It was a stark contrast to their huge bodies, as if a light breeze was all it would take to extinguish their flames. It stood to reason that such large life forms ought to have a more vigorous beast spirit fire, yet their flames were so weak that they were barely perceptible. It would take but a moment to cover the few hundred meters of distance the insectoids had with Xia Fei, yet these black sky beetles remained oblivious that death was upon. Chasing light pierced the head of one black sky beetle, cleaving it cleanly in half with a vertical slash. That sturdy carapace was as weak as tofu in the face of his cyan blade. The blade's speed and precise cut Xia Fei demonstrated meant he was able to vertically and horizontally cut the brains of these two insectoids respectively with surgical precision, also for the convenience of examining them from different angles. Xia Fei had encountered insectoids before when he was in the Wild Star region, but he had never once killed one of them with his bare hands. To his surprise, Xia Fei discovered that the heads of these two insectoids also leaked out the same green, viscous liquid that he had previously seen. It turned out that the insectoids' brains were filled with these juices. Phantom was in shock, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his head. I didn't know that this was what's inside the heads of insectoids. I've seen insectoids before, but I never got the chance to cut the head open of any of them. Xia Fei helplessly shrugged. No wonder the Beast Spirit Codex had little success with them. The facts were clear. The brain structure of these insectoids was completely different. He pulled out a small, shiny, diamond-shaped, black crystal from inside their heads. Every insectoid would have such a crystal growing inside, and according to the difference in their type and rank, the crystals would differ in color and size as well. No matter what, each of these crystals could be exchanged for a point when brought back. These training camp points were fairly valuable, and harvesting more of these crystals could greatly aid in alleviating the monetary crisis Xia Fei was presently facing. Pushing the questions he had regarding insectoid brains to the back of his mind, Xia Fei began his extermination spree. Xia Fei left behind a trail of corpses as he ventured further in the direction of City 02 from this wasteland. When dawn broke, vast ruins appeared at the foot of the mountain. Everywhere he looked, there was large concrete debris, rocks, and long-rusted steel remains. Though this city had long been laid to waste, Xia Fei could tell that it had once been quite a majestic sight to behold just from the proportion and extent of the remains before him. Xia Fei sat on a mountain peak and had his breakfast as he admired the morning sun gradually lighting up the huge, ancient ruins below him. Most of the buildings within City 02 had already been reduced to rubbles, and even those edifices that had managed to retain their shapes were all riddled with holes under the intense firepower from the robot army. They were barely still standing, and seemed as if all it would take was a light touch to bring them all crumbling down. The only structure at the city center that could be considered intact was a square building. It was large and angular, with dozens or so already destroyed large cannons on its roof. The cannons looked like dead tree branches, bent and twisted as they dangled from above. There was a layer of shiny silver metal on their surface. Despite experiencing the elements all year round over all these years, the metal remained gleaming under the sunlight. That should be where the core organization of City 02 resided. Its resistance against attack was simply beyond belief. It was nothing short of a miracle that it could remain standing and not succumb to the relentless onslaughts of the elements. Xia Fei had a simple breakfast, composed of 2 cans of beef and peach, 2 liters of milk, 20 pieces of dense bread, and 1 each of white dew and snake-eye berry. Xia Fei had a shockingly big appetite, and everything that he had just eaten only made him half full. No one could eat their fill when in battle. He needed to keep himself on the edge of hunger, so he would be able to find his strongest explosive combat strength within. It was akin to someone heading off for a job after filling their stomach with food. Not only would he feel lethargic, but his stomach would also be unable to take the exertion. A real experienced warrior would never let themselves be at ease. They needed to use hunger and pain to stimulate the biological instincts that had already deteriorated in humans, so that they could rely on their beast-like abilities to hunt, battle, and survive. Getting up to his feet and exercising his limbs, Xia Fei began his trek down the mountain. He maintained a speed of around 500 meters per second, a measured pace most suitable for him to observe his surroundings. It was now daytime, and most of the insectoids had burrowed into their caves to rest, making it the best time for him to go exploring. As for insectoid extermination, that was best reserved for the night. Xia Fei had managed to harvest over 800 diamond-shaped crystals from fighting the insectoids last night, which roughly translated to an equal amount of points from the training camp. A simple conversion of these points would net him approximately 80 million star coins, and to the cash-strapped Xia Fei, this was a timely injection of funds. He had made the decision deep down that he would start to keep his ruins exploration to the day and insectoid massacre to the night in order to earn money. It was not every day that he would get a chance to explore the ruins of the ancient civilization, so he must attempt to cover the expenses of his next batch of medicinal ingredients through this exploration, and it would be ideal if he could earn some for quantum holdings as well, so that when the right time came, he could afford a comprehensive industrial upgrade of the company, improving its competitiveness. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had already arrived on the outskirts of the city. The alloy plate paving the roads within had long been made uneven, and the buildings on either side devastated to the point they were no more than rubble. A slight breeze lifted the dust off the ground and kept them suspended in the air, which painted a particularly desolate image. Xia Fei concentrated, then began regulating his breath control technique. He needed to be careful at all times if he were to proceed in such an environment, because even a pack of soldiers would have an easy time hiding in these densely packed buildings of varying states of dilapidation. Xia Fei could keenly sense that there were plenty of unfriendly eyes staring at him from these rows of buildings on both sides of the road. Needless to say, they must belong to insectoids that were currently searching for chances to tear him into shreds. They had long been tired of feeding off their kind or what sparse vegetation that grew on this planet. Xia Fei's appearance was akin to a piece of fragrant steak placed on top of bland white rice in a bowl. Countless insectoids were already salivating at the prospect of getting their mandibles on this meat. With a crooked smile, Xia Fei's figure blurred as he instantly disappeared at the center of the road. The insectoids could only helplessly watch as that steak escaped from them. Because his speed was too fast, it easily surpassed the limit of scrutiny that the insectoids possessed. The insectoids were not the only ones capable of lurking in the dark to ambush their prey. Xia Fei himself was an expert when it came to making concealed kills. After all, his specialized skills were all attuned to the assassination, so when it came to disappearing into the dark, Xia Fei was a lot smarter than these insectoids. There was no reason for an assassin to walk along the open road to wait for others to ambush. Instead, it ought to be the assassin who would hide to launch a sneak attack on others. His figure flashed like a bolt of electricity, and Xia Fei kept making progress under the cover of the ruins. His movement was very strange, flitting from one point to another before pausing to observe his surroundings. What he was doing did not seem like running, but more like jumping. Xia Fei had seriously considered each and every point, and doing this would not only give him a suitable angle to take in his surroundings, but would also take into consideration the light and the movement of the air, including the possible paths of return. Xia Fei's actions were not as a result of his fear toward the insectoids, but a habit formed when it came to his mobility. Whether the enemies he was facing were powerful or weak, he felt it necessary to treat them all seriously. A proper assassin would never underestimate their target, a creed that any assassin would not compromise on. Though Xia Fei was no assassin, he had been learning the assassin's ways from the very beginning and was even under the unorthodox assassin phantom's direct guidance. So he had more or less been heavily influenced by their practice and views. Xia Fei was half crouching behind a low wall. Diagonally across from him was a green insectoid. This insectoid looked like a huge earthworm, plump and soft all over. Its head was growing more than a dozen eyes of different sizes. The insectoid's most unique feature was its mouth. It had numerous circular rows of teeth, much like the ones seen on lampreys, so anything that accidentally ended up in its maw would get shredded in a matter of seconds. Xia Fei learned from his inquiry that this type of insectoid was called sawtooth, considered to be rank 2. Possessing a certain level of intelligence, it was cunning and brutal. Xia Fei had positioned himself very cleverly, including the protection from his breath control technique. That sawtooth was simply unable to sense his presence despite being so near. Xia Fei waited for the opportune time and went dashing behind the creature in a flash as his chasing light deftly carved a circle around the sawtooth's neck, cutting off its head at one go. Green liquid gushed out of the wound like an open fire valve, an amount that was almost at least several dozens of liters. This headless sawtooth carcass lay in a heap on the ground, madly thrashing about. As it lost all blood, its originally plump body gradually shriveled up. Its head was still thrashing about on the ground. Its maw full of tooth whorls tore and bit at the empty air. Xia Fei stomped its head, and it finally ceased moving. Thrusting in his chasing light, he very casually dug out that diamond-shaped crystal from the insectoid. Storing the crystal into his spatial ring, Xia Fei continued toward the heart of City 02. He did not intentionally go out of his way to kill insectoids. Unless they were obstructing his path, Xia Fei would not take the initiative to kill these insectoids. It was already daytime, and according to Xia Fei's timetable, his focus now should be on exploration. If he were to stumble upon one or two valuable ancient relics during his search, his expected haul would far outstrip what he could earn by killing tens of thousands of insectoids, and money was something that Xia Fei sorely needed right now. Along the way, Xia Fei discovered that the ruins rarely had anything that could be deemed as 100% intact. Even if there was any, it would just be worthless trash, and there was hardly a trace of those top-grade items that he so desperately sought. Xia Fei stopped and considered this. He realized that the chances of finding what he wanted were very low if he continued to search through the ruins blindly. If he wanted to be rewarded for his efforts, he had to choose a specific location and carefully comb through it. He tried to construct a mental image of how the city looked back in its heyday, attempting to integrate himself into this city in a way that he had higher possibilities of locating the places where he might find valuables. That huge and square-shaped building at the city center evidently came to mind as one such possible location. There were also those mansions on the west side of the city that the wealthy had lived and the local garrison. Finally, there was that upscale business hub, which could potentially be worth searching. Xia Fei walked on the road leading to the city center, slowly making progress toward that huge building. All of a sudden, Xia Fei became keenly aware of a distinct aura coming from that building ahead. This aura was thick and violent, like what one would sense from a ferocious tiger deep in slumber. Though it was asleep, fatally carnivorous sensations still strongly permeated the air around the area. Phantom coincidentally appeared beside Xia Fei at this time. His eyes also trained on that silver-colored, square-shared building. You felt it too? Xia Fei asked. Phantom nodded. Its aura is formidable, something an insectoid possessing extremely high combative strength can give off. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Indeed, and the fact that the creature isn't even trying to mask its aura means it's very confident of itself. High-ranking insectoids usually gave off two auras. One was maniacal savagery and violence, a murderous aura that clearly indicated the insectoid's ferocious and combative nature. Two was none. Cunning insectoids were very careful to let their auras be felt by others, and some would even try to make themselves appear harmless. Apparently, the insectoid currently hiding in that building was the former, the ruthless type that possessed formidable strength. Going by Bozinghua's initial introduction, the insectoids living on this planet ought to be of the lowest ranks. So why would there be such a unique insectoid here? Xia Fei did not give this further thought and followed along the decrepit walls of the surrounding edifices as he fast approached that square building, hoping to catch a glimpse of the insectoid with his two eyes. Killing a high-ranking insectoid would reap him plenty of benefits, and the carcass could be sold to science institutions. This would be a very lucrative haul, which was why Xia Fei had decided to venture deeper in all by himself. He would kill it if he could, and if he could not, he would rely on his speed to beat a hasty retreat. There hardly posed any danger with his plan. He spread his body backward and got into a stance, ready to take off. Pumping strength to his two legs, Xia Fei applied top speeds as he dashed toward the wall in front of him, and just as he was almost upon the metal wall, with a mere 0.5 centimeter distance away from slamming on it, Xia Fei abruptly lifted his right leg and used the force to send his entire body skyward, as if he were Spider-Man. His legs stomped on the surface of the wall as he continued to use the force from his acceleration to scale the wall. The moment the force weakened, Xia Fei would begin to fall off that shiny wall. There was a hole on the 5th floor of this building created by the blast of an explosive shell. Just as the impetus of his sprint was able to ebb, Xia Fei's two arms managed to grab hold of the hole's edge. Then he pulled himself up and climbed into the building. Because it was apparent that a ferocious insectoid resided in this building, Xia Fei did not choose to enter the place via conventional routes, but utilized his speed abilities advantage instead to get himself to the 5th floor at once. It appeared that he had ended up inside an office of sorts. There was an old map hanging on a nearby wall, and several alloy desks were piled at a corner in a disorganized fashion. The explosive shell had, once upon a time, come from outside the building, creating a circular tunnel that bore through one wall after another along its trajectory. Xia Fei surveyed this messy room, then took a deep breath, venturing further to the core of this huge building. From the partitioned rooms and decorations around him, Xia Fei could tell that this building was an important facility like the City Hall or the Congress Assembly. At the center of this building was a large, open courtyard, and it appeared that he was somewhere 5 floors above that. He saw numerous, dug-out holes on the 1st floor, each roughly about an adult man's height. It was unknown where the closely packed entrances led to. That murderous aura was coming from these countless tunnels, and Xia Fei reckoned that they should all be connected, with some unknown insectoid living within this network of tunnels. Taking a look around him, there were actually no other insectoids inside this huge building, most likely because a high-level insectoid had taken up residence here, so every other insectoid was giving it a wide berth. It could be seen that the one here was not just above the insectoids outside in terms of their level, but was also likely the leader of City 02. Xia Fei went down 1 floor via the stairs, ducking behind a broken office desk for cover. He kept a close eye on what was below him, hoping to catch sight of the insectoid leaving the tunnels so that he could determine whether he could kill it or not. An hour passed in this manner, and that insectoid Xia Fei was hoping to see did not leave its resting place at all. The situation remained unchanged after 2 hours. After 3 hours, that violent aura diminished by some, and Xia Fei reckoned that it might be a sign that the insectoid had fallen asleep in its nest. Pondering over this quickly in his mind, he decided that this was a rare opportunity and that he must capitalize on this stroke of fortune to venture into the tunnels and kill the insectoid. He got up and was just about to make his way into one of the tunnel entrances when, all of a sudden, he heard skittering noises of seemingly several insectoids rushing to the location from outside the building. Xia Fei once more crouched low and kept his eyes peeled on the entrance. After a while, he saw 4 5-colored beetles, which were dragging in a carcass of an insectoid and some fresh grass, crawl in from the outside. Xia Fei was quite surprised. He recognized the carcass these insectoids had brought in as the sawtooth he had killed earlier. In fact, the diamond-shaped crystal from its head was sitting quietly in his spatial ring at this very moment. The 4 5-colored beetles used their mandibles to drag the carcass and fresh grass into the tunnels, ignorant of Xia Fei's presence. Could they be sending in lunch for the insectoid in the tunnels? Xia Fei wondered to himself. There were many types of insectoids capable of thought, doing work, and developing their language just like humans. Some were even able to drive insectoids with lower IQs to do work for them. Could there be a high-level insectoid in the tunnels? Xia Fei's suspicions grew. It must be mentioned that high IQ insectoids were classified as at least level 4 or above by the Pan-Human Alliance. Yet Beijing had told all the cadets, including him, that there were only level 1 and 2 insectoids on this planet. Just where had the highly intelligent insectoid come from if it was truly residing here? With his breath control still active, Xia Fei surreptitiously tailed those 4 insectoids as they entered one of the tunnel entrances. These 5-colored beetles were hardly a threat to Xia Fei, having already killed almost 100 of them while he was outside. The only thing that might be a threat to him was that insectoid he had not yet met inside these tunnels. Xia Fei had already perfected his breath control technique, so these 5-colored beetles were unable to sense that a human was right behind them. Xia Fei maintained a 200-meter distance from them, using the uneven terrain within as cover while he tailed these insectoids that were going deeper underground. The tunnel was pitch black inside, and the air was cold and stale. The strong smell of decay was everywhere, as if a pile of rotten fish had been placed somewhere in these tunnels. Xia Fei turned on his Windshade Mark IV combat suit's night built-in vision goggles and kept the environmental monitoring instrument into his spatial ring. This planet's environment was exceptionally bad, and the instrument should logically be stored away somewhere on his body just in case of emergency. But the instrument would beep endlessly the moment it detected danger, and that would expose Xia Fei, endangering him as a corollary. Fortunately, the legendary-grade defensive capability of his Windshade Mark IV combat suit had fairly decent protection against all sorts of hazardous materials, so there was no need for Xia Fei to worry about the environment he was in. The length and complexity of the tunnels went well beyond what he had imagined. Half an hour had already passed ever since he entered the tunnels. Xia Fei reckoned that he should be over 2 kilometers below the surface at this moment. And to have dug such a deep and complex tunnel system was a testament to the depths of understanding the insectoid possessed over digging. The smell of rot in the air was becoming more and more distinct as well, seemingly filling every corner of these tunnels. There was another bend in front of him, and with these many tunnels all starting to converge in one point, he could infer that the insectoid's nest was not too far away from his location. Moving forward, Xia Fei abruptly discovered that one tunnel was a lot colder than those he had been in thus far, and there were even icicles that had condensed on the rocky wall surfaces. The path was very slippery, so Xia Fei pushed a button to activate his combat boots' ice spikes underneath. He continued along for another 500 meters, and the way ahead gradually opened up to a cavern. In response, Xia Fei completely activated the spikes on his combat suit, using these to scale the wall like an agile gecko. Several minutes later, Xia Fei silently appeared at the highest part of this cavern and spotted a sleeping, maroon-colored insectoid. The 4 5-colored beetles seemed to be very afraid of it, for they took care to toss that sawtooth carcass on the ground, leaving the bundle of green grass to the side, very quietly before quickly retreating to where they had come from. Once they were a good distance from the maroon-colored insectoid, the 4 beetles scurried away as fast as they could, looking as if they had just survived a meeting with death. By now, the only ones left in this cavern were that maroon-colored beetle and Xia Fei. This insectoid was not particularly large, only about 1.5 meters in length, not even reaching Xia Fei's height. From its outward appearance, it appeared to be a supersized woodlouse. Its body was long and narrow, with a smooth and hard carapace covering its back. There were plenty of soft feelers on its abdomen, most likely what it used to move. A pair of blood-red orbs were growing on its head and tail, making it hard for anyone to determine which was which. Its body was tightly curled up into a ball, and some of the longer feelers even extended at times to scratch itself. This insectoid did not look special on the outside, hardly seeming vicious no matter how Xia Fei stared at it. Nevertheless, the aura around it was extremely ferocious. Xia Fei clung tightly onto the ceiling, using his left hand to pull out his communicator and aim it at the insectoid, hoping to get a read of what type, level, characteristics, habits, etc. it was. The communicator was actually a miniature computer, and while communication was its main purpose, it had plenty of other functions as well. Technology had developed to a point that pretty much all devices used computers at their cores, though they had different fortes, just like how Xia Fei's microcomputer's main use was to access the interplanetary internet, and his communicator to conversate across the various frequencies. The maroon insectoid's physical attributes were swiftly inputted on the communicator, which quickly scoured through the insectoid database, then gave Xia Fei the results in a few seconds. The result he got back was that there were 0 matches for this particular insectoid. The word unknown was prominently shown on the screen. Xia Fei stored his communicator into his spatial ring. He was ready to continue his observation so that he could completely comprehend its true visage, but this was unfortunately cut short by the maroon insectoid waking up. It uncurled itself and slowly crawled to the food, dining on it with great relish at the unidentifiable insectoid's pace. It even took several minutes of break from eating before resuming its slow pace digging in. It pulled the meat off the sawtooth carcass twice before taking in 2 heaps of green grass, demonstrating its knowledge of mixing meat and vegetables when eating. Thoughts? Xia Fei asked Phantom through his consciousness. I'm not sure, but from what we've seen thus far, this insectoid doesn't seem to be of any threat. But how to explain that very intense aura we've felt from it before? Phantom was scratching his head in puzzlement. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, then revealed a mirthless smirk. An easy way to find out if this insectoid just faking it is by killing it. With that said, Xia Fei let go of the cavern's ceiling and went plunging toward the maroon insectoid. His chasing light was held high in his hands as he sent a horizontal cut on its body. The low thunk produced by metal meeting metal echoed in the cavern. The insectoid's thin layer of the carapace was far more resilient than Xia Fei had expected. Not only did chasing light fail to penetrate it despite Xia Fei using all his strength, his arm even went numb from the impact. All of a sudden, that wild and violent aura became even greater, and the maroon insectoid demonstrated an unbelievably fast speed to turn around, its two blood-red orbs eyeing Xia Fei rather inhumanly. It was hard to imagine that, just minutes ago, this insectoid was still very slowly munching on its food, yet the instant it was attacked, this creature would demonstrate a 100-fold increase in speed. Though it adopted a stance that exuded rage, it did not unleash any substantive retaliation. Xia Fei ignored its stance. Since the attack had yet to begin, he was not about to let up until the insectoid died. He used his speed to put some distance between himself and the insectoid. Xia Fei circled his target, his concentration pushed to the limits. Right now, he needed to avoid that hard carapace and find a way to land his attacks on that soft abdomen. Meanwhile, the maroon insectoid used its fast speed to shift its gaze accordingly, moving as Xia Fei did. This made for a fairly peculiar sight, with him going in circles around the cavern and the maroon insectoid spinning from where it stood. Chance. Xia Fei abruptly kicked the cavern wall, and using that powerful counterforce, his entire body went hurtling like a released arrow toward his target. Xia Fei was skirting close to the ground, looking like a fish that was swimming on land. His chasing light performed a sweeping blow on that insectoid's body. Clunk. Chasing light formed a cyan streak of electricity as it passed through, slicing off feelers after feelers, the maroon insectoid's abdomen. No, it was more precise to say that an entire row of feelers had been chopped off by Xia Fei. The maroon insectoid depended on the soft feelers on its abdomen to support its body. Having all of the feelers from one side severed by Xia Fei caused the insectoid to lose its balance, falling over on one side as a result. This was a great opportunity. Its soft abdomen was completely exposed at the same time that the insectoid's body fell to one side. Another one. Xia Fei did it once more, burrowing the counterforce from the wall once more as he lashed out anew. His chasing light pointed to the creature's weak abdomen. The maroon insectoid, which had lost its balance, was completely incapable of defending from this attack. The sound that rang out was similar to that of a piece of cloth being ripped in half. Chasing light gave a steady cut that ran across its abdomen, gutting its underbelly. Green liquid intermingled with plenty of its internal organs as it slowly oozed out. No matter how strong the insectoid's carapace was, the abdomen remained as its fatal weakness. Xia Fei came to a halt by a corner of the cavern, pulling out a stick of Hongtishan as he lit it. Right now, what he needed was to wait for that maroon insectoid to die, so he could collect what valuables it had. He was involuntarily sneaking a peek at that insectoid when, all of a sudden, something strange occurred. A gust of frosty breeze came. Between the sparks, a bamboo-like, green insectoid rushed out of the maroon insectoid's body, slashing at Xia Fei with its two knife-like arms. Who would have guessed that there was another insectoid within that insectoid? The violent aura was coming from this green insectoid, not the maroon insectoid that was a mere dummy. Xia Fei abruptly bent his body backward, ending up on his back. The two green knives whooshed right past Xia Fei's nose, slicing his freshly lit cigarette in half. Bending his right knee, he slammed it to the green insectoid's abdomen. A resounding thunk was heard when it connected, as if his knee had hit a steel plate. Xia Fei knitted his brows as he started to rotate sideways. Chasing light followed a perfect semicircle from top to bottom, slashing right toward its brain. A sound could be heard as the sharp blade cut through the air. This was completely unexpected. In such a difficult situation, not only did Xia Fei manage to dodge the opponent's attack, he even utilized his crafty approach and counterattacked in 0.01 second. People who practiced crafty approach aimed to surpass the limits of the human body and relied on their explosive power as well as their flexibility to execute completely abnormal movements, turning the impossible possible. The green insectoid curled itself accordingly like a shrimp after taking a blow from Xia Fei in the front, making an attempt to block the attack from Chasing Light with a raise of its arms. Clang! Chasing Light was wedged between the arms of the green insectoid. The green insectoid used this opportunity to hastily retreat, occupying a corner of the cave while staring at Xia Fei with its dark eyes. Crap! Xia Fei regained his balance before spitting the remaining cigarette, but in his mouth. That's not good. I almost got ambushed by a bug. Judging from the speed that the green insectoid ambushed Xia Fei, it was moving at least 500 meters per second. Although it was not as fast as Xia Fei, it could be described as inconceivable. It was just an insectoid, after all, not a speed ability user, so it was shocking for it to possess such incredible speeds. If Xia Fei did not have the assassin's ultimate move, crafty approach, to protect himself with, that attack would likely have decided the battle. Crafty approach was indeed quite powerful and could be used to bail Xia Fei out of trouble during the most critical junctures, allowing him to turn his passivity in any given situation into aggression. But it should be mentioned that behind that incredible move was an inconceivable amounts of practice and sweat that made it possible that could be calculated in tons. Years of training were for moments like this. Regardless of what it was, Xia Fei's knowledge, which he spent time and put effort gaining, would always prove itself useful each time. The two of them stayed at their corners in the cave, keeping on each other's every move. Xia Fei held Chasing Light at the ready, moving by taking slow and soft steps as he scrutinized the insectoid. The green insectoid, which resembled a mantis, had a body akin to thin bamboo, dark orbs, cunning and violent, on top of its triangular head. Its two arms were like scalpels, sharp and sturdy. Chasing Light did not manage to cut through its arms and only left behind two obvious indentations. Evidently, the mantis-like insectoid had an incredible defense. Again, Xia Fei yelled before rushing toward the mantis-like insectoid anew. As he was right in the middle of an insectoid's nest, there could be reinforcement anytime, so Xia Fei planned to end the battle as soon as he could. Ping ping ping. Chasing Light was wielded to its full potential as Xia Fei used everything he had learned in his life to launch vicious attacks one after another. Xia Fei was pushing the limits of his capabilities with crafty thrust as he stabbed and slashed with Chasing Light, the flurry of attacks falling in rapid succession like a machine gun upon the mantis. The mantis-like insectoid was not as fast as Xia Fei, but it was still able to react in time. Using its inherent defensive abilities, the mantis-like insectoid managed to block each of Xia Fei's attacks, but could not retaliate. Its body was now riddled with blade wounds. Although Chasing Light was unable to kill the insectoid in one blow, it could still continuously deal damage. If this went on, its death was only a matter of time. The arms of the mantis-like insectoid suddenly twisted and began spinning wildly in a spiral. Steps away from dying, it went crazy. Die! Xia Fei did not retreat. Instead, he used his superior speed and went head-to-head against that insectoid. There were no immovable mountains, and it was the same case with his abilities. Xia Fei circled around the mantis-like insectoid in the smallest radius possible at his highest speed, stabbing the latter whenever he found a gap in its defense. These were the tactics of a wolf, unwavering, never once giving up, and patiently waiting for every opportunity. A few seconds later, 10 or so more wounds appeared on the mantis's body. Its green blood started gushing out and slowly got covered in it. Noticing that the fight was not in its favor, the mantis-like insectoid quickly tried to retreat. You can't run, Xia Fei yelled as he rushed toward it with killing intent. The insectoid with super speed triggered his hunger for battle. He had long forgotten that he was facing an insectoid, treating it as a fellow speed ability user. Chasing Light struck a heavy blow on the insectoid's back. The mantis-like insectoid staggered as it collapsed backward. Its two knife-like arms pierced the ground. Could the mantis-like insectoid have actually gone mad, attacking the rocks on the ground? Xia Fei did not have time to consider its weird antics. Stamping on the ground with one of his legs and leaving behind a huge footprint on a rock, Xia Fei used the force from this to plunging his blade at the neck of the mantis. Boom! Two sounds were heard almost simultaneously. The sound of the mantis-like insectoid hitting the ground was dull and murky, Yet the sound of Xia Fei stabbing its neck was clear and crisp. The huge rock that made up the ground beneath them shattered to reveal a cave leading downward. At the same time, the neck of the mantis-like insectoid was sliced into half by chasing light and dangled in front of its chest. Crash! The body of the mantis-like insectoid finally landed in the cave after a few moments. Xia Fei put away chasing light as he looked down from the cave entrance. The vertical hole was about 2 meters wide. Because of how far down it went and the lack of sunlight in the cave, he could not see what was down below at the bottom of the hole. His night vision goggles still worked. The hole, which was covered by another layer of rocks, only got revealed following the strikes of the mantis-like insectoid. It seemed that it had known about this cave entrance long ago, which was why it was hitting it as it got desperate, hoping to escape via it. Xia Fei took a drag after lighting another stick, letting the smoke marinate in his lungs before slowly exhaling. "Have you seen this kind of insectoid?" Xia Fei asked after tending to his addiction. Phantom had watched the whole fight. Hearing Xia Fei's question to him, he shook his head. No. The mantis-like insectoid was actually living in the stomach of another insectoid. Unbelievable. You should keep its carcass. Insectoids like this should have great research value. Xia Fei agreed, as research value meant it could fetch him a high price. Xia Fei would definitely not give up any opportunity to make money, especially when he needed it the most. Xia Fei pulled out an environmental monitoring instrument, then used it to scan the air at the bottom of the cave. Turned out the air was indeed a bit more contaminated, but the radiation levels were still manageable. Putting away the instrument, Xia Fei threw his cigarette but down the vertical shaft before jumping into it. He was descending quickly, right behind the light of the cigarette. He had his eyes on it, checking if the stick had reached the ground yet. With the light from the cigarette as well as his night vision goggles, his surroundings were bright as day. It was a great choice to use it as a reference object. 10 or so seconds later, the bright light bounced off the ground before settling in place. Xia Fei quickly extended his arms and legs, using the spikes on his gloves and boots to slow himself down. The spikes were abnormally hard, leaving behind countless deep grooves on the cave walls, which caused tiny pebbles to fall everywhere. As Windshade Mark IV combat suit had defensive capabilities at the legendary rank, making it safer to descend like this. With little to no effort, Xia Fei reached the bottom of the cave. There was a long passageway, angled in such a way that led even further down. The body of the mantis-like insectoid was right by Xia Fei's feet, long dead. The passageway was in the shape of a semicircle welded using black alloy plates. Obviously, this was not made by insectoids but humans, instead. There was also a bright spotlight illuminating the surroundings every 20 or so meters. The lights quickly turned on as they sensed a human nearby, illuminating the passageway so brightly that it was blinding. Xia Fei put away the night vision goggles. Although they worked very well in the dark, their effect would be greatly reduced under strong lighting. It may even damage the eyes if worn for an extended period. What is this place? Xia Fei stared at the passageway for a few seconds before muttering. Somewhere ahead, there was a huge line of writing. Military restricted area, bear weapons with caution. Xia Fei was filled with happiness as he saw this. He did not expect that he would accidentally stumble on a military base belonging to the ancient civilization. Judging from the automatic lights, just from sensing his presence, the base was likely to be in great condition. An ancient military base in good condition did not need any introduction. The army of the ancients was incredibly advanced, and much of their technology was priceless. It was not impossible for him to find a few valuable items here. Many of those who spend their lives excavating ancient ruins would never be able to encounter ruins this well-preserved. "Luck is on your side," exclaimed Phantom. Xia Fei pouted. "Don't celebrate too soon. If such a place did exist, why haven't the adjudicators, who previously explored it, found it? Maybe they failed to notice it or they didn't know about it. Quick, just deal with the insectoid and get inside," urged Phantom. It was thanks to the mantis-like insectoid that Xia Fei had managed to find this place. Trying his best to contain his excitement in exploring the ruins, Xia Fei squatted down and started dealing with the carcass of the insectoid. After storing the blood of the mantis into a few vials specifically used to keep medicine, then putting away the carcass in his spatial ring, Xia Fei headed toward the base. There were slogans on the walls every few steps, such as the good of the Alliance above all, and please abide by the base's confidentiality rules. The passageway was very long, and the bright lights and dirty air would make anyone sleepy. Xia Fei continued along the passageway while maintaining a pace at 50 meters per second. If this was actually a military base, there would probably be strict defensive systems in place. Xia Fei intentionally slowed down and would stop every so often to observe his surroundings. After 10 or so kilometers, he finally reached the end of the tunnel. A huge metal door stood in front of Xia Fei with yellow warning lines around it. There were 4 sentry towers here, and anyone coming through in ancient times would have likely been subjected to intense interrogation. 2 smaller doors stood next to the huge metal door. The large door was probably entry for vehicles or other huge machines, whereas the smaller doors were possibly for guards or other base personnel's use. Xia Fei approached the smaller door on the left. It had 4 layers of defense: biometrics, iris scanner, a DNA test, and an emergency pin mechanism. It was not hard to tell from the layers upon layers of defense how strict the security of the base was. This was when the study Xia Fei had been doing every day became handy. He used the tip of his chasing light to pry open the protective shell that this pin mechanism was housed in. The protective shells of these pin systems were not tough at all, and the blade of chasing light could easily slice them apart. However, he had to pay attention to the vibration detection device when cutting it. Once the vibration detection device was alerted that the pin mechanism had been tampered with, it would promptly activate the base's emergency defense system. Chasing light steadily cut off the outer protective shell of the pin mechanism. Xia Fei held onto the thin alloy panel with his fingers, pulling it as gently as he could in order not to trigger the vibration detection device. Xia Fei breathed a sigh of relief after throwing the panel on the ground before he took out a small tool bag from his ring. Xia Fei was not only an expert in machinery, but was also well-versed in electronics. Therefore, he would always have a few tools on him in case he needed any. Xia Fei retrieved a pair of foldable wire cutters and a pair of hair-thin tweezers from his tool bag before investigating the circuitry in the panel. The tweezers searched through the countless tiny optical wires. Finally, Xia Fei found the wire that connected to the vibration detection device. With a snip of the cutters, the vibration system was completely disabled. Clack! Xia Fei, thereafter, proceeded to brutishly pierce through the emergency pin mechanism using chasing light, completely destroying it from the outside. Dazzling sparks flew out of the pin mechanism, and the door quietly opened. Phantom stood next to him, shaking his head. Couldn't you have opened the door without destroying the pin mechanism? Why do things so brusquely? Xia Fei ignored Phantom. Pushing the doors open, he ventured inside. We, assassins, put special attention to not leaving behind any traces. If we don't need to destroy anything, then we don't. Phantom followed behind Xia Fei as he nagged at him about what an assassin should do. Xia Fei lit a cigarette before saying indifferently, "I'm not an assassin anyway. Plus, if there's an easy way to enter, why would I go through all the effort of going the hard way?" The door led to a huge, spacious hall littered with oars. In the middle of the hall was a huge TV, and by the looks of it, this was where they welcomed guests. Other than Xia Fei's loud footsteps, the silence in the hall was deafening. There was a fashion magazine from a long time ago lying on the sofa, with a scantily clad, blonde lady smiling at Xia Fei on its cover. Xia Fei picked up the magazine and glanced at it once before tossing it onto the sofa. Everything was in its original spot with no signs of damage or disturbance, as if the people in here had left just a few minutes ago. There was also a mural next to the reception desk showing the floor plan of the entire base, rules and regulations, as well as reception guidelines. Xia Fei stood underneath the mural, scratching his head as he looked at it with great interest. According to the mural, the building was not as big as Xia Fei thought. Apparently, it was divided into 3, a living area that could hold 100 or so residents, a sealed scientific research sector, and an emergency storage sector. Under the mural was a line: Core Mining Company's 155th Research Facility. Xia Fei finally realized that this was not a military base, but a research institute of an ancient mining company. Instead, he could tell from the layout of the research facility that it was built to support the over 200 people living and working there. In the Alliance, research facilities like this one were not anything worth mentioning. Further ahead were 3 hallways. The left one led to the storage sector, the right to the living space, and the middle one to the research facility. There was probably nothing special in the living space, so Xia Fei decided to head toward the storage area. There was also a huge metal door leading to the storage area. Xia Fei did the exact same thing, breaking through the door like before to get past it. The storage area was filled with many metal storage crates. Xia Fei slashed open a crate nearest to him to find that it was packed with gray rocks that had light golden striations. This was known as bistot, an incredibly common mineral in the universe that did not have much worth. The crate next to it contained blood-red more stones. Xia Fei laughed, as this was similar to the more stone currently around his neck, which happened to be where Phantom was residing. There are many more stones here. Would you like a bigger house? Xia Fei produced a big piece from the crate with a smile from ear to ear. Right? I still don't know why you're living in a piece of more stone. Phantom rolled his eyes. Other than minerals, more stones are permanent energy bodies, but their energy structures are relatively simple. The reason I can live on a small piece of stone now is due to that special technique taught by my master, but I'm unable to tell you what this technique is. Phantom was being serious, so Xia Fei did not want to continue prying. Although he had already spent some time with Phantom, the latter still kept many secrets from Xia Fei. How he died, how he had come to live on a tiny piece of rock, what happened to his fellow disciples. Phantom would always provide vague answers each time Xia brought up those questions. Xia Fei felt that this second-rate killer, as well as the ninth-rate poet, was hiding something from him. But through his observations, Phantom did not hold malicious intentions toward him, so he reckoned that the latter could keep his secrets as he wished. Everybody had secrets that they did not want anybody knowing about. More stone had some value to it, but a huge crate of more stones was too bulky to carry in his spatial ring. Xia Fei gave up the idea of carrying the entire crate of more stones and just continued searching for valuables in this place. Xia Fei looked through the 100 or so storage crates, 70% of which contained ores or minerals, while the rest held food, clothing, or other supplies. These things were not worth much to Xia Fei unless he could take away all the minerals. Of course, that was impossible. It appeared that his last hope was the research facility. The ancient civilization was incredibly developed in terms of science and technology, so the top-tier research instruments would surely attract many research institutions. Finding one or two pieces of equipment in good condition could ease Xia Fei's financial woes. After walking about 200 steps along the hallway, Xia Fei reached the entrance of the lab. The dense alloy door slowly opened, and Xia Fei took a few steps forward. It was just as empty as before. Who knew where the people originally occupying the labs in this facility had gone? There would have been traces left behind if they died, but from Xia Fei's investigations, it was as though those people had vanished into thin air. Their clothes were still in their cabinets, and the dining hall had leftover meals and half-drunk caffeinated drinks. This particular lab was decorated with various unknown equipment. Xia Fei curiously walked toward the nearest piece of equipment, an antimatter analyzer. Xia Fei excitedly read aloud the label on the white, snail-shaped device. Mineral particle scanner. Ultracentrifuge. All the equipment in this lab gave Xia Fei a big surprise. Although Xia Fei had no clue what most of the apparatuses did, judging from their weird names, they must be priceless. More importantly, everything was in perfect condition. After such a long time, the machinery was just as new, which went to show how exquisite the manufacturing capabilities of the ancient civilization was. I know now, Phantom exclaimed out of nowhere. Xia Fei turned around curiously. What do you know? I think I know why there isn't a single person here, as if everyone who lived here disappeared, Phantom said excitedly with a glow in his eyes. They probably got hit by the robot army's annihilation beam. What else could explain the disappearance of only humans while everything else remained in place? The robot general must have felt uneasy after destroying the planet, so it used the annihilation beam to ensure that no human would survive, which is why we are seeing what we are seeing now. Xia Fei thought for a few seconds. He had read about the annihilation beam from archaic tomes. It was a light beam of destructive wave energy that was developed by the ancient civilization. What made this weird was how it only worked on humans. The strong shock wave could turn any humans in range into undetectably tiny particles. Large annihilation beams could instantly vaporize all humans on a planet. Xia Fei nodded. That makes sense. The people probably thought that they could avoid the assault of the robot army by hiding underground and continue their life as usual. But when the annihilation beam hit, all humans were vaporized into tiny particles, creating this weird and unexplainable phenomenon. This huge discovery had made Xia Fei incredibly happy. There was an instrument, hidden under a piece of white cloth, at the corner of the lab the size of a washing machine. Xia Fei's eyes glowed as he pulled off the white cloth. The machine had elegant curves. It was orange-red in color, delicate and beautiful like a fresh strawberry. This was completely different from the other instruments in the lab. Xia Fei took a look at the label to discover that it was a fully automatic mineral particle collector and combiner, which was used to gather tiny minerals and combine them into a single piece of ore. However, the placement of the machine was a bit strange. Far from all the other machineries, it looked quite lonely sitting in that corner of the lab by itself. Xia Fei was slightly shocked when he gently touched the machine, furrowing his brows. Something isn't right with this machine. What's not right? Phantom came closer curiously. This machine feels incredibly fragile. It doesn't have the density of the other machineries here, replied Xia Fei in a deep voice. The strength or density of something could be understood just by touching it with one's hand. It was just like the difference between touching an aluminum can and an aluminum alloy plate. Although both were made from aluminum, one could tell that one was light while the other was heavy. This machine gave Xia Fei an impression that it was incredibly light. With his palm outstretched, Xia Fei pressed the machine gently. He did not have much strength compared to strength ability users, but he was stronger than the average human. The strawberry-colored instrument made a crisp, clanking sound before the shell dented. It turned out that the machine was just an empty shell that could not even withstand Xia Fei pressing on it. Xia Fei squatted and took a closer look on the ground. There was an obvious scratch left on the alloy ground. Obviously, this machine had once been frequently moved. Pushing it along the scratches, the strawberry-colored machine moved. Without much strength, Xia Fei pushed it aside to reveal a secret passage. Xia Fei and Phantom looked at each other. No one would have guessed that this seemingly normal mineral research facility had a hidden passageway like this. Thinking back, Xia Fei finally understood. It was never normal to build a mineral research facility so deep underground. Moreover, it was incredibly secure, requiring 4 different types of authentication just to make it in, showing that this seemingly ordinary research facility was anything but. The secret passageway, only wide enough to fit one person, headed downward. The moment the instrument was pushed aside, the lights in the passageway automatically lit up. Just in case, Xia Fei took a look at his communicator. Although he was this deep underground, the communicator still had full bars of reception. If he actually encountered any danger, he could just send an SOS. Without overthinking, Xia Fei followed the passageway and reached another sealed door less than 100 meters away from the entrance. The protection on this door was much more secure than the ones above. Not only did it have a vibration detection system, but all the opening mechanisms were also connected in series. This meant that if any of the systems were destroyed, it would cause a chain reaction and the emergency defense system would be triggered. The more tightly guarded the place was, the more it could intrigue others. Xia Fei spat onto the ground before bringing out his tool bag from his spatial ring, arranging the tools he required neatly on the ground. The only way was to undo each security one layer after another. Xia Fei first cut open the control panel before to reveal the circuitry beneath. Then he inspected them to find the most optimal solution. The results of the analysis was most disappointing. The system was not only much more secure than the one outside, but also provided no easy way out. Using brute force would be the worst plan of all. Xia Fei held a signal-splitting screwdriver and a tiny needle stripper and made it dance in his hands. Perhaps dance was an exaggeration, but it would not be too far off from describing his dexterity as possessing the agility of a skilled pianist's fingers. The actions of a speed ability user were always more agile than the average Joe. Not only did they improve agility on their body, even tiny actions done by the fingers were much different than average. These tiny actions moved quickly like the beating wings of a honeybee, accurate and effective. It took Xia Fei a good 3 hours to break through the first defense. Xia Fei had been squatting this whole time as he focused on the circuits, thinking as he explored with his tools. This was just like a decryption game to Xia Fei. The benefits of cracking the code was secondary. Now, he was focused on breaking one defense after another as he happily welcomed the challenge. When the defense system let out a crisp sound, Xia Fei's heart skipped a beat. A few seconds later, nothing happened in the tunnel, nor did the alarm sound. Xia Fei was confident that he had cracked the first layer of defense. Xia Fei wiped the sweat off his forehead using his sleeve. Although it was chilly down underground, Xia Fei's high-pressure work had caused him to sweat considerably. Without hesitation, Xia Fei moved to crack the next line of defense. Phantom yawned, for not only did he think messing with the circuits was incredibly troublesome, it was incredibly boring as well. Phantom disappeared with a flash as his voice rang in Xia Fei's ears. "I'm so tired. I'm heading to sleep. I'll come out once you get it open." Xia Fei ignored him. In his eyes, breaking the defense system of the ancient civilization would provide him with a great sense of accomplishment. These circuits and machinery were so advanced that a normal person would call it an accomplishment just to be able to understand all these, let alone crack them. Moreover, the cracking process was also a learning opportunity. Xia Fei first had to determine what the circuits did before he could make appropriate changes to crack the system. As time went on, Xia Fei familiarized himself better with the circuit, and the speed of cracking it naturally increased. The final defense was finally broken under Xia Fei's unceasing efforts. 27 hours had passed at this point. With a gentle push of his finger, the alloy door rustled open. Xia Fei smiled as he stood up to put away the hundreds of tools beneath his feet. Using a few hundred pieces of tools only to open a door could be considered a personal best of some sort. The secret room was 1,000 or so meters squared, much smaller than the research facility outside. There were many sealed glass jars along the wall with a pale red liquid inside, and nothing else. The middle of the room had 2 rows of instruments neatly arranged, though these were not meant for minerals but for biology instead. Xia Fei got curious. Why would a mineral company have so many biology instruments, and in a hidden room no less? He checked the label on a glass jar. Name, unknown. Age, 179. Sex, male. Ability type, UV control. Rank, intermediate eternal. Percentage of 7th brain region opened, 64%. Note, the brain of an intermediate eternal rank light ability user. This person had their 7th brain region opened to a relatively high percentage. A 3-star talent level, but because his brain development was too intense when he was younger, further promotion opportunity was lost. Detailed file number, CYN 00792. Xia Fei was utterly shocked. Turned out, this jar once contained the brain of an eternal rank warrior, and they were doing research on his brain. The ability levels started from the lowest star light, star base, star domain, star river, and legendary rank to the highest eternal rank. The combat ability of someone from this 6th rank could be described as the pinnacle of strength. It was hard to imagine that someone at the top could have their brains in a jar for research. This mineral research facility was not so simple, after all. Using it as a front, they performed human experiments in secret, even experimenting with a pinnacle expert. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Xia Fei quickly checked the labels on a few more jars. Ranging from primary legendary to advanced eternal, there were 14 sets of brains from incredibly powerful individuals. With these many elite ability users gathered, their combat prowess was probably beyond expectations. But in the end, they became somebody else's research material. Xia Fei had a stern face, for he had immense respect toward all these pinnacle warriors. He was an ability user himself, though he did not have a rank like these subjects. Nobody would hope to become somebody else's lab rat. Xia Fei also noticed that these pinnacle warriors did not have a high percentage of their 7th brain region opened. The highest was at 78%, and the lowest was only 51%. Xia Fei felt a terrible chill inside him. They've become research subjects with only just over half of their 7th brain region opened. Wouldn't I be in even more danger with 100% of mine open? Xia Fei decided never to tell another soul that his 7th brain region was fully opened, no matter who they were. He did not want to be studied like his predecessors. After walking around this lab, Xia Fei discovered that there were many pieces of equipment here that could fetch him a tidy sum on the market. However, most of these were rather bulky, meaning that he could not take them away. This was indeed something quite unfortunate, just like someone who had to guard a mountain of gold but could not take any of it away. There was also a small door in this secret lab, though no protective measures were attached to it. Xia Fei could walk right through it with a push of a button. This room was even smaller, less than 200 square meters. It was a 20 or so meter long hallway with 8 well-equipped cells on either side. Xia Fei had been in prison, so he was quite familiar with this environment. The only thing different was that the cells were surrounded by alloy bars, but used a laser beam to keep the humans within. The alloy bars would stand no chance against the destructive abilities of all these high-rank ability users, but the lasers were a different case. Anyone who dared to get close to it would be turned into charcoal. These lasers were fatal to high-ranked warriors, for almost all of them wore combat suits according to their ranks. The stronger combat suits easily prevented small-scale energy attacks, but these were industrial laser weaponry, not laser beams, but laser walls. The ability users locked in here would have had their combat suits removed, but even if they had them on, they would not have enough defense to get through these laser walls. One wrong move, and they would be reduced into ashes. Who knows what they were researching with so many pinnacle warriors locked up, remarked Phantom. From the equipment outside, it's likely that they're researching the opening of the 7th brain region. The jars made special note of the status of their 7th brain region. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette first before replying. With a press of a button, the laser walls were turned off. Xia Fei was impressed by the incredible technology of the ancient civilization, seeing as the blue laser walls were still working even after such a long time. Phantom shook his head. That's just a possibility. There's no way for us to know what the ancient civilization's knowledge of the 7th brain region was. We only know one thing about them, and that's their technology was incredibly developed. Makes sense, said Xia Fei. Our knowledge of the ancient civilization is indeed quite shallow. Is there any institution specializing in the study of the ancient civilization? I bet they'll have more detailed pieces of information. There are, but due to the Alliance's regulations, these institutes could only do so in secret. Qin Mang in the library, for example. Isn't he studying the ancient civilization? Actually, you're one too. You've learned quite a lot about the ancient civilization from Qin Mang, after all. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I've only learned a tiny bit so far. It'd be great if I could have access to the introduction to coding robots in the basement. If I knew how to code robots, perhaps I could make a few with artificial intelligence. Phantom quickly waved his hands. That can't be done. A robot with artificial intelligence is no longer a machine, but a person created by a human, instead. That violates the law of nature, and you will be punished by it. Xia Fei smiled. Weird. Why do you sound so much like Qin Mang? He says that all the time, too. Phantom's face turned sour. Obviously, I'd be influenced by what I heard from your chats as well. What Qin Mang said before actually makes sense. Humans are just tiny specks in the universe, nothing compared to the vast universe. Even if humans were all wiped off, the universe would still follow its predetermined trajectory, unaffected, so humans should know their place and not try to challenge the universe's will. Xia Fei laughed. Hee hee, let's set that aside. For now, back to business. How will I carry this equipment away? Do you have any ideas? Xia Fei only had money in mind. He needed to buy medicinal ingredients. Quantum holdings must be further developed, and everything required funds. Xia Fei had gained quite a bit from this trip to the ruins, but bringing these things back was the problem. Although he had a 20 cubic meter spatial ring, this was not even close to sufficient. He might be able to fit 1 or 2 apparatuses, yet he was unwilling to leave these many expensive items behind. Phantom scratched his chin. You're quite fit. How about you put these things into your ring and carry it to the surface? Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom. You call that a plan? Whatever. We still have time. Let's just give the lab a thorough search and gather up everything expensive. If we can't figure anything out by then, we'll just resort to the dumbest solution and move all these up to the surface, as you suggested. Standing up, Xia Fei walked around the cell. The most important thing to do now was to inspect everything in detail, not overlooking a single thing. All of a sudden, Xia Fei's keen perception noticed something white and shiny on the ground in the middle of this cell. Xia Fei kneeled down and picked up the white thing before inspecting it more closely. A tooth, remarked Xia Fei helplessly after staring at it for half a second. Humans had 32 teeth, and by the looks of this one, it was a molar. Who knew which of the pinnacle warriors left it behind? The tooth was white and clean like a piece of ceramic. The surface looked to be in perfect condition too, and so was its root of the tooth. It was shockingly perfect. Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. This is a pinnacle warrior's tooth, after all. It must be worth keeping. Phantom was disappointed, yet still jested. The tooth is quite small. You can fit that perfectly in your ring. All of a sudden, Xia Fei was stunned before saying in a confused tone, "Hold on. Since this tooth was subjected to the annihilation beam, it should have turned into dust. How come it was left behind?" Phantom was also shocked by this fact. Xia Fei was right. The annihilation beam would vaporize anything human. It was impossible for a human tooth to have been left behind in the cell. There were only two explanations. 1. The planet had not been subjected to an annihilation beam. 2. The tooth was not human, but something artificial. Instead, there was no other possible explanation for this weird phenomenon. Phantom leaned backward, laughing. "Xia Fei, it's one thing to pick up a tooth, but you actually picked up a false tooth." At this moment, the blue translucent laser walls appeared, trapping Xia Fei in the cell. The cell confinement system had gotten triggered unexpectedly. Xia Fei quickly got on his face, walking to the wall with a terrible look on his face. "Crap, we're trapped," said Xia Fei in a rush. Of course, Xia Fei was anxious to be trapped in a cell and accidentally exerted a bit of force, crushing the tooth between his fingers. An inconspicuous golden bead fell quietly out of the broken tooth. An inconspicuous golden bead fell from the tooth, which had just been crushed by Xia Fei, bouncing a few times before rolling toward a corner. Xia Fei grabbed the golden bead to inspect it. This bead was similar in size to a ball bearing on a bicycle. It was shiny and golden, though it was incredibly light, not feeling dense and heavy like metal should, almost suggesting that it was anything but metal. "That's weird. There's a tiny bead inside the tooth." Phantom scratched his head, obviously confused. Xia Fei also found it weird. Normally, false teeth were made using whole pieces of ceramic. Hiding a bead inside the tooth was indeed a good way to conceal it. Xia Fei sighed as he looked around. He had no idea why the confinement system had triggered itself, and now he was trapped inside a cell surrounded by blue laser walls. Xia Fei put away the golden bead in his spatial ring. This was not the time to investigate what it was. The most important thing was to figure out how to escape this prison. The laser walls looked extremely thin, like it was just some blue cloth covering the cell, not allowing anything to escape or enter. Xia Fei knew that, though the laser walls seemed thin and fragile, these had immense destructive capabilities. There was no way a human could pass through these unharmed. Xia Fei inched chasing light ever so close to the laser wall. There was a horrible noise the moment the blade touched the light blue wall. At that moment, white smoke burst out of chasing light's edge. Xia Fei quickly pulled chasing light back. He could see that there was a tiny crack on the tip of the blade where it touched the laser wall. Fortunately, Xia Fei had pulled back quickly, otherwise the blade would have been ruined. It should be mentioned that chasing light was a legendary rank weapon, and it was not an exaggeration to call it top grade. The thin laser wall had to be incredibly powerful to be able to damage such a weapon so easily. Other than the laser walls on the four sides of him, the ceiling and floor were made of some sort of alloy. Xia Fei tried hacking at the floor, leaving an elegant semicircle behind with his chasing light. They were no more than 2 shallow markings on the ground, like tiny scratches. This method would not work, either. Xia Fei understood that a cell that could trap pinnacle warriors of eternal rank definitely had incredible defenses and was not something he could deal with. Besides, this was a cell made by the ancient civilization, whose technology greatly surpassed today. "Do I actually have to call for help?" muttered Xia Fei. After letting out a sigh, Xia Fei took out the emergency communicator from his spatial ring, ready to call Bozingwa for help. Obviously, if Moonsong and Qindong found out about this, they would most certainly laugh at Xia Fei. However, this was not the time to worry about something like that. Being laughed at was most certainly better than being trapped in a cell for the rest of his life. The communicator was completely black, without a single bar of signal. This cell was probably built with a signal jammer, disabling the reception of the communicator, blocking any communication to the outside. "What awesome luck I have," Xia Fei muttered angrily. Sure, he was trapped, but now he could not even call for help. Perhaps his fate was tied with cells. This was the second time he got trapped in a cell if the incident on the Blue Sea Star was the first. Now, Not only did he fail to find a way to move out the high-tech equipment, he had to ask someone for help. After simmering in his anger, Xia Fei retrieved the golden bead hidden in the tooth from his spatial ring, then inspected it using the microcomputer's image amplification function. All Xia Fei could do was wait for help to arrive. The training camp would never leave a missing cadet behind. In 11 days, on the predetermined rendezvous date, they would certainly send people to find Xia Fei when they discovered that he was missing. Although the lab was off the beaten track, there was no way the Great Adjudicator Union would fail to find it. With nothing to do, Xia Fei decided to investigate the golden bead further. It must have had some use if it was hidden within the tooth of a pinnacle warrior. It could not have been just a normal bead. The microcomputer transferred its images to the projected screen, which was captured using the pinhole camera. The pinhole camera was incredibly detailed, so Xia Fei could see the smallest markings on the bead by enlarging the image on the projected screen. The cracked tooth looked the same as a normal tooth, but after enlarging it, Xia Fei realized that it was hollow. Moreover, the false tooth was covered in a tiny, undetectable metal layer. After a simple analysis, Xia Fei speculated that this thin metal layer was a special shielding cover, which protected against detection. This was likely how the screening system had missed this when the pinnacle warrior was put inside the cell, leaving behind this golden bead. If this was a normal bead, there would be no reason for anyone to hide it using such an over-the-top method. This further confirmed Xia Fei's hypothesis that this normal-looking bead was more than what met the eye. After putting away the shattered tooth, Xia Fei started examining the structure of this bead. Every single detail of the bead was made visible to him by enlarging the image several hundred times on the screen. Xia Fei finally turned off the microcomputer's projected screen after half an hour. Following his careful inspection, Xia Fei was sure that there was nothing special with the bead on the surface. If it stored any secrets, it must be inside it. With the bead in hand, Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and leaned back comfortably in the chair as he pondered the matters of this bead. What is this bead used for? Xia Fei wondered. Phantom shook his head. I might be able to help you if you asked me about the Pan-Human Alliance, but you're on your own for anything that has to do with the ancient civilization. I don't know much more about them than you do. Since that pinnacle warrior hid it in their teeth so secretively, they're probably incredibly protective of this. It's probably something quite valuable. Xia Fei pouted. Phantom's words were not helpful at all. Everyone could tell that the bead had worth, but the question was, what was it? And how could someone trigger it? Rather than sitting here, just ruminating, Xia Fei decided to put his thoughts into action. He cheered up and tried interacting with this golden bead in any way he could. First, he tried peeping into it using his mind, but it appeared that the shell of the bead had some barrier of some kind, keeping his consciousness at bay regardless of how hard he attempted to enter it. In a few hours, Xia Fei had tried various different methods to interact with it. Dipping it in water, burning it with a lighter, he did anything that came to his mind. Phantom could finally not take it any longer when Xia Fei poured a carton of milk on it. With a sigh, he returned to his den and let Xia Fei do whatever he wanted. Xia Fei did not seem to care at all. It was his top priority to find out the bead's secret. Who knew how it was activated? He was not going to give up a single opportunity, no matter how small it seemed. The cell was slowly littered with cigarette butts. Xia Fei now had bloodshot eyes as he entered the 4th day of his time on this planet. Having not rested even for a single moment, he was now feeling fatigued. He lay down on the cold flatbed, slowly closing his eyes for a respite. A warrior's mental toughness greatly surpassed those of ordinary people, and Xia Fei would be full of energy after a short sleep. Xia Fei always had good quality sleep and would enter deep slumber as soon as he closed his eyes. Sleeping was also a skill. Any outstanding warriors not only needed to learn how to fight and hang on, but also needed to master how to rest. True warriors could immediately fall asleep even under their enemy's intensive fire without being affected by their surroundings. Just as Xia Fei entered deep sleep, something weird happened. An undetectable spiritual consciousness slowly exuded from the golden bead in his hand. It followed up Xia Fei's arm straight into his mind. Although Xia Fei was asleep, this did not mean that he had lost the ability to defend himself. His brain was asleep, but his consciousness still permeated all over him, carefully guarding him, detecting any tiny change that might be happening around him. If anything happened, his consciousness would quickly send a command to Xia Fei's brain, waking him up. The spiritual consciousness from the golden bead was just like a thief trying to break into somebody's house, being all sneaky to avoid Xia Fei's layers of defense and reach its goal. It should be said that the tiny consciousness was incredibly skilled. It cleverly avoided the layers of defense Xia Fei had laid down. Although it was not quick, it was incredibly effective, going fore and aft, inching ever closer to his brain. Finally, the tiny consciousness reached his mind, and Xia Fei still did not realize that this oddity had successfully infiltrated his brain as he slept soundly. The consciousness from the golden bead was cleverly moving, more cautious than it was before. What was even more surprising was that the consciousness was heading towards Xia Fei's seventh brain region. The second brain region existed on the left half of the human brain, as large as the tip of a needle. It was such a small part of the brain, but provided humans with the most complicated and inexplicable abilities. The consciousness from the bead quietly hid, peeping at Xia Fei's seventh brain region. After a few minutes, the consciousness bared its fangs as it charged towards Xia Fei's seventh brain region. There was no room for Xia Fei to react when it was this close. Splash! Like throwing a stone into the ocean, the weird spiritual energy rushed and disappeared into Xia Fei's seventh brain region, the golden bead establishing a connection to that part of his mind. Xia Fei's eyes, now brimming with energy, suddenly flew open, and at the same time, a sense of anxiety gripped him. Seventh brain region 100% opened. First activation requirement fulfilled. 4-star lineage. Second activation requirement fulfilled. Perception, intelligence, perseverance, memory, and charm. Sufficient overall coefficient. Third activation requirement fulfilled. Test for the 3 main requirements complete. Heritage planet activated. Estimated time until full activation, 2 minutes 14 seconds. A mysterious voice exploded in Xia Fei's mind, causing him to jump out of bed with chasing light unsheathed, readily adopting a combat stance. "Who's there?" Xia Fei yelled in a deep voice. Looking around, there was no one else in the jail other than Phantom and him, yet the voice in his head remained clear. 2 minutes until activation of Heritage Planet. Please prepare yourself. Xia Fei locked his brows tightly as he tried to search for the consciousness inside his mind. The golden bead, it activated. It even established a tight connection with your seventh brain region. At the exact moment Xia Fei detected the voice, Phantom reappeared. His consciousness was tied with Xia Fei's, so Phantom heard that voice as well. "Let me try." Phantom entered Xia Fei's mind before he even finished his sentence. Xia Fei's body was like his host. He could freely enter and exit his body even without the former's consent. Whoosh! A few seconds later, Phantom reappeared from Xia Fei's mind with a bit of panic on his face. "Its consciousness is completely tethered with your seventh brain region. I can't sever the connection between the two," Phantom quickly informed. "What should we do?" Xia Fei asked as he slowly lowered chasing light. "Wait," Phantom said in a deep voice. 100 seconds until Heritage Planet activation. 99, 98, 97. Xia Fei nodded. At this moment, there was nothing else he could do other than wait. The golden bead from the ancient civilization had complete control over Xia Fei. This was the first time in his life he had felt that he was in danger, and this danger did not come from physically being in danger, but because everything happening was out of his control. It was like facing someone who was much stronger than he was. Xia Fei could not do anything to retaliate as he did not even know where the enemy was. Xia Fei was touched by Phantom's worried expression in such a dire time, lighting a cigarette before taking a drag. "We'll just have to see what the golden bead has in store for us." Phantom nodded as he stood beside Xia Fei, completely silent with a solemn expression. 50 seconds until activation. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Heritage Planet activated. A bright ray of white light appeared above Xia Fei, enveloping him. The light became brighter and brighter, making it impossible for them to open their eyes, and when the light reached its peak, there was an explosion. Countless white dots filled the surroundings like stars, falling down from above like a blizzard. The entire secret room quickly became filled with this snow, reducing visibility to less than half a meter. Moments later, the dazzling lights within the room disappeared. The secret room also became empty, and Xia Fei, who was previously trapped in the cell, disappeared alongside everything. At the same time, a radio wave quickly spread from the secret room into the vast space. It soon transmitted to a really distant place, disappearing in the darkness. The radio wave did not just spread quickly, but also became filled to bursting with energy. This weird wave of energy never seemed to dissipate, reaching the end of space to a place of nothingness. Any attempts to capture this radio wave were futile as its existence had already surpassed human comprehension. Not a single radar or communicator could detect its existence. The weird waveform that surpassed all frequencies seemed to only be decipherable with an instrument of a unique configuration. Whether such an instrument existed or not in the universe was also a question in and of itself. Life was just like a laser shot into space. Once it was shot, it would never turn back. Some lives were incredibly fragile. They might dissipate immediately after they were released into the vast space because they bumped into asteroids, which covered space, or, perhaps, got absorbed by black holes, which existed everywhere, never managing to escape. Some lives were incredibly strong. They could destroy anyone who tried to stop them and continue pushing forward. They might be able to reach places deemed unreachable, but one day, they would run out of steam as their energy dissipated. However, this light belonging to Xia Fei was incredibly extraordinary. It started off as a weak light, but managed to hang on as he navigated through difficult terrains, obstacle after obstacle, and when Xia Fei's beam passed through a known point, this weak life suddenly gained strength, possessing incredible energy that was uniquely his. The previously weak beam of light slowly shone brighter as it tore any obstacle in front of him into shreds. Just when everyone thought the light would become stronger and stronger, travel farther and farther, before finally leaving his name behind in an unknown corner of the universe, this light belonging to Xia Fei suddenly disappeared as it continued to grow stronger. Even if the whole universe was turned inside out, no evidence of his existence could be found. On the Catalyst-class destroyer belonging to the Indero Star region's Heaven Execution Training Camp, Ancient Ruins Area, Planet YZZ 7526. The moment Xia Fei disappeared, all the instruments on the ship were thrown into a mess. Countless indicator lights flashed out of control and various data became jumbled. What's wrong? Beijing knitted his eyebrows as he walked into the command deck, asking the two pilots. We're not sure yet. All the instruments malfunctioned as though a huge wave of energy disrupted them, frantically reported a curly-haired man. His fingers were dancing across the command deck's panel as he tried to suppress the signals from the instruments. But no matter how hard he tried, the instruments refused to accept any of his commands as if they had, altogether, stopped working. Thankfully, this did not last long. The ship returned to normal after a minute. The pilot hastily checked the status of the ship. He was surprised to find all the instruments were now working as per normal, like nothing had happened. What's going on? Yi Xiaohan and two other instructors rushed to the command deck, looking confused. We're checking it out right now, replied Beijing in a deep voice. Could you determine where the energy came from? The pilot operated one of the instruments for some time before reporting. Only its approximate location. It's likely from City 02. Xia Fei. Yi Xiaohan jolted slightly. The status of every cadet was under surveillance by the control center, and only Xia Fei went to City 02 out of the 46 cadets, and Yi Xiaohan was incredibly sure about that. What happened to Xia Fei? Beijing asked curiously. Although each instructor had the right to check the location and status of each cadet, the instructors would never actively track them unless they sent out a distress signal or the communicator sent a warning when it detected danger, for this was a test of their survival ability. Secretly tracking Xia Fei's whereabouts like what Yi Xiaohan had done was actually against the rules of the training camp. Yi Xiaohan's face grew red. Xia Fei is in City 02. Perhaps something happened to him? Beijing furrowed his eyebrows. How do you know he's in City 02? Yi Xiaohan was lost for words before slowly muttering. I checked his whereabouts yesterday. Beijing did not pursue this matter of Yi Xiaohan breaking the rules. This was not the time for accountability. Right now, his priority was to figure out what had happened before worrying about other things. To the control room. Beijing took large strides toward the ship's control room. The command center was for the operations of the ship, where the statuses of cadets were gathered and monitored by the control room. Although the pilots of the warship were still part of Heaven Execution Training Camp, they were different from the instructors of the camp. They lacked the authority to have access to the cadets' information, especially when the cadets were the elites of the internal division, which explained why the cadets' information system was separate from the command system for the ship. Bozingwa was the first to enter the control room. He looked quite worried as he led this exploration, meaning that he was the main person responsible for anything that happened during this operation. Another thing was that he had a good personal relationship with Xia Fei. As the latter had not signed a contract with the Union, he was viewed as an extreme maverick, treated as an outcast by the cadets and instructors alike. Why did Bozingwa not do the same? Once a member of the Glorious 13, he had transferred to be a deputy supervisor for the internal division due to the stress from losing 2 of his teammates. But there were often plenty of people talking behind his back about this matter, and though he never said it out loud, he had always felt a kindred spirit in Xia Fei because both men had been unable to integrate with the mainstream, with the latter always being the loner that he was. Turning on the cadet's signal collector, the 4 instructors glued their eyes onto the projected screen. The screen displayed the entire surface of planet YZZ 7526, with each light representing a cadet participating in the exploration. As the screen turned on, Bozingwa gasped while Yi Xiaohan had to cover her mouth with her hands tightly to stop herself from making a sound. There were 46 cadets from the training camp. 45 of them were alive, and Xia Fei was the only one whose communicator they had lost contact with. Lost contact, muttered Bozingwa. The communicators provided by the Union were the best of the best, possessing the most incredible communication capabilities. The signals would not be blocked even if they traveled to the core of the planet. Bozingwa shook his head before commanding in a deep voice, "Immediately start piloting the ship toward the ruins in City 02. Connect the communications system to the training camp headquarters." The Catalyst-class destroyer slowly lifted off the ground as it flew toward the ruins of City 02. Bozingwa asked the other 3 instructors to exit the command room, leaving him to communicate with Battalion Commander Yi Jingshan alone. "A few minutes ago, we were subjected to an unknown wave of energy, which caused everything on the ship to malfunction. Plus, a cadet has gone missing." Bozingwa immediately reported the situation to Yi Jingshan. Yi Jingshan had a bad feeling in his stomach. "Who's gone missing?" "Xia Fei." Yi Jingshan slapped the table as he stood up. "Why is it him again? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.